I would at least like to say, at the end of the day, for the amount of effort I've put into this, the amount of passion that I have put into this, I can be in that small group of people that when all the guys get around the round table and they start talking about the greatest of all time, certain names come up. And I want to be one of those names.
Today, I'm going to be doing something a little different to usual, and I'm going to document week by week my experience with John Cena's retirement tour. In this video, you'll see my initial thoughts on John Cena's appearances, matches, promos, or feuds that he'll embark on in 2025. Now, for those of you who don't know, I only started watching wrestling 3 years ago. I only ever bought the WWE Network so that I could see The Undertaker get inducted into the Hall of Fame, which was worth every penny. So unlike a lot of people who I imagine will be making similar videos to this, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm a lifelong John Cena fan or something. I've always known of him because of my friends who used to watch wrestling when we were in school. And I do also remember when his theme song became a meme back in... Oh my goodness! But I'd be lying if I said that John Cena as a person and as a performer doesn't mean a lot to me personally. I find him a very admirable, intelligent, inspirational human being who genuinely spits out life advice better than he does bars.
Whether fighting or spitting, my discipline is unforgiving. Got you backing up in a defensive position.
And his wrestling character in particular always stood out to me more so as an adult than I think it ever would have to me as a kid. Which is surprising because he was the face of a PG era. An era that I am not a fan of.
Bologna, fudge, and mustard! My life is being ruined by the internet!
He sacrificed all the aura he had built up from the Ruthless Aggression era to be the company man. And whether any of us like his work from this time or not, even during the lowest lows he was still spreading positive messages, never gave up, and put on multiple bangers. I wish I could play some of his inspirational speeches right now, but the WWE are so strict on copyright, but the amount of passion, honestly life-changing speeches this man has given from his passion to be the best version of himself, it is admirable. Besides that though, to make this video more interesting, I'm gonna throw a wish list of things I'd like to see happen on this tour, and at the end we can see how right or wrong I am, just for a bit of fun. Now, for some dream matches on this tour, I'm gonna throw out these names in no particular order. Gunther, Cody Rhodes, Kevin Owens, Bron Breakker, Big Bronson Reed, Chad Gable, CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, Ilya Dragunov, AJ Styles, Carmelo Hayes, Jacob Fatu, LA Knight, Oba Femi, and it goes without saying Randy Orton. And in a dream world, I would have killed for one last match with Edge, since he was, without shadow of a doubt, Cena's best rival.
Yeah, we're about to leave here. Oh my God.
I am also praying to the gods above that Cena becomes a 17-time world champion. If anyone deserves to break the record, it's him, and we all know it. And I think the most satisfying way for Cena to get here, considering his loss record, would be to win the Royal Rumble. Not only would it be cool to finally see another 3-time Rumble winner after 24 years, but Cena's win would have been significantly way more interesting than Austin's 3 wins, because Cena would have won a Rumble in every decade for the last 3 decades. Once in the 2000s, once in the 2010s, and once in the 2020s. Just sounds cool to me. I'm also hoping that none of Cena's time, besides hopefully battling Jacob on TV, gets wasted in the Bloodline tornado, because this boring, dragged out Nepo hire story needs to stay away from the GOAT. The story of this mostly nepotism hires has been so boring since Cody lost the first time, I just have no interest in seeing Cena involved in it. And also considering they already ate up most of his last run in the company. And also, I know he's pushing 50, but hopefully we can see Cena cook in the ring a bit more than he has in recent outings. I think there's certain parts of each of his last appearances that show he's still got it, but the booking in those matches was just horrendous. You can try and tell whatever crappy story you want, I don't care, but you can never believably show me that John Cena, the John Cena, could get beaten by Solo Sikoa. But with all of that said, Let's go through, week by week, promo by promo, match by match. His time is up, our time is now. This is my experience with John Cena's retirement tour. The Netflix debut of Monday Night Raw. Safe to say a considerably overhyped show despite it being pretty decent overall. But we aren't talking about the rest of the show. We're just talking about the parts with the GOAT. Imagine if this had main evented over CM Punk again. So Cena comes out to a magnificent pop and starts glazing Netflix and giving his history on why LA is so important to him. It's quite nice. Cena plays to the crowd wonderfully here by throwing out a bunch of wishlist matches of people he could face on this run. Everyone I listed before was mentioned here, though I swear to God, if one of John Cena's last pay-per-view matches ever are wasted on Logan Paul, words will be had. And I do really like how Cena doesn't downplay his current trash win-loss record, as it plants the seed for a redemption on this last run, as how much more satisfying will it be to see Cena succeed after so many years of losses. Hopefully we can see him get his mojo back and become the face that runs the place again. Systematically yet respectfully describing simply why he is better than you and deserves everything he has.
I'm watching the main event very close, because whoever wins, I challenge them to a championship match at the Royal Rumble. Oh, ho, ho, I know what you're thinking. I can't do that. I just did. Why? Because I'm John Cena. Recognize.
The promo continues as Cena clearly has the crowd wrapped around his finger as he eventually lists through the ways to get a championship opportunity before coming to the Royal Rumble and declaring that he'll win the thing, and this was a great opening segment for the retirement tour. The promo was good, Cena played into the crowd well and declared himself for the Royal Rumble, we got a nice bit of history from him, it was a good time. Let's just hope he wins the Royal Rumble and this good streak continues. Solid 6 out of 10.
I'm going to win the Royal Rumble.
Well, I didn't think I'd have to be in character in this video, but holy what the absolute was that load of bull that I just witnessed. Before I even get to discussing the Rumble itself and Cena's performance, can I just say that this retirement tour is already off to a disappointing start. Seriously, Cena arrived on the debut of Raw on Netflix just to announce what we already knew he was going to do, since he literally said it when he announced he was retiring, and then he doesn't appear for the rest of January. Really? Yes, I know he has filming commitments, but wasn't the point of this run that he cleared his 2025 schedule and would be a full-time talent again? I know he said around 35 dates, and it's not like I'm expecting him to work house shows or anything, or having matches every week, but seriously, we start this tour off with actually fuck all. It's the road to WrestleMania, it's probably the most important time to keep appearing on TV, and we get nothing? Quality of the match aside, this is the best build-up Rumble that I've ever experienced live. The build-up to 2023 and 2024 were both good, but we all knew Cody was gonna win, so I wasn't super invested. It was pretty obvious that Bayley and Rhea would win as well, but there was still like some investment in the match. But this time around, the field was so stacked, and there was so much potential for interesting storylines to develop, whether Cena actually even won the fucking thing or not. But what do we get instead? A Yeet Merchant tag team wrestler who hits the worst spear I've ever seen in my fucking life wins over the greatest of all time! Are you actually taking the fucking piss right now, you stupid bald old bitch? Let me just play an instant live reaction that I sent to one of the boys at 20 to 4 in the morning after I walked home from the watch party.
I want every single person involved in that decision to die in an accident within the next hour. That was the stupidest bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life, and I honestly, if I ever see that ball steroid abusing ass little in my life, I will grab him by his inflamed steroid turkey neck and life of his stupid little soul. This what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? This is the most piece of bullshit I've seen in my life. What are we doing? What are we playing at? Are we having this who cannot wrestle, who I've seen fight Gunther in 2022, in 2023, in 2024, and I literally seen it last week, and now I've got to watch it again in the main event of WrestleMania. You know what's mad? The match doesn't get any better because you can't wrestle.
Yeah, safe to say I was pretty fucking mad. Before I analyse the match any further, can I just say that this is without doubt the worst booking decision that Triple H has ever made. I've been very critical among friends of some of the dog shit decisions this man has made, but this one takes the cake by far. You can't book Cena in the match in a way to clearly show that he's still got it, and then have him make it all the way to the final two, do some stupid bullshit like a blindside reaction again, and then have him lose to someone who credibly would never beat him. Sure, Cena can still win the chamber. If we're being realistic, he probably will. He dropped a casual generational promo at the press conference basically saying he'll win. But even irregardless whether he does or not, what a fucking waste of Cena's last Rumble. How do you expect anyone with a working fucking brain to believe that an over-pushed Nepo hire with a stupid catchphrase that got annoying after 2 weeks can believably beat John Cena after watching him pick up fucking Braun Strowman with one arm? One fucking arm! Fuck you! How stupid do you think we are? And I haven't even delved into the match yet. Oh my god! So Cena comes out to a great pop and looks like he's about to cry at the entranceway. If I knew how this match was gonna end, I'd do the same thing, to be honest. So Cena one-arms Strowman, then eliminates him, and Strowman almost kills Finn Balor. Then we get the first Cena stare down of the match, with Reigns. Honestly, as much as this match potentially happening again doesn't move me in the slightest, because Roman's work rate for the most part since WrestleMania 39 has been so lazy and boring, I can't lie, seeing them stare down like this did get me invested in seeing them share the Rumble like this. Do not waste one of Cena's last matches on Roman, I beg. Unless Cena decimates him. Then, this moment only gets all the better as CM Punk comes out. The history between him and Cena speaks for itself, so this was also an amazing moment. And to then make this even better, fucking Seth Rollins comes out next. The history that all four of these men share separately and individually has us on the edge of our seat instantly. Amazing moment, to be honest, which is only made worse when Roman just dominates Cena in the corner. Real booking would never.
Position! There it is! Position! Another AA! Another AA!
A huge disappointment in this match for me as well is that they don't make a big moment of Cena and Styles sharing the ring together. Like, really? The man that Cena beat to become the joint record holder in the first place, and they just start wrestling with no build-up? Really? This is only made all the stranger when you think back to the last time these two were on screen together. They were going to team up against the Bloodline, and Styles' heel turn happened in the first place because he was taken out of that match. I guess they just both forgot. Dominic then splashes Cena and he does nothing of note besides random punches and getting punched for 11 minutes. No special interaction between him and LA Knight either. Okay. After what feels like an eternity, we get a stare down between the final 6 and Cena starts going after the Yeet Merchant. Subtle foreshadowing as he gets an annoying amount of offense on Cena before he gets Superman punched by Reigns and stomped by Seth. Cena then dies for another 5 minutes before we're down to the final 3 after a cluster elimination of Rollins and Reigns, followed by CM Punk. CM Punk was eliminated by Logan Paul, by the way. I just want to put that out there of how much dog shit this match turned into really quick, considering it was a pretty fantastic Rumble up to this point. So the final 3 of the Men's Royal Rumble comes down to the greatest of all time, a crypto scamming moron who filmed a dead body, and a Nepo hire tag team wrestler who put on the worst match at WrestleMania last year. And they gave him the fucking main event. Who should win out of these 3 is such an obliviously obvious decision that it's insane that it got fucked up so royally. So we get a goated moment as John further proves that he still has it by carrying Nepo and Logan on his shoulders ready for a double AA before Nepo jumps off and Cena eliminates Logan Paul. So it's down to the last two, and they have a pretty good and compelling back and forth which eventually takes them to the outside of the ring.
Big shoulder tackle. Here we go, guys.
Listen to that crowd, man, they know what they want. They trade blows on the edge of the ring while Cena masterfully plays to the crowd before Triple H does what he does best with Cena and makes him look like an absolute fucking moron before he loses a big match that he should have won anyway. In all seriousness, what the fuck are we doing? Did we seriously throw away the potential easy story of Superman John Cena versus the uber villain Gunther just so that fucking Jey Uso can main event a night of WrestleMania? This clown booking is actually fucking unacceptable. Besides me playing it up for jokes, I don't hate Jey Uso, but he's the Google definition of when the bell rings. He simply doesn't have what it takes to be a main event single star, and as unfortunate as that is, it's just a simple matter of fucking fact. He's a shit singles wrestler, and if this sport wasn't scripted, he would not beat John Cena. And I don't give a shit that he's over. Just because you're over doesn't mean you deserve the world. And I'm just saying, by that logic, LA Knight should have won Money in the Bank, and he should have won a world title by now. So I don't give a shit that Jey is popular. He is a bad singles wrestler. He's a fantastic tag team wrestler. But respectfully, the main event is where the big boys play, and he ain't ever gonna be one unless his in-ring skill for singles competition improves. Throwing away the dream WrestleMania match of Cena versus Gunther for this is fucking laughable. The overwhelming negativity the Rumble is receiving at the time of this being written is deserved. And whether Cena gets his title match at Mania against Cody now, it doesn't even really matter because that story is nowhere near as interesting as what they could have done with him and Gunther. The concept alone of that is interesting on its own. Gunther is strictly a wrestler, the mat is sacred. Cena was the company man, but he does also have respect for the sport and is actually a good wrestler. He can also cut a promo without having to put in a cringe catchphrase every 4 seconds. I'm not losing all hope for the match, but if face Cena versus face Cody is where we're going, consider my day ruined. 3 out of 10 for Cena's appearance in the match. He had some decent spots and got 3 eliminations, but the absolute deflation that awful ending clouded over the whole event cannot be understated. Which really is a shame because on the whole, this was a great Rumble, but the booking was fucking awful for those last 10 entrants. And it's only made worse by the fact that Cena won't appear until the chamber match itself. WrestleMania season is going to be a fucking mess, and not in the fun way like it was last year, because everything is just out of whack, and we've just possibly gotten the worst Royal Rumble winner since Brock Lesnar. Do better, you fucking fraud. Well, I take back literally almost everything I just said. Wow. I mean, seriously, wow. Considering how absolutely garbage WWE has been for most of the year up to this point, this came out of absolutely nowhere. And even ignoring the massive elephant in the room, this is the best that Cena has looked in years. He was absolutely cooking in the ring in every regard, from the wrestling, to the storytelling, to the selling. And can I just say, fuck you to everyone who thought that the GOAT was washed. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it was just this shitty, awful booking that was making him look bad. The GOAT has more than still got it, and we're in for a massive treat for the rest of the year. Seeing this event and then still not having Cena show up for another 2 weeks really just highlighted that the issue with the Rumble really was just that Jey Uso won. Only made all the worse by all the other people in the Rumble who've grafted way harder than him and are way more talented than him and deserve that spotlight way more than him. And the way that Cena was eliminated. If that match's booking was better and Jey didn't win, I doubt we would have been as angry as we were. But honestly, this was a really exciting event, start to finish. Let's just hop into it. So Cena comes out to a wonderful pop and gives the camera a very strange look. Little did we know that the last time really was now. As Cena runs to the ring, I must say I'm really glad that Cena wasn't the last one to come out. One of my biggest fears of this match, even if Cena did win, was that he'd come out last, hit the 5 moves of doom and not do much else. And admittedly, I was pretty disappointed that he didn't start the match, but when he eventually comes out in the penultimate position, he starts cooking immediately. He does the double barge on Seth and immediately does an AA to Priest, then a side release spin out powerbomb to Logan, before then giving Seth an AA, and the 5-knuckle shuffle followed by an AA on Logan Paul, before being claymored by McIntyre. Instantly after this, I knew we were in for a treat, because Cena hasn't had a sequence of succession this good in years, man. So Priest rolls up Drew McIntyre because Triple H can't boot credible heels for more than 3 months, before Priest is eliminated by Logan Paul. So Punk does what we all want to do to Logan Paul before we get an amazing stare down between Punk and Cena. And I can't lie, even as someone who didn't witness their feud from back in the day live, this got to me a little bit. The energy was absolutely electric, and I was super excited, but seeing them say that they missed each other did get me in the feels a little bit. So Seth then goes after Punk before Cena drags him off, and Seth shouts at him, and this is really good for 2 reasons in particular. This naturally continues the feud between Rollins and Punk, which will most likely lead to an eventual triple threat with Roman at Mania, which, as long as Roman actually puts in the effort for once, it will be a great match. And the tension between Cena and Rollins could potentially lead to another match between the two, which, while not being on the top of my list, is definitely a match that would still bang. Especially considering now it would be the complete switch up from their dynamic before, with Cena being the sellout and Rollins being the company man. So Cena drags off Rollins again before a pedigree is attempted, then an AA is attempted, before they trade blows before Logan Paul takes them both out. The reaction to this and that awful promo on Friday really do show that there's nothing new and exciting that Logan Paul adds to the product anymore. Credit where it's due, he's still a great wrestler, but any and all initial excitement from seeing him perform is completely gone. And with a by the numbers, boring, characteristic heel persona, and Logan Paul being a piece of shit in real life anyways, just makes him such a chore to watch now. So Punk does God's work and eliminates Logan before we get the most insane aura farm of the century as John Cena and CM Punk team up to take on Seth Rollins. Who would have ever seen this coming in big 2025? And they work off each other so well. It is truly magic watching these two work together. So they ping Rollins back and forth before giving him a heart attack, and they get ready to kook. One-on-one for the first time in 12 years, CM Punk and John Cena have an amazing back and forth sequence, which if it had happened in 2013 wouldn't have even looked out of place. They have a lovely hug together before they start trading blows, before Cena hits the double shoulder block before an attempted sit out is countered by an arm drag followed by a running knee, before a bulldog is attempted and countered by a sidewalk sit out. Before going for the 5-knuckle shuffle, Punk tries to counter with a kick, before Cena attempts an STF which is countered into a GTS, which is then countered into an STF.
Cena countered, center of the ring, STF coming!
Listen to that crowd, man. This performance has been fucking electric so far. Punk then counters the STF into the Anaconda Vice, which is reversed into a pin attempt before Punk gives Cena a swinging neckbreaker. He then gets distracted by Rollins before attempting a crossbody on Cena. And in the year of our Lord, 2025, I had to fight for my life to not scream at this, as Big John does a fucking roll through Mark Henry spot into an AA to Punk. This man is 47 years old, there's no reason for him to be cooking so outrageously hard. Bear in mind, motherfuckers were saying Cena's washed, by the way. So Cena goes for the dive and leg drop before being intercepted by Seth. Imagine if we see Big John hit this move at least once on this tour. I'm not expecting it because of his age, and I mean, I ain't gonna do that at 47, like. But my god, it would be incredible. Before Cena gets buckle bombed into the chain and smashed through the pod. Unlike the Rumble though, Cena's only out for 4 minutes before him and Punk hit a GTS AA combo and Punk pins Seth. Wow. So we're now down to the final two. who really should have been the final two in the Royal Rumble, but luckily the last two in the Chamber is just as good, if not better, because of the cage they're in, and also just the fact that the Chamber is actually booked well. So Cena and Punk stare at the Mania sign before John tries to show his last ounce of respect before being hit with a quick GTS which he kicks out of, before hitting another AA on Punk which he then kicks out of. Can I just say that Punk has ate shit this entire match, and not once did it feel out of place or overbooked. Where was this good booking for Cena's last 5 years? So Cena attempts an SDF before Rollins out of nowhere stomps Punk on the alleged concrete, before, without hesitation, Cena pulls him back in and locks in the STF. And I found it really poignant that he didn't even hesitate for this. I didn't see the eventual turn coming at all, but him locking in the STF and doing it in a fashion a lot more brutal than usual was some great foreshadowing in the storytelling here. Along with Cena screaming that he's sorry just added onto the match's story so much more. It's the little nuances like this in matches that keep me watching WWE. The potential for storytelling in matches is incredible, and when it's done right, it hits so fucking different, and it was done to perfection here. So Punk eventually fades and the GOAT has earned his title shot at WrestleMania. It took its time. We were so out of the loop and the other title shot was given to the worst person imaginable, but Cena is challenging for 17 at WrestleMania. Let's fucking go. And I know you may be thinking that before I said that face Cena versus Cody doesn't move me as much as Super Cena versus Gunther would have. Well, I do actually still stand by that statement, but with what happens next, I'll be more than happy to swallow those words. Also bear in mind, even without what's coming up next, this is a straight 10 out of 10 from Cena. So what happens after is just icing on the cake. So Cena celebrates in the ring before Cody Rhodes comes out. A 2.5 minute entrance later, they start talking in the ring about the match. Usual face stuff before the final boss comes out, with Travis Scott for some reason. The most aura-filled entrance on the roster currently then happens. I'm sorry, but no one's beating him when it comes to aura. Before The Rock asks Cody if he can take his soul. Yeah, there was a whole angle about that, don't worry about it. Cody refuses.
Hey Rock! Go fuck yourself!
Before we get arguably the most shocking and definitely a top 5 WWE moment of all time.
Your boy's a bad man, and we invading the streets, make them
John Cena, after 21 years, 3 months, and 23 days, a total of 7,786 days of being a face, John Cena has finally turned heel on his retirement tour. And honestly, I just couldn't believe my eyes. The way in which this was done was fantastic. I was so dead set on Cody pulling a fast one that I didn't even notice this evil look from Cena. The thought of Cena turning heel had never even crossed my mind, to be honest, because let's be fair, we were all low-key expecting this retirement tour to be Cena replaying some of his greatest hits, maybe putting a few people over, even though he shouldn't lose, and maybe getting a 17th championship. And it would have been perfectly fun and enjoyable if they did do it this way. But this is far more interesting. We've been gagging for Cena to be a heel for so long that when it eventually happens, no one in the world could have expected it. The face that runs the place, the man who carried the company for 15 years straight, never turned his back on us, never gave up, granted more wishes than anyone in the history of the charity, a real-life superhero, has turned his back on us and sold out so that he can secure a 17th championship. Wow. How am I ever supposed to trust a bitch if Cena just turned his back on us? Cena then brutally beats up Cody before walking away with The Rock. For those of you who don't understand the insane significance of this, the last time John Cena was a heel, I wasn't even alive. Hell, at the time of this being recorded, 21 years, 3 months, 23 days, I'm not that old yet. I'll be older than that by the time this video comes out, but I am not that old when this part is being recorded. I haven't even been alive for 7,786 days. and seeing him turn heel in such a brutal fashion. When I was watching this live, I had my mouth uncomfortably wide open for the rest of the show. I could not control it. And what makes this even better is that, as much as I think some of it was unintentional, that WWE will then go on to claim was on purpose, is that there was a lot of signs that this was coming. This harsh drag to Jay, his promo after the Rumble, talking about what's best for business, openly admitting to using his backstage power to his advantage, not showing up to work, the look before the match, taking a shortcut instead of playing fair, The Rock's motion at Bad Blood, and even during the conversation between The Rock and Cody, Cena's somewhat annoying cartoon, "I'm just happy to still be here," happy-go-lucky act does just seem a bit off. One thing I think a lot of us forget quite often is that John Cena is a very capable dynamic actor with a lot of range. His facial expressions throughout are subtle enough to notice on repeat watchers, but versatile and convincing enough to not pick up on a first time viewing. Every aspect about this angle and how it was executed was fucking incredible. I take back everything I said about Triple H. The Rumble was still dog shit, and the wrong man objectively won. But I'll take Smackdown being shit and Mania feeling directionless for a couple months if it means we get angles done this insanely well again. Who could have ever seen this coming?
Go the opposite route, and now lean into the opposite of everything you stand for. So I would begin to not work as hard. I would show up less. I would be untrustworthy, unloyal. I would lack respect in what I did. All those things you can take and make interesting stories. And this is the stuff that's running through my head, not what moves can I do. It's like, how can I take the intellectual property that people are familiar with and twist it? So it's like, this guy's insane.
We are in for a fucking treat for the next few months, and I cannot wait to see what we've got in store. 100 out of 10 for Cena's Elimination Chamber appearance. It already would have been a 10 alone for his actual performance in the match. Maybe a 9 if we're being harsh. But the greatest heel turn of all time just makes this a million times better. Travis Scott aside, this was pure perfection. I don't doubt that character-wise Cena is going to cook for as long as this heel run goes on for. And my only trepidation for it is that it either doesn't go on for long enough, or Triple H somehow fucks it up and books Cena poorly. But let's hope not. This is the most exciting time to be a wrestling fan since The Rock turned heel, and I'm so excited to see what Cena does with this. Also, can I just say how funny it is that canonically Cena turned heel because he lost to the Yeet Merchant. LOL. What losing to Jey Uso does to a motherfucker. I'm just gonna preface this segment by saying that at the time of this being written, Raw is literally still airing behind me, so I'm writing this segment as is, and I don't know if anything else happens. Though, I suspect that Cena's gonna murder Cody by the end of the show. I love how Rhea Ripley's character is literally just an annoying, whiny baby who can't admit that she's wrong. Also, seeing Gunther regularly get little broed by Jey Uso and constantly have dream matches on live events is killing my love for the game. But this was an amazing opening segment and already has me more excited for WrestleMania 41. So Cena doesn't come out to a wonderful pop and instead comes out to a chorus of boos, so loud you'd be convinced it was still the late 2000s. As he comes out, at first I was a little disappointed that we didn't get a new theme or new attire or anything, but he addresses why that didn't happen in the upcoming promo perfectly. But the way Cena managed to change up his entrance from usual was fantastic. There's no excited running out, no smiling and talking to Stu. He barely even bothers to hold his towel up, and he slowly, bitterly, and without emotion just walks towards the ring, instead of the sprint that we've been used to for so long. He doesn't even throw the towel out, he just places it down on the mat and stands in the ring, aura farming instead. This show, and I imagine the upcoming ones as well, just stand as proof that the WWE needs to leave America and its boring ass crowds more often. Brussels was absolutely electric this entire segment. Seriously, Cena is in the ring and fakes leaving twice before he can even get a word in because the crowd was so loud. For 2 solid minutes straight they're chanting at him. Even if you weren't invested in what's going on, it's impossible to not encapsulate the energy that the crowd gives off the whole time. Imagine this in America. Boo. Yay. What? What? Get that shit out of my face! This is how it's done! Do you mind? Dog! Sorry, did I give you a fright? Sorry, Phoenix. Me giving my poor old man of a dog a heart attack aside, Cena's first words said in this promo highlight to me something that I was really looking forward to the most with this heel character. And that's how a lot of almost everything he says is double-edged in the fact that it's not wrong. Like, it's not a wrong thing to say if he was actually in the right, but given the context and scenario of what he's saying this for, it isn't applicable.
When someone is properly grounded in life, they shouldn't have to look outside themselves for approval.
See, that isn't even bad advice, but after doing this, he has no right to say this, which is what makes this already a really compelling watch. As I know this video has already gone on for a bit, and I'm only on Cena's 4th appearance, I'll try to keep it brief, but this is honestly one of the best Cena promos I've ever seen. It falls into the heel promo category of fuck you people, which is a very played out and quite frankly boring trope of the wrestling industry, but I've never seen it done this well before. It's not just, your local sports team is bad, I don't care what you have to say, blah blah blah. There's actual depth and nuanced thoughts to be had as to why Cena of all people would say this. And it's really interesting that he spins this in a way that he's turned his back on the fans because they've been horrible to him. Which, while Cody addresses later that they've been equally nice to him, he does more than most people have experience of wrestling fans being horrible to him. You've got to think, from 2005 to 2015, Cena got booed pretty much every time he would come out to wrestle, or even just cut a promo. He's been cheered out the building for saying he had to leave.
I cannot put off my surgery any longer. Tonight I leave the WWE.
He's been called a loser, told to die, told he can't wrestle. He absolutely cooked The Rock at every possible turn and still got booed. He never took time off unless absolutely necessary and still got booed all of the time. And he did it with a smile, which makes this such a justified crash out.
And all you've ever done is bully me into being your damn puppet and expected me to do it with a smile on my face.
And also, let's be fair, whenever anyone else in wrestling history is put up against so much negativity and rejection from the audience, they turn heel. It may have taken way too long in some people's cases, Roman, but no one else in history has been such a successful babyface while being booed so much without at least a snap back at the crowd.
All the dudes chanting that I can't wrestle, calm down, relax, take a sip of your beer and shut your mouth.
Don't try it, Roman, you can't, you're not that good yet. But at the end of the day, he's only human. He has every right to be pissed off. As Cena gives a history lesson on him changing and evolving to try and get on with the fans, one of the only issues with this promo is highlighted, and it's when he says he was never enough and has had the exact same noise for 25 years. Now, as hard as it is to go back and check because WWE on Netflix is fucking dog shit, I swear that for at least the last 6 years, since 2019, Cena hasn't been booed heavily. Remember the absolute explosion that happened at his surprise return at Money in the Bank? However, even despite the timing of this being so far removed from Cena being a controversial figure that it's basically a distant memory, I think it also somewhat works in this heel turn's favour, as everything Cena references was so long ago that it makes the character come off as more authentic and real, because he's been bottling this up for so long. And it works retrospectively as well for the amount of people who called out Cena for suppressing his hatred and being able to see through him. It turns out that they were all low-key right. Kane got his dub in the end because Cena did embrace the hate. And part of the reason this promo is so heartbreaking and effective is because of how well Cena just gets wrestling. He makes the brilliant point that we were all so excited to see him come back, to see him have one more final run. We never even considered how Cena must feel. And as much as he's being a little bitch about it, he's not wrong.
You get nothing! You get what you have earned, and what you have earned is nothing!
And even though this is very much a fuck you people promo, the best part of it is how Cena manages to turn even his supporters against him by dressing them down and saying they're even worse than the people who boo him. Because what have we ever done to support him? His private life is ruined, his personal moments stolen. These points in the promo work so effectively because it takes into account something that the real John Cena, even outside of the wrestling world, could feel. Which is why it feels so fucking real, and it's so upsetting to see him tear down the audience like this. He's fucking killing it.
You don't wear this for support. You wear it to make you feel good. You wear words like hustle, loyalty, and respect. I live them every day.
To cement the heartbreak even further, Cena then says he's breaking out of this toxic relationship. He's officially done, and he doesn't care about us anymore. It's over. Oh my god. My soul is destroyed. Why was that actually more heartbreaking than any breakup I've ever been involved in? And to top this off, Cena says that the Invisible Man joke isn't funny anymore. Rest in peace the You Can't See Me meme. You had probably the longest shelf life of any running joke in internet culture, but it's officially not funny anymore. Yeah, sorry guys, but if the GOAT's turning heel, then so am I. So Cody comes out as Cena stares daggers into his soul before being utterly little broed by Cody.
Cena, because I want to wrestle him at Wrestlemania 41, not this whiny bitch.
Before he walks out to a chorus of cheers and admiration. Before Cena walks out to a chorus of boos. Nothing but contempt in his face, as everyone who ever loved him boos him out of the building, without a care in the world for what he wants. Holy shit, this is fucking cinema! While we unfortunately didn't get a follow-up to this on the rest of the show, and it's a bit strange that neither Cody or Cena addressed The Rock, this was a fucking masterful start to this heel run. John casually delivers the best fuck you people promo of all time. There's enough background context and justification for his actions that he's still fascinating to watch despite him hating us. And this completely different switch up to how Cena has always been presented so far has been fucking perfect. He did start to repeat himself a little bit towards the end, but it's hard to fault Cena for that considering the crowd response he was getting. While it wasn't perfect and the score might go down if certain things aren't addressed in the following weeks, I think a solid 8 out of 10 for this promo and segment is fair. And it does also help this segment a shit ton that we didn't have the annoying gimp that is Pat McAfee constantly fucking just saying annoying shit in our ears instead of shutting the fuck up and letting the segment talk for itself. This is already the best built up to Mania match, which is really funny considering everyone else has had so much more time to develop their stories.
Because you know I'm right, and you know you are wrong!
Well, the doubts are starting to creep in already. I know we're still very early into this heel run as this is only his second promo as a heel, but there's still so much missing and so much yet to be addressed, that so much has been put on his appearance on the 31st that it'll basically have to do all of the heavy lifting, unless we get a surprise appearance between then and Mania. Nothing we get here is outright bad, but I feel like we've been left with way more questions than satisfying answers. So Cena comes out to more glorious boos as we get this unintentionally hilarious shot before he walks to the ring. I love this reference. As the promo starts, I seriously have to question why Cena starts off with another "fuck you people" promo. We've already established his logic for turning his back on us. We don't need it reinforced further with so little time to develop more of his character. These WWE shows already have so much fucking filler and video packages that's showing us what happened before, and then just Cena going on to repeat himself again. I've basically already seen the heel turn in last week's segment 100,000 times already. Give us more to work with. As Cena calls the crowd horrible people again for memeing the kid that he shat on last week, I really have to also question why it seems like Cena isn't taking this as seriously as he should be. I've seen many a John Cena promo in my day, and when this man is locked in and serious, he can be intimidating and use his acting skill to his utmost advantage. But this is honestly given 2010 Cena promo vibes, and for those of you who aren't aware, that is the worst era of cartoon Super Cena. Obviously, it's nowhere near that bad, but I'd know that Cena could give a more serious performance than this. Cena continues to dress down the crowd and does a wonderful play by baiting them into saying what, as if this was a dumbass American crowd, before Cena brings up how he was ripped to shreds for making the WWE title look like a toy. I know that people have nostalgia for it, but let's be fair, considering what came before especially, this was a pretty horrific belt. But Cena uses this as a basis for him to ruin wrestling for everyone, which is definitely an interesting motivation to say the least. I love how he says that he'll force us to forget Ric Flair's if that's a bad thing, but then just gets met with cheers. Dark Side of the Ring exists if you don't know why. As Cena then goes on to say that he'll retire as the last real WWE champion. I mean, honestly, who's opposed to this? Not only would this be such a brilliant way to try and move away from this clap title belt, but it would be such a compelling story for Cena to mirror what CM Punk did back in 2011. How the turntables. Cody then comes out again and says doesn't Cena think he has to beat him first, while verbally putting him down and challenging him to a fight there and then. If you didn't think it was fully over for John already, he then backs down from a fight and walks away to a chorus of boos again. He fucks with the crowd a bit before Cody lil bros him again and says he'll walk out of WrestleMania the same way he walks out of the WWE. Empty-handed. While this segment wasn't bad, it really does highlight that Cody has done all of the heavy lifting for this build so far. Obviously John has limited appearances anyway, but on both shows so far he's just addressed the crowd and told them why they suck, and only now has he said why he wants to win the championship. But there's so many questions left unanswered, like, why now? What's The Rock's involvement? Why won't he say anything to Cody? If his motivation is just to win 17 no matter which means necessary, then why did he reveal his truer self so early? Cody knows to expect more now. And I feel like we're missing the obvious potential with this storyline, of Cena being so driven to get the championship that no matter what it costs, he sold out his soul to get it because he truly doesn't believe that he has what it takes anymore. Which would make so much more sense as there's so many segments and promos in the past 7 or so years that could point him in that direction. And it makes way more sense than him turning his back on the crowd and wanting to take the championship because we were mean to him and took the piss out of his stupid ass spinner belt that looked like a toy. 5 out of 10 for this appearance. Easily the worst of the tour so far. Heel Cena is interesting, but John isn't delivering his promos seriously enough. His motivations are lacking, and I hate to say it because most of the criticism levied against the man are from delusional bloodline stans, but it almost feels like they're trying to protect Cody by not having Cena say anything to him, which is leaving the match feeling pretty empty on the build now. because we don't even know why Cena has any in-universe explanation as to why he hates Cody. Like, within universe, what we already have, it makes sense for him to turn heel this way, but the potential missed is huge, and also, if this is his only motivation, then why did he kick Cody in the balls at Chamber? He could have just waited until Mania and made his intentions clear there, with hints on this build. But nah, this is what we have instead. And we only have one more appearance from John before WrestleMania. Usually, I would be happy to just wait it out, and I would have trust in the product. But considering the current state of the WWE, and how many times, recently especially, waiting it out has led nowhere, the cracks are unfortunately beginning to show. Let's hope the 31st fucking delivers, because it has a lot of heavy lifting to do.
And there is nothing you can do to stop me!
The 31st fucking delivered. Why it took 4 weeks for us to finally find out why Cena has taken out all of this anger on Cody remains a mystery to me. But considering this is the last segment before WrestleMania that Cena is involved in, they've more than made up for the stinker we had last week. Finally giving us the promo battle between Cena and Cody really does make you question why they were trying to protect Cody by keeping him away from Cena on the mic. As if we haven't seen Cody be amazing on the mic and stand his own against some of the greatest to ever do it. And this segment more than proves why Cody is the perfect face for the company. So Cena comes out to more glorious boos in the homeland of the UK. As he aura farms his way to the ring, I like how this segment doesn't waste any time with the preamble, and Cody comes out before Cena can even get a word in. Thank you, Cody. I honestly could not put up with any more of the GOAT telling me why I suck. When Cody finally gets to the ring, he cuts off Cena again and basically says what I said last week, that Cena's full of shit, and has been lying to the crowd and lists a bunch of things that Cena could probably cook him for. As everyone knows, you can't stand toe-to-toe with John Cena on the mic. Before Cena says he won't cook him, he'll bury him, just like he buried everyone else. Brilliantly played on the idea that Cena used to bury talent, which, while I'd argue is a very overblown sentiment for some, it's definitely true for others.
I don't bury talent. I bury mediocrity.
Saying that with Wade Barrett on commentary is crazy, you know? Cena then cooks a fucking 5-star gourmet meal on Cody by finally giving us a reason as to why him. And it's because Cody stole everything he needed from Cena when they used to ride together and manipulated his way to the top. Cena says that because he was so great, the WWE can hand their most prestigious title to his chauffeur.
There's your why, Cody Rhodes, because you with that disgusts me.
Cena then reminds us of why he's the greatest of all time on the mic, as he systematically tears down the Cody Rhodes character, blurring the lines between fiction and reality by saying that Cody is a fake version of himself. He's a generic mix of every popular superstar that came before him. He's too perfect, too polished. He's a nepo baby that relies on gimmicks like the crowd singing his theme to get by. The crowd singing his theme after he says that as well worked totally in John's favour here. Cena continues on to say that Cody is afraid to show the real version of himself, and looks like a neek taking acting lessons who's afraid of public speaking, and takes an interesting approach to ripping Cody's awful neck tattoo by saying it's not the fact that he has it in the prison tattoo placement, but it's the fact that he has it at all exposes him for who he is, and that he worked too hard to make the WWE title special for someone like him to hold it. A fan, which Cena has turned his back on. And I mean, wow, seriously, wow. I mean, I'm a pretty big Cody Rhodes fan, and I can already say that this is one of the most interesting feuds since his return, because this is the only one he's been in where the heel has actually made credible shots to his character and made me question the legitimacy of how good he is. All in kayfabe, obviously, but this is great.
And the one thing you have showed me is someone mediocre wearing something meaningful nowadays is enough to trick these people.
This is literally going to be Jey Uso's title run. Cena's lane to Cody was clearly effective, as I think this may be the only time where a heel has been cheered over Cody. And it's not like this is just because it's Cena, because he's been heavily booed at even a mention of his name since he turned heel. He just very effectively cooked Cody here, and brought into question how good he actually is. But because Cody is actually really good, he fires right back by saying that he was chosen by the fans to be champion, while Cena was chosen by one guy in an office who they don't talk about anymore. Got a pop from me, that's for sure. And that if anyone is a company creation, it's Cena. He roasts him by saying he's got no dick and he's old, and makes the very valid point that Cena didn't leave the WWE as well as he found it, and created loads of disenfranchised fans in order for Cody to leave in the first place and watch elsewhere. Which isn't exactly Cena's sole fault, but the product was basically unwatchable before Cody came back, so this was a great retort. Cody then chastises Cena for selling out to The Rock, and says he's still his hero, but he's a piece of shit. Damn! Why were the powers that be keeping Cena away from Cody on the mic exactly? He's a fucking beast and just stood his own against the greatest of all time. That being said, the GOAT then immediately claps back by saying that Cody is full of shit. In the most PG way possible.
Just like all these people, your brain is filled with feces and not facts.
And says that he's worked 100 times harder than him, and has never been protected and knows he's a challenge to everyone, and that no one has been good enough to outdo him or put him in the ground, so he's just going to do it himself. He never left because no matter what shite they gave him, he found a way to make it great. But Cody had to leave, because at his best, he couldn't wipe Cena's ass. While Cena was making empires for billionaires, Cody was just stealing money from their kids, before he goes to walk off. Before that, however, Cody brings up that he's never had to deal with the "you can't wrestle" chance, before Cena goes for a cheap shot which is reversed into a crossroads, as Cena stands tall before WrestleMania. Holy shit man, where was all of this sauce last week? This promo battle was absolutely fantastic. Cena obviously shined with some absolutely brilliant cooking of Cody Rhodes, while giving his character more interesting motivations and a more compelling reason to have turned on all of the people, while adding onto the heel persona and playing to the crowd like only Cena knows how to. 9 out of 10 straight away for this one. But I'd be remiss to mention that Cody held his own in this segment really well as well. It really does just make you question the decision to give these two one promo battle for this entire feud, as this is the last segment before WrestleMania in 3 weeks. While it's definitely raised the intrigue in the feud, this has been a pretty meh build overall. Let's hope that WrestleMania delivers. But actually, before we get to Mania, I would like to give a quick wish list for what I'd like to see happen. Starting with the obvious, but Cena has to win this match. And this isn't a want, but it's a need. I know his last win was 7 years ago in a pretty awful match, I may add, but you can't do something as major as turn Cena heel for the first time in over 2 decades and not have him beat the person he turned on. The build to this match hasn't been great besides this promo, but if Cena doesn't even win, it just brings into question the point of having him turn at Chamber if he was only going to win the championship way later. And wouldn't it be such a crushing, brilliant story? Since we know The Rock's involved, we could have a repeat of last year's run-ins, this time with Stone Cold because he's obviously going to be there. And I can't wait to see Big Dwayne sell a stunner in Big 2025. But going through all the trials and tribulations like last year, except it doesn't work and Cody loses, it would be heartbreaking, but would also be so good. Those are my 2 main wishes really. Cena wins and we get a run-in fest, but it fails, because that would be cinema. This is never gonna happen, but I would absolutely also die for Cena's last WrestleMania entrance to be a throwback to his WrestleMania 25 entrance, except with all the different versions of the John Cena outfit. It'll never happen now because he's a heel, but that would have been so cool. Let's hope that the match delivers. I'll see you at WrestleMania.
See you at WrestleMania, champ.
Well, this is a surprise. Literally a week and a half before WrestleMania, and it's announced that Cena is going to be on the final Smackdown before the show. I'm not complaining, I'm just very surprised. and was really curious to see what they do, because even though we didn't get much promo, the 31st had sold me on the match quite well, but finding out that they were going to do more right before the show, sign me the fuck up. And did they deliver? Well, they certainly have me more interested with some ambiguous lines from Cena, so that's a plus. So this time Cena interrupts Cody before he can say anything, and he walks out to a mixed reaction of boos and admiration before he gets more interrupting revenge on Cody.
Shut your mouth, kid.
Cena then lists all the milestones that this WrestleMania marks for him and says that Cody can't prepare to face a man who knows he's about to die, and that this retirement tour is so unprecedented that no one believes it's real, and that the reason wrestling retirements don't exist is because every other wrestler is a scared, insecure loser who needs the crowd, yet Cena doesn't. Which he gets cheered for saying, by the way. The GOAT. While I won't recount this whole promo, I can definitely say that this is the most confident and comfortable Cena has seemed so far in his heel persona. As good as some of the segments were before, you did get a slight feeling that something was slightly off. But we don't get an ounce of that here, and it's great. But the most interesting part of this promo for me was Cena saying that he knew that he couldn't beat Cody in a match at WrestleMania, but he knows that he won't win because he cares about the fans too much. And this works because so much of this heel character hinges on Cena's relationship with the fans and Cody's relationship with the fans, that putting the idea out there that Cena will win because of the fans is interesting and makes you wonder what Cena's gonna do. Especially when he says, do you want to do what they think is right, or do you want to win? And it was at the exact moment Cody told The Rock to go fuck himself that Cena realized Cody didn't stand a chance. And with this hinging on the fans, it now brings into question how little Cena is actually going to do. We know that he wants to give back the fans nothing. By the sounds of everything he's saying here, he's not even going to try in the match, but he's still going to win. And I'm really curious as to how we're gonna get here, and how well he can possibly make this work.
You say you wear this suit because you want to be somebody. You have your tattoo because you want to be somebody. You didn't need the tattoo or the suit because Sunday I'm gonna make you somebody.
As Cena kooks Cody for being a boy in a man's world, Cody is then met with boos again, surprisingly. And then even more surprisingly, he brings them back onto his side again by kooking Cena's appearance and saying he's an out of touch Hollywood shill.
You're out of touch and you're out of time. Your face is melting wax. You got a stack of dimes for a neck, spindly ass legs. You're paler than Sting at Starrcade 97.
Some people still blindly hate this man, by the way. That retort was so good that Cena let him have it, and goes back to crowd crying. But the most interesting line of this promo is said when Cena says to beat Cody, he doesn't even have to wrestle, before he eats yet another crossroad and ends the show on the floor again. Wow. Okay, so we know for sure that Cena is definitely gonna win now, but I really want to know what Cena means by saying he doesn't even have to wrestle Cody to win. Surely he's still gonna give a good in-ring performance again, since he's shown that he's still got it. But honestly, being left with so many open questions left for Sunday, I'm just gonna wait and see. 7 out of 10 for this promo exchange. It was a lot more one-sided than their last segment, and definitely ran way too short, as this was only about 10 minutes, not including entrances, but on the whole it was pretty good. It's left us excited for Mania, opened up some interesting questions, and Cena and Cody delivered and made what little time they had count. I'll see you at WrestleMania. We coming for that 17.
I don't have to wrestle.
Your time is up, my time is now. You can't see me, my time is now.
We fucking did it. We finally fucking did it! The greatest WWE superstar of all time has broken the record for the most world title wins in history, and I couldn't be happier that we finally got here after such a bumpy road. I'm currently writing this just over 12 hours after WrestleMania 41 ended, and it's safe to say that a lot of people are quite disappointed with what happened last night, but are happy that Cena won a 17th championship. And I'm in a pretty similar boat, to be honest, and there's quite a lot to unpack here, especially with what happened by the end. So let's just jump to it. And don't you worry, there'll be a whole segment dedicated to talking about the elephant in the room. WrestleMania recap real quick though. Awful match. Can't believe this man is world champion. Hopefully Seth buries him tonight. Gunther deserved better. This was on WrestleMania over the TLC match. Why exactly? Decent match. Naomi should have won though. Great match. Bit too short for my liking, but it means the agenda's back on the table. Considering the circumstances, great little showcase, but way too short. Cinema, to be honest. Glad my GOAT retained.
This woman doesn't know that I'd burn down the world for her.
More cinema, to be honest, and the right man absolutely won. Should have main evented night 1, to be honest. Absolute fucking banger. Glad my GOAT retained. Underrated match. Drew deserved better though. Happy for this little chicken shit rat becoming IC champ.
Standing ovation earlier on. RKO out of nowhere!
About sums it up, to be honest. Could have been Jeff Hardy, by the way. Alan Jones is all elite. I'm a Becky Lynch enjoyer, but the way they built up this match just to then shove Bayley and Lyra to the side was weird. The Hogan allegations aren't going anywhere, but at least the Bird Lady's the first double champ on the main roster in like, what, 4 years? Pretty solid Mania overall. Majority of the matches were way too short, and the card layout was so bad that night 1 basically felt like a pre-show. But you can't catch lightning in a bottle 3 years in a row. Apparently. Which only leaves us with Big Match John versus the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes. Let's go. So Cena comes out to a wonderful pop because it's his last WrestleMania and he's not going to get booed. And the absolute god of trolling gives us the most basic, stripped back and underwhelming WrestleMania entrance of all time.
What do we get? You get nothing!
Well, his ass wasn't lying because I don't think he could have dulled down his entrance anymore if he tried. No lights, no pyro, no Titantron, no smiles, and a very slow walk down to the ring with no fanfare whatsoever. And honestly, you just gotta rate Cena's commitment to the bit. This was his whole life for so long, and now it's the last time he'll ever come out at Mania, and he gives the most basic entrance imaginable and just waits for Cody in the ring. Like, that's just funny if you ask me. So Cody gets one last beast entrance as champ and the match begins. Cena runs away from Cody and aura farms for 40 seconds before they lock up and Cody knocks down Cena before he runs away. Cena takes his sweet ass time getting back in the ring before they lock up again and Cena runs to the ropes and looks like he's already given up trying to wrestle Cody. Cena eventually gets back in the ring and they wrestle on the mat for a bit before Cody drop kicks and dives on Cena, which is met with more boos. I'll mention this now as it happens throughout the whole match, but Cody gets booed pretty much this entire time, which is really surreal to see, to be honest. This isn't like before either when he wins the fans back. Cody gets booed this entire match whenever he has a leg up on John, and all of Cena's heel actions get cheered. As surreal as this is to see, it's not surprising considering the circumstances of this being Cena's last Mania and the 17th championship being on the line. I don't think anyone could get cheered against him in this scenario, to be honest, which really then begs the question as to why not have had him turn heel here instead of Chamber, but we'll get to that. Cena decks Cody twice before stomping on Cody and slamming him into the corner and hitting a cunty pose. He beats up Cody a bit more before giving him a strong Irish whip, chokes Cody on the ropes, big boots him and gives him 2 huge clotheslines before going for yet another chokehold. And I've got a comment on the match so far, as I'm sure you've noticed I haven't talked much about the story in the match so far, and I'm not gonna lie, it's a great idea, but it's being executed very poorly. Clearly, given their last promo on Friday, Cena is meant to be beating Cody by not really trying, barely putting in the work to wrestle, and just hitting Cody with moves that will eventually whittle him down. The problem that's arising from this, as I'm sure you can tell, is that this match is moving at a glacier's pace, and Cody is noticeably slowing down for Cena, which is making this a very unbelievable watch. Contrary to what many delusional Bloodline stans will tell you, Cody has had a good ass title run, and in a lot of these matches he's getting the piss beat out of him. The poor man has taken a lot of abuse over the last year, and he's gotten back up stronger every time. So seeing Cody sell very, very basic wrestling moves to the nth degree really isn't working, and I don't know why this match has been booked in a way to be so slow. Cena can still wrestle at a fast pace, the Elimination Chamber stands as proof as so they really didn't need to work the match this fucking slowly if this is the story they wanted to tell. Cena could show a lot more of a ruthless side against Cody, but Cody keeps getting back up. But so far, this just isn't working as well as it should be. Cody gets out the hold and you can hear Cena shouting the spots so loudly that I swear someone in the back row said they could hear him. It's like he never left. Before he hits a sidewalk slam on Cody. He takes the piss out of him again before hitting 2 double axe handles before a third one is intercepted and Cody punches Cena before Cena starts beating him down to a standing ovation. He kicks Cody in the ass before crowd staring and eventually hitting a tornado DDT which Cody kicks out of. Definitely got a pop from me. I always love seeing Big John do his messy high flyer moves. It just makes them look so much more natural by the fact that they are slightly clunky in nature. Cena then goes on a burial mission, hitting the 5 moves of doom as he does the 2 slowest shoulder tackles in history, mocking Cody in the process, before Cody counters with a thumb to the eye and a power slam followed by a disaster kick. Cody then deals with the loudest boos in his career before hitting a Cody cutter which Cena kicks out of, before Cody starts laying in the punches before Cena counters into the STFU, which Cody escapes before eating a quick AA from Cena, which he kicks out of. You really notice how bad this match's pacing is going through it move by move because none of these sequences in concept are bad, but the speed at which they're happening is why this match left so many people feeling disappointed. I for one am enjoying seeing this different version of Cena wrestle, well, non-wrestle I should say, because I find his character work interesting, but this match seriously needed its pace picked up, because it's not actually even been bad so far. Cena does the "You Can't See Me" to the fans before Cody slips out of an AA, clocks Cena twice and gets slipped up on the ropes. Seeing Cena use underhanded tactics is still so weird, man. So the GOAT hits a super AA to a huge pop which Cody kicks out of. Cena then, almost as if he heard how excited I was to see if he'd hit the move again, goes for a diving leg drop which is countered into a powerbomb. I really wasn't expecting to see Cena take such a big bump, but it definitely added to the match, as far as I can remember, this is the biggest bump that Hollywood Cena has taken. By Hollywood Cena, I'm referring to the fact that after 2019, it became really obvious that while Cena could still wrestle, and still wrestle well, he's very unwilling to take risks in the ring anymore, in case he gets hurt. Because if he gets hurt, whatever project he's involved in will have to halt production. Which is very understandable, but it can be very annoying, in some matches especially. So this got a huge pop from me, especially since he's broken his neck taking this maneuver before. So Cena eats another Cody cutter which he kicks out of, before countering the crossroads into an AA STFU combo. Absolutely glorious hearing Michael Cole call it by its real name for the first time in over 16 years. But it's really annoying that Cena doesn't apply the more brutal version of the move as standard considering he's fully heel now. You would have thought since one of the biggest signs that he was turning heel was that he used the more brutal variant of the move, that he would just do it like that for the rest of the time he's a heel. But I guess that would make too much sense. So the weakest STFU ever applied stays in for a full minute with 2 drag reapplies, before the third is countered when Cody pushes Cena into a ref bump, then a crossroads is hit and a cover is attempted. Cena then takes the turnbuckle pad off and baits Cody to the corner, slams him into it twice and hits a 4th AA on Cody which he kicks out of. I'm going to take a pit stop at this point and say that up to this point, this match has been alright, if not pretty decent. The pacing is way too slow to the point that it's really apparent how much slower Cody is going compared to literally any other match that he's had since returning. And the rest spots in general are just way too long, as this is a rare time in wrestling outside of the nepotism vortex where the story is actually impeding the match's quality. But that being said, the storytelling itself is actually really good. Cena is clearly out of his depths against Cody and can't beat him. He wanted to take the piss and not wrestle him, realised that he can't win that way, and has been putting up a good fight against Cody. Even if Cody's selling has been working overtime all match, as he's taken his sweet ass time to get up from anything. It's an interesting story being told so far, even if it could be 100% done in a much more compelling way. But with all of that said, This main event then completely jumps the fucking shark as soon as fucking Fiend starts playing and Travis Scott comes out. Why the fuck is Travis Scott involved in the main event of John fucking Cena's last WrestleMania? Can we just be dead ass for a minute? This company's weird obsession with shoving random celebrities down our throat is so fucking annoying and weird. Does this please the TKO execs or something? Because no wrestling fan cares about these random celebrities. And we especially don't want them involved in matches unless they're gonna fully commit. But even saying that, they shouldn't be involved in the main event of fucking WrestleMania. So Travis fucking Scott takes 3 to 5 business days to get to the ring before, for some reason, Cena tries to get him to cheap shot Cody before Cody escapes and hits another crossroads, while Travis pulls out the ref. I'm really struggling to see the point of this spot, because if Travis had actually hit Cody, then Cena would have been disqualified and Cody would have retained. Is he stupid? Also, I don't doubt that this is probably, hopefully anyway, going to play into a story somewhere down the line, but why is this entire match and this entire build making Cena look so weak? He's been laid out at the end of every segment and hasn't managed to kick out of a single crossroads without interference. If this goes nowhere, then this is seriously questionable booking, because we know the GOAT ain't this weak. So God abandons us for a while, and I'm not talking about Cena, as Cody hits Travis Scott with a crossroads, which is not remotely impressive in the slightest considering what other celebrities in iShow speed have taken at Mania. Taking a basic wrestling move just on the mat isn't gonna cut it, especially when you haven't done anything interesting with your time on screen, except smoke weed. It's 2025, little bro, you gotta do something a bit more interesting than that. So Cena then goes to hit Cody with the championship again, which Cody catches and doesn't hit Cena when he plays innocent. So Cena low blows him and hits him with the championship. Are we taking the fucking piss right now, you stupid, bald, washed old moron? What kind of fucking stupid goody two-shoes dunce do you expect me to believe that Cody Rhodes is for not taking his chance here? The babyface not wanting to cheat or play dirty to win is generally a very hard trope to pull off well anyway, but we've already seen Cody ignore this trope multiple times in a really effective manner. Literally his last title defense, he brutally and remorselessly brutalized Kevin Owens, and that shit was awesome. Why on earth in his very next defense, given he has every right and reason to be pissed off, would he pussy out of it at the last second? Is he stupid? That was the end of the match as well, by the way. Yeah, no, I'm serious. After Cena hits Cody with the title, he pins him for 3 and wins the championship. You really expect me to believe that one hit of the title and a kick to the balls is enough to kill Cody? After watching him go through...
Kendo stick, which is Cody, no, not leaving without a few bruises. Oh, Cody Rhodes down from the table. Oh, spear and Samoa's point to be off the top rope. Cody Rhodes on his shoulders. AJ Styles. Come on, Jeff. And using the breast. And now right hand. Logan from the top rope. Through Cody for the win. Strong. You got to do what you don't want to do.
When you're not fired up, you make mistakes.
Styles with oh God, in a break. Oh, tearing AJ Styles, no. Oh.
Drops.
This keeps public whipping of Cody Rhodes by Styles. The public caning continues. AJ Styles. All of his embarrassment. Caught. Kevin Owens caught him and drove the apron. And now the cannonball.
Jumping KO.
Bad news for the champion. Kevin Owens, though. Oh, my goodness. Kevin Owens blocks. Stunner again by Owens.
The wolf is here.
Jacobs puts Rhodes through the table. Now. Oh, no. Cody is driving into the apron. In a big daylight. Cody thought he was going to back to his feet. Cody back to it. There's that. Looking to put Cody away with a pendant powerbomb. Advantage of that. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my.
Oh, Muttley lands on the pulley spot.
Look at a KO now. Oh, and he's Owens now sends Cody Rhodes up. Oh, Kevin Owens down.
That ladder.
Oh, that once.
Oh, you can find the ladder.
Oh, and out of the middle. Oh, no, right out of the ladder.
Well, fingertips.
Oh, my dad. Dusty
Extra special, that's what it got.
Owens down. Look at the leg. Fisherman Buster.
Yeah, alright, man. I don't think you could have booked a more underwhelming ending to the match if you actively fucking tried. Honestly, that shit was awful. And that now forever is the way that we have to remember that John Cena won his last world title. Travis Scott interference and Cody Runnels losing his balls. What an absolute joke. While it undeniably was a feel-good, amazing feeling seeing Cena win the championship, even at peak serotonin, it was hard to not feel disappointed by this match. Because of this awful, awful ending, it makes everyone involved look so much worse. A very, 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 very generous 5 out of 10 for Cena's last WrestleMania ever. Which was a very painful sentence to say, but I couldn't in good faith give it anything higher. And even then, I'm probably being way too generous with how closely this is being written after Mania. The match itself was actually alright until Travis Scott showed up, even if because of the story the match itself moved way too slowly. But that awful ending really, really put a dampener on the whole event, and that cannot be understated. With all of that being said, however, now feels like the perfect time to bring up the massive boulder-shaped elephant in the room.
Where the fuck is Dwayne?
Seriously, this match was a match that was built for interference, and instead of getting loads of run-ins, which honestly I would have been fine without, by the way. Not every WrestleMania needs to have run-ins like the last couple have, but this entire story, Cena's heel turn, hinges on The Rock, and he was sat at home with his feet kicked up, not even at the event. What the fuck are you playing at? You're a crucial part of this story, not that you needed to be, might I add, and you haven't showed up once for this build, and didn't even show up for WrestleMania itself. If you weren't going to bother to show up, then why did you force your way into the story? I don't want to delve too much into backstage WWE politics, because that's not really what this video is about, and I don't want to go on a tangent, but it's becoming increasingly obvious from his last few appearances that The Rock has no idea or clue what he's actually doing with the final boss anymore. He very obviously just shows up whenever it's convenient for him. The writers then have to scramble together to fit him in somehow, and then he doesn't even commit after he's forced his way in. I mean, I didn't mention this during the segment, but even on the day of Elimination Chamber, the Rock and Cody segment was changed from the middle of the show to the end of the show, so that The Rock could be involved in this story. Yet we've basically just had to deal with one of the worst endings to a main event that I have ever seen in my entire fucking life, because he didn't show up. Judging by how this match was booked, and especially how the ending to the match was basically spoiled to us on the last Smackdown, it's really obvious that Cena was meant to turn heel here, and not at the Chamber. If The Rock knew that he couldn't be a part of WrestleMania, then Cena should have just turned here. Imagine how much better the build-up of Cody and Cena would have been had it just been two babyfaces going at it on the mic, and Cena's heel side only slightly bleeding through, with little hints in each promo that it might happen. Have his desperation to win the 17th championship be his driving motivation. He'll do anything he can to get it. And the match could play out similarly to how it did, but with two of the biggest babyfaces of all time going at it by any ways in which they deem necessary. The ref gets bumped, and because the ref is down, Cena and Cody start going at it completely unhinged. Crowd fighting, objects thrown, both annoyed that they can't beat each other. Cody desperate to hold on to his legacy-defining title, and Cena desperate to win it one more time to make history. Before Cody goes to hit Cena with the title, and Cena please, before low-blowing Cody and hitting him with the championship. The ending that they literally already fucking have would work perfectly if Cena had just turned heel here. Jumping the gun a month early because a bald fraud wanted to insert his fragile ego into the mix, even though he had no plan of committing to being a part of one of the biggest heel turns in history, and what is undeniably the Fed's biggest company draw all year, is a fucking joke. Triple H and The Rock should be fucking ashamed of themselves for this disaster of events. Cody deserved to have his first world title run, which has been amazing by the way, end in a much better way. And Cena's history-making, record-breaking 17th World Championship win shouldn't be hinged upon fucking Travis Scott interference and stupid booking. Fuck you.
That's a clickbait question and lazy reporting. Next.
To not leave this segment on a complete downer, I have an idea at least of what they'll probably do with this. Cena's last match in December is most likely going to be against Cody, with Cody winning the championship back in a proper match. And maybe then they'll do all the run-ins bullshit, but at this point I don't fucking want anyone else involved in this. But the question then becomes, what does Cena do next? And what does Cody do for the rest of the year? I guess we'll wait and see.
You know what? That really seems like a clickbait question.
I mean, this was alright, like, wasn't it? So Cena comes out, thankfully keeping the funny blackout entrance to a great ovation and gets the new champ pyro. Did they run out of budget at WrestleMania or something? Cena then bullies the ring announcer into giving him a better introduction and says winners write history. Fucking aura, to be honest. It's the only word suitable to describe that entrance and moment. Cena then rips into the crowd for only cheering him when he has gold around his waist. As if he didn't get cheers on Friday.
You will lose.
Okay, so Cena's heel character is actually just delusional.
For those trying to make that out at home, that chant is "We aren't sorry."
So Cena then proceeds to crook the crowd and tell them that they don't matter again, as he relishes in the noise for a bit before he says the crowd can't crack him and that they've gone soft. And I mean, he ain't wrong if you've seen One Night Stand. Before he goes on to say how many dates he has left. This video is going to end up being ridiculously long, I can already tell, my god. Revealing that we only have 27 dates left before Cena disappears forever.
Brussels, Glasgow.
Americans learn how to pronounce Glasgow challenge. So Cena reiterates that he's the last real WWE champion and he's taken it home with him, and the audience have no shot of getting it off him, as Cody was their best shot and he failed. He was outclassed, outshined, and out-wrestled. Before he says there is no one in the WWE with the strength, the speed, the wisdom, or the ruthless aggression of John Cena, which was the biggest signpost of who was about to show up, because there is but one man left, before Randy appears and RKO's Cena to end the segment. And this was a pretty solid segment overall. Cena showed some funny comedic chops as a heel for the first time, played to the crowd pretty well, and while him tearing down the audience directly is already getting a little bit old, the start of a feud with Randy more than makes up for it. There's not a chance in hell that the match will actually be anything spectacular, considering this is a complete unction, but for once, I actually don't give a shit, I can't lie. Considering the absolute nostalgia this feud will spark for some people, if they even just replay some of their old greatest hits, it'll be an entertaining time. And seeing a face Randy versus a heel Cena will be quite interesting regardless. Solid 5 out of 10 for this segment. Also, Cena screaming shit just before getting RKO'd is irrationally funny.
Shit.
Now this is some good shit. So Cena comes out and bullies the ring announcer into giving him a better introduction, which is a good bit that I hope he keeps up, to be honest. And before Cena can even get a word in, the funny RKO man makes his way to the ring. Damn, they aren't wasting any time, are they? So the crowd goes insane as Cena and Randy aura farm together before Randy says it'll soon mark 25 years since him and Cena first shook hands. And for most of that time, Cena has always been the same. And Randy comes to the conclusion that Cena has changed his ways because there's a void inside him because he hasn't had any kids, despite the fact that he's inspired millions of them to be better. Cena then retorts back at Randy by saying how dare Randy come out here with a smile on his face and parent shame him in front of the whole world. You can really tell at this point how much Cena needs to deliver his promos more naturally, not only after his appearance on the Pat McAfee show, but by how hard Randy is fighting for his life to not laugh at Cena's cartoony delivery.
Congratulations, Randy Orton. You have children, and you love them. Good for you.
Just speak normally, John. This slow Disney villain-ass monologuing is so distracting next to someone who delivers promos as authentically and real as Orton does these days. However, Cena says the reason he doesn't have kids is because he spent the last 25 years raising the fans' kids, and he's done an impeccable job, and he's been a better parent to the fans' kids than they could ever be. And he then goes and cooks this poor kid in the crowd who they don't even show 6 times before the promo continues. You'd be convinced Cena has real beef with the kid the way he just keeps going back to cook him. It's fucking hilarious.
Bet your loser dad didn't teach you that one.
Randy then very rightfully points out that Cena's logic for turning on the fans makes no sense, and then says that Cena has become a guest in the locker room because of how he doesn't show up. Which is a decent line, but I really wish he didn't say it because in kayfabe it just gives Cena more reason to dodge the question as to why he actually turned his back on the fans. Cena then says again that he doesn't need the fans because they'll chant within the same breath, "Let's go Cena, Cena sucks," and he just put a random kid on blast and he turned pale. Imagine being told you suck for 25 years and that he doesn't need them. Cena then makes the point that he shouldn't be called an outcast or a guest because he chooses to do stuff outside of the WWE, because as soon as he's gone, they'll just go on and cheer for the next person, and that it's manipulation of the truth to make the fans feel better about their lives. He then cooks another person in the crowd who they don't show by saying he looks like the chicken jockey man. Randy then completely changes the point because he can't retort to what Cena said, and says that if Cena wants to ruin wrestling, he's taking away from Randy as well, because it's provided for him his whole life and continues to provide for his children's lives before Cena tells him to shut up and explains to him that his world title counter will be forever stuck at 14 and his family history will be erased. Randy then challenges Cena to a fight there and then before Cena says no and they'll fight at Backlash so Randy can spend the day with his family, be well rested and have no excuses for his failure, before he throws the title at Randy and stomps on him really quickly. This is faster than Cena moved the entire Mania match. Before Cena goes to hit Randy with the belt and gets hit with an RKO and Randy stands tall to end the segment. And you know what? This segment was okay overall. It very much so felt like they were just sort of jumping from point to point without enough nuance, considering the history between the two. Some of Cena's line delivery was a bit too cartoony for my liking, and this is now the 4th segment in a row which has ended with Cena being laid out. But overall, it wasn't bad and there was some pretty funny moments as well. Cena cooking that kid being a highlight for me. And Randy and Cena do bounce off each other very well despite Randy not being able to counter any of Cena's points. And this was an alright start to the build. But Cena not appearing again for another 2 weeks is really gonna leave this match with a short build, considering the story potential for the final chapter of the John Cena Randy Orton story.
It's like, not over my dead body. Shut your mouth!
Alright, you got me. This was actually a pretty great promo. So Cena comes out and bullies the ring announcer again before some fat knob in the crowd throws a bottle at him. And Cena says that tomorrow your childhood dies, because tomorrow is the final time him and Orton will share the ring together. After over 100 different appearances together, 31 world titles between them, and if we're being honest, more boring matches than good ones, tomorrow is the final time you can choose either John Cena or Randy Orton. I may not have been in this game as long as many others, but I definitely would have been a Cena kid. Cena says that he'll prove 3 things tomorrow: winners write history, life isn't fair, and Randy Orton is a liar, especially to himself, before he tears down Randy for only being in the WWE because of his nepotism and has never been held accountable for his actions and is only great at wasting his potential. Cena is hustle. Randy isn't loyal because he's like furniture. He's only like furniture because he's lazy, and you can't rely on him to take the championship from John because you can't count on him for anything. Randy is the greatest of all time at doing the bare minimum. Cena is loyalty. Randy has to remind you that he's a third generation superstar, because no one remembers his granddad or his dad, and the only thing Randy has ever done in life is ride off Cena's coattails, and all he's ever done is use his influence to remove names from wrestling that weren't relevant in the first place. And tomorrow, Randy kills the legend that is Randy Orton, and just like his 2006 drug test, he'll be a failure. Cena is the greatest of all time because he is respect. Before a very obvious not Randy Orton eats an AA after an RKO attempt, before the real Randy comes out and RKOs Cena to stand tall with the championship once again. Unk has truly lost it. Nah, but seriously, this little promo from Cena was great. He tore into Orton in a pretty compelling way and touched on their history in a way that their previous promo missed out on significantly. And while only 2 appearances from Cena to build up the last match with arguably his most famous opponent isn't a lot, this appearance, much like the one on Smackdown before WrestleMania, added a lot more interest to the match at the last hour. 7 out of 10 for this one. I have very little hope of this match actually being very noteworthy or worthwhile in the end, as it's probably just going to be hype moments and aura, but hopefully that's at least enough to carry a match, and it's much better than the glacier-paced snooze fest at WrestleMania. RKO and John Cena, one last time and the first time I'll ever be seeing the two wrestle live. I'll see you there.
Because I am respect!
Holy fucking shit, my first and only experience watching John Cena and Randy Orton wrestling live certainly did not disappoint. I was having the time of my fucking life watching this shit live at my mate's house, peppered beyond belief, and even despite some of the stupid shit surrounding the match, it couldn't take away from the overall amazing experience that I had here. So Cena comes out to thunderous boos and cheers after Randy receives the hometown welcome of a lifetime, and Aura farms his way to the ring. And the match starts with 2 lockups which neither man wins, and Cena doing a fake out handshake before giving Randy a thumb to the eye before Randy knocks him down and gives him a thumb to the eye back. Cena runs in and out of the ring in an unintentionally really funny way before a chin lock, and Cena gets knocked down again. The "you can't wrestle" chants being countered by "yes he can" chants, maybe the cringiest chant I've ever heard in my life, but so far so good. They then chin lock again and Cena gets taken down again before Cena gives up and goes to walk away from the match, before Randy punches him back to the ring, before Cena clotheslines Randy and punches him on the ground, before doing Orton's signature turnbuckle punches in the corner, which was a very, very strange sight to see, but definitely adds to the hype moments and aura of the match. Before Randy does it on his own and hits Cena 20 times in the corner, and hits his beautiful uppercut, does a failed pin attempt and hits the Orton stomp and high knee drop. They then trade 4 sleeper holds just to take the piss before Orton back body drops Cena. Just like every Orton and Cena match, the pace has started out slow, but they're milking the fuck out the hype moments and aura and nostalgia, so it's already working a million times better than Cena vs Cody ever did. Speaking of nostalgia, Cena then does the double shoulder block and 5-knuckle shuffle on Randy, before Randy does his double clothesline and power slam comeback, before going for the draping DDT, which Cena counters into a pin attempt and STFU. Cena then goes to reapply it, only for Orton to push him off and nail the draping DDT and hyping up the RKO. Cena then counters this into an AA, which Orton counters into an RKO. Absolutely beautiful callback, even though Michael Cole completely fucked up calling it. Get this man away from Pat McAfee, because his untalented ass is rubbing off on Michael Cole and he's becoming so washed. They then trade a bunch of blows before Cena hits an AA on Randy, which he kicks out of. Cena then goes for another AA, which Randy escapes before the double shoulder block is countered into an RKO. Another beautiful callback which they play perfectly in the match, and the crowd is eating it up. Randy then goes for the punt kick before Cena dodges it and hits another AA on Randy, which he kicks out of. Cena then mocks Randy by imitating his moves and actions, going for a punt kick. Unk really thought Randy looked like this the whole time they were beefing, and that is so funny to me. Randy dodges it before the RKO is blocked and the ref gets knocked down. I could feel the shivers of Fiend rolling down my spine as this happened, but thankfully there's no appearances of annoying celebrities to ruin this match finish. Just other wrestlers ruining the finish, but we'll get to that. Cena then hits another AA on Randy and does a cunty motion before going to get the title belt to hit Randy with, before Randy resurrects and hits another RKO on Cena, which Cena kicks out of. Hype moments and fucking aura. This match has been great so far. Where all this movement was during the entirety of WrestleMania is a mystery to me. This match has been blowing it out of the water. Cena and Randy have such natural chemistry that even when you can see them very obviously going through spots in the match, it doesn't detract from how exciting and honestly just fun this match has been so far. So Randy clears the announcer's table and Cena kills the ref and gives Orton CTE. Cena then goes to give Orton an AA through the table just like the old days, before Randy counters and gives Cena a dirty looking AA onto the table which doesn't break, which actually looks like it hurt for real, before Randy gets another table out and gives Cena another AA through the table on the outside. When the fuck was the last time we seen Cena take a bump on the outside of the ring? Unk may be beat up, but my god, he's still got it. One criticism that this match seemed to get quite a lot, which I honestly think is quite stupid, is that it didn't have a stipulation. Because I'm personally very glad they didn't ruin the surprise of Cena taking bumps like this by giving the match a stipulation. Because this, as a surprise, worked really well and was really brilliant to witness live. Cena really went all out for his last match with Orton and it's been fantastic so far. Overbooked as hell and entertaining as fuck. Would have it no other way. So Orton hypes up the RKO again and successfully nails Cena, which he kicks out of. It's funny how protected the RKO has been since Randy returned, only to see Cena kick out of it and escape losing to it so many times this match. Super Cena is truly back. I swear to god he better not eat a pin in any of this retirement run. Cena then goes to hit Randy with the championship and he knocks down the other ref before Orton RKOs Cena again, and the backstage crew come out to check on the ref instead of sending another one out for some strange reason that I'm sure Triple H knows and no one else. Randy then crashes out and hits 5 RKOs on all of them before lining up the punt to finish off Cena. And as great as this match has been up to this point, for some bizarre reason, R-Truth then comes out to stop Orton before he eats an RKO, and Cena low blows Randy and hits him with the championship to win. And honestly, as stupid as that ending was, putting that to the side for a minute, I wouldn't have had the final encounter between Orton and Cena go any other way. Great stuff in ring despite the slow start, Cena took some decent bumps, there was enough hype moments and aura to sink the MCU in current year, the crowd loved it and it was overbooked as fuck. Practically perfect. A few of the spot calling moments were a bit obvious and it's a shame that the table spot didn't go to plan, but that was brilliant overall. Definitely Cena's best in-ring match since the Chamber. Not that that's saying a lot, but you know. 8 out of 10 for this match. The ending might have low-key sucked, and the press conference means that for some fucking reason Cena is facing R-Truth at Saturday night's main event, but overall this was a great time. The best part about this though, is the character work that Cena does after the match. After facing his most famous opponent one last time, Cena tries to showboat and belittle the crowd by saying he needs competition, only for when the crowd starts to cheer for him and say thank you Cena, we see this deep look of regret and sorrow on his face. Maybe he's starting to regret everything he's said and done since the Elimination Chamber, as he starts to cry looking at the championship, thinking about everything that he sacrificed in order to make history. Was it worth it? Will it be worth it in the end if he ruins what he built for a quarter of a century? Like Randy said, there's no way everything that he's done for people doesn't mean something to him. And it's the most beautiful, poignant act of the retirement tour so far. It's absolutely excellent. Shame it didn't make it to fucking air! Yeah, seriously, if this was actually on the end of the live broadcast everywhere, and not just on Peacock for the 7 people who actually use that shit, this would have bumped Backlash up to a 9. But all of that amazing acting and character work from Cena, unless you're in the US, which I'm not, thankfully, was not seen by the masses. What the fuck are the Fed doing, man? They're so cooked at the minute. You know Netflix doesn't put a cap on these shows. This so easily could have just been shown at the end, but fuck it, I guess I'll steal it off Fightful Twitter. I'll see you at Saturday night's main event for a match where Cena won't even be involved in the build. Fantastic.
Even if people say you suck and can't wrestle.
Wow. Fucking hell, man. It's actually impressive how all the goodwill and potential hope I still had left for Cena's heel run has actually just been sent down the shitter after this awful, awful show and what it sets up. I've been trying my best to remain optimistic and hopeful for the rest of this run, even despite the many bumps and huge fucking stupid bumps we've had along the road so far. But this show not only killed my love for the game, it's actually made me consider giving up on this video. I shit you not, this is, at the moment anyway, and probably will remain, the only section of the video that I'm writing more than a week and a half after the event has finished. Not only because, well, to be honest, I've got a new job and I've been busy as fuck anyway, but my passion for wrestling has been slowly bled out throughout this entire year, with only a few names and faces in particular actually keeping me engaged. At least in the WWE. But after this fucking dog shit, not all the weed and whiskey in the world could have helped me to enjoy this shit. After all the releases, the pathetic 4-match shows, the dog shit TV, the uncompelling storylines, this show, even outside of the Cena Truth match, just made me want to give up on watching wrestling. At least for a while. But as Doctor Who Series 15 has just concluded in the most bafflingly stupid, out of touch way possible, I know that I'm gonna end up spending loads of time on that as well. And even though I know this video won't do too well anyway, I don't want to get too far behind on it so it's at least somewhat relevant when it's released. Oh, let's do this shit. So the GOAT shows up for a match that he didn't show up once for the build for, lol, and does the usual aura farm to the ring. Before R-Truth comes out and does the OG Cena entrance. It felt good seeing this after so long, I can't lie. So Cena murks Truth before he finishes the shtick, and he decks him, throws him into the corner and does a slow double barge, then throws Truth to the mat and hits the 5-knuckle shuffle, before Truth does the whole Cena comeback and nails the AA which Cena kicks out of, before the STFU gets locked in which Cena escapes, before throwing Truth into the post and he goes to hit him with the championship, before he actually stops and reconsiders, seemingly keeping up the after the show character development from before he low blows Truth anyway and gives him an AA to finish the match. Oh. Never mind then. He then nails Truth with the championship anyway and leaves. Wow. What an absolutely heatless, pointless affair, and ultimately a waste of time. You know, if Cena hadn't turned heel and this was just a standard throwaway match, this wouldn't be too bad, but considering this is just eating up time of the John Cena heel run, the only John Cena heel run that we're ever going to see again, it really does just beg the question as to what the point of this even was. But wait! There's more! As Cena has the worst promo section of this entire tour up to this point, as he gives this fucking cartoon-ass, goofy, Disney villain monologue to Jey Uso about his match later tonight. What the actual fuck are we doing, man? All Cena does is basically say that it would ruin wrestling if Jey Uso lost to Logan Paul. Which is true, but why would you even want to put that idea in my head? Oh, because Cena comes out later and interrupts the worst wrestling match I've ever seen in my life to cost Jey Uso. Before Cody Rhodes finally makes his grand return and sets up for Money in the Bank, Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso versus John Cena and Logan Paul. Remember what I said near the start of this video? Though I swear to God, if one of John Cena's last pay-per-view matches ever are wasted on Logan Paul, words will be had. What in the actual fuck are we doing, man? Why the fuck? Why in the ever-loving shit-brain fuck are we wasting some of John Cena's, the John Cena, the greatest WWE superstar of all time? Why are we wasting some of his last ever final run in professional wrestling on fucking Logan Paul, man? Fuck you! 1 out of 10 for Cena's appearance on Saturday night's main event. All of the goodwill I had for this heel run left has actually just been pissed away after this appearance. The match itself was just some standard fare filler shit, but Cena's awful promo and the match that this shit show has set up cement this as the worst point in this tour already, and all the hope I had for it left is fucking gone, man. Fuck this clown company and the bald fraud who runs creative. Fucking sellout mong. So Cena thankfully interrupts this cringy yeet party and starts cooking Jay and Cody by saying they're nothing more than John Cena wannabes. By the way in which they just want his fame and they want his money. But Cody's too desperate and Jay's too lazy. And the promo actually seemed like it was going to be alright, before Cena says there's only one man in WWE who has his... Oh, actually, this hurts to read. Who has his hustle, loyalty, and respect, and the fame and fortune to back it up as well. Then fucking Logan Paul comes out. John Cena may be a good actor, but you cannot convince me that this man is happy with this garbage material. Watching the greatest of all time glaze Logan Paul actually kills a part of the soul of every person who has ever enjoyed professional wrestling to any extent.
What the hell has happened to this business?
So Logan Paul delivers his standard, heatless, mind-bogglingly, I'm not even re-recording this, I don't give a fuck about this shit anymore, boring-ass promo while Cena contemplates finishing his career in AEW. Seriously, this man cannot cut a promo to save his life. It just goes on and on and on, and I couldn't recount to you a single thing that he's just said. Yeet Merchant then says they should fight here, before Cena and Paul have a little squabble because that's really interesting. Before Cena inevitably eats shit to end the segment. Heatless, thoughtless, mindless, sludge, slop, garbage television. Seriously, there's nothing to even say or add to this shit. This is irredeemably awful. I hate to seem like I'm half-arsing it, but there is nothing to add to this shit. It is just a collection of not very interesting things being said or done with no nuance or no actual narrative story or reason behind it. It's just completely nebulous sludge. There is no character motivation for anybody involved in this shit. It is horrific. Another 1 out of 10. Thank fucking God this is only a 2-week build.
Logan Paul does WWE better than any professional wrestler.
You did not have to do that. You knew you did not have to do that. How could you have done that? Can you live with yourself? What you've gone and done. Look what you've gone and done here. For God's sake, you're a bunch of fucking degenerates.
So Cena thankfully interrupts a completely heatless, boring promo from Cody and Jay and bullies the ring announcer into giving him a better introduction. However, this time he actually uses it to his advantage so him and Logan Paul get the upper hand. A sentence that under no context or scenario other than a really shitty 2K match should I be saying. But hey, we're currently living in the worst timeline imaginable. So Logan Paul fucks up hitting a frog splash and Cena says what the fans want for WWE will be ruined in an over-the-top shouty promo where he says nothing new or interesting of note before Cena and Paul hit their finishers. Again. Cena then shows that deep down he still has those go-to John Cena instincts as he counters the R-Truth champs with "you can't handle the truth" and that his truth is laid out right in front of them. And there's nothing that anybody can do to stop it. He then calls the crowd losers and tells them winners write history, and the show ends. Blood does not realize this isn't a title match. Oh, and by the way, the crowd was chanting for R-Truth because a week after his match with Cena, he announced that the WWE weren't going to renew his contract and he was basically getting released. What the fuck, man? Fuck this clown-ass company. The only thing I'll retroactively give a point to Saturday night's main event for was that apparently Cena was aware of the situation coming up and did this as a last-ditch effort to get the company to reconsider renewing Truth's contract. But it didn't work anyway. Fuck the WWE, man. They're actual scum. 2 out of 10 segment here. Just feeling nothing but empty, vapid emotions right now. Honestly, I have no idea what we're doing this match for and why this match is even happening, as there's not a chance in fucking hell it'll actually be anything remotely close to good, and I can probably summarize the whole thing in less than 5 minutes. But we'll see. Seriously, who the fuck even wants to see this shit? No one gives a fuck about Logan Paul as a wrestler anymore. There's no heat in a Jay and Cena match, even though there easily could be. And why Cody doesn't just want his standard championship rematch yet? It's just stupid. Fuck it, man. There's no character-driven reason for any of this shit going on. So why is anybody expected to care? Fuck this shit, man. Wow. This may actually be in contention for the most heatless match I've ever seen in my life. Seriously, you thought the build to this shit was uncompelling and felt like AI? Just wait until you've seen this match, man. It's honestly probably the only thing on this video so far that I'll actually not watch any of to any extent ever again, because there's just no point to any of this shit even existing. I bring up the question once again of who the fuck wanted this, but I know that that shit is just falling on deaf ears at this point, so I'm not even gonna waste my breath. How did we go from Cena and Randy to this shit, man? I thought my evening couldn't get any worse after watching LA Knight get robbed of winning Money in the Bank for the 3rd year in a fucking row, but then I've got to watch my GOAT waste his time with this shit as well? Fuck
everything! I know LA Knight was a massive favorite coming in tonight. Great things come to those who wait, right? And,
So the GOAT comes out looking genuinely disinterested in everything that's going on. Logan Paul unironically gets a louder reaction than Jey Uso, by the way. Just putting that out there. I'm not gonna lie, this match is so poorly put together and boring that I'm not gonna review it like a proper match. I'm just gonna go through what's at least somewhat noteworthy to discuss, because I don't want to waste anyone's time more on this match than this match wasted mine. So Cena starts the match by just pissing off Cody Rhodes before running away from him. Cena does this Saki clap a few times this match and it is kind of funny. So Jey Uso gets tagged in and gets a very heatless, boring beatdown for what feels like an eternity, with the only thing of note being how the crowd only wakes up when Cena gets involved. And even then, they don't give enough of a shit to keep you interested in this. I like this cunty bow. Cena tags in a bitch slap Cody. He tries it again later and Cody counters. Cena Lil Bro and Logan Paul is kind of funny, but also, who even gives a remnant of a fuck? Cena and Logan Paul actually being a possibility scares me. After heatless tag action for more than 12 minutes straight, Cody finally tags back in and starts dominating Cena and Paul. Cena gets an AA in on Cody, which Jay barely breaks up in time. Remember when Cody kicked out of like at least 5 of those at WrestleMania? Logan Paul fucks up a spring shot lariat before Cena eats a crossroads before pushing off Cody and eating a splash from Logan. I'm so insanely invested in everything that's going on right now, holy shit. Cena and Jay have a shitty back and forth which Cena somehow loses before Logan takes down Jay and Cody starts fucking up Logan before eating his finisher. WWE then does a stupid clip farm because this company is exclusively made for the TikTok generation now. Cena then hits double AAs but Cody kicks out before he clears the announce tables and takes a nasty looking spear onto the Spanish announce table. Ain't no way that didn't hurt like fuck. What do these new announce tables have against Cena, man? Logan Paul then hits his impressive trademark one impressive move a match before Cena hits Rhodes with the championship again before fucking R-Truth comes out and nails Cena with the championship. Happy that the Fed actually caved into peer pressure and Ron is getting to leave on his own terms, instead of basically getting fired after almost 20 years of loyal service. But this does then leave this match with a very predictable ending of Cena eating a crossroads and getting pinned. Wow. Actual fucking garbage. This is not only the worst build of the tour so far, I shit you not, the build to Truth and Cena was better than this and John didn't even show up. Not only is this the worst match of the tour by a country fucking mile, even Cena and Truth inherently had some entertaining moments in it. Cena and Cody was a way too slow match, but the storytelling was good and it had the history-making moment to cap it off. But this may be in contention for one of, if not the worst John Cena match I have ever seen in my entire life. Seriously, even in some random shitty throwaway matches I've seen Cena have on TV, even in some boring slow-paced shit where he's had to work with some giants, there's always at least something to take away from them in the end. When Cena said that he was the greatest of all time because no matter what shit he was given, he made it great, that line was so good because it was low-key true. Even in the dregs of Cena's career, there was at least some interesting character shit to get behind. But I think this match has marked the exact moment that undeniably, unless some really interesting shit happens down the line, and I'm talking really interesting shit, which there is no sign of at the moment, this John Cena heel turn has fucking failed. And it's gonna take a lot of work to get anything else good from it. A rare, earned, truly unnoteworthy, pathetic 0 out of 10 for Money in the Bank. Seriously, there is nothing good for Cena that has came out of this affair. While I'm happy for Ron Killings, this match benefited no one else in any department. Logan Paul cannot and will not get over as a wrestler because he's an uncompelling fucking loser and has no in-ring charisma. The Jey Uso experiment is a failure, and this gimp needs the world title off him immediately. This match is nothing more for Cody Rhodes, and what a disappointing return for the quarterback after he's been gone since WrestleMania. And what did this do? What was the fucking point of having this shit be one of John Cena's last matches ever? Why waste time on his very limited heel run trying to get over a non-wrestler instead of focusing on one of the many potential storylines that Cena could be telling right now? Even if he was just having random throwaway matches on pay-per-view with very poor build-up, it would be better than this shit. Match with AJ doesn't need a build. Match with Sami doesn't need a build. Match with Drew already has pre-built-in shit for a build, even if he's off injured. You can take fucking anyone from the current roster, literally have them come out to Cena and be like, I want to challenge you because you're the greatest of all time, blah blah blah. It's that simple. But instead, what are we doing? Logan Paul can't wrestle. Jey Uso cannot wrestle as a singles wrestler. Wasting fucking time on John Cena's last run. This is a joke. Where do we even go from this? What does he do next? AJ Styles, CM Punk, Sami Zayn, Seth Rollins, Big Bronson Reed, and Braun Breaker are all involved in a much more interesting story right now. Drew McIntyre is on vacation, Kevin Owens is injured, Gunther is still chasing Jey Uso, who by the way doesn't deserve a singles match with Cena, and neither does Logan Paul, and Triple H clearly fucking hates LA Knight. What the fuck are we even doing? Is Cena seriously gonna have another match with Ron? A rematch with Cody already? Neither of these stories have been built up to or earned, and there's no interest behind any of them right now. Why? Why are the clowns running this shit so insistent on delivering the worst product of all time right now when booking Cena's final run could have been so easy? Fuck this shit!
Looking for the AA! Cody though! Spear!
Well, fuck everything I just said, I guess. We're doing Punk now. So the GOAT comes out in this beautiful purple fit and does the usual aura farm to the ring before cooking the audience for bringing back a sideshow comedian act whose biggest accomplishment is pretending to be John Cena. Which, if the circumstances were a little different, I would low-key agree with. I am glad that lobotomized Ron Killings is gone, and WWE fans can finally see what this guy is capable of, because he is so much more than a comedy act. Cena then says the fans are spineless keyboard warriors and ignorant armchair activists, as they'll never use his retirement tour to benefit one of their garbage pity parties again. Out of kayfabe, it is actually so goated that on this run where it's meant to be just Cena, that Cena has managed to use his influence to basically play a major part in saving a man's WWE career, essentially. I can't lie, like, that is some king shit. So Cena then brings out the counter, showing how little time he has left, and says that if the fans want to use their voice for something, that they should send him competition instead of sending him class clowns, which was definitely directed with him having to work with two of the most overpushed, under-talented wrestlers on the roster currently. Cry and piss about it, you yeet merchant babies, the king is back on top. Before, even though he's completely involved in another storyline right now, CM Punk comes out. Thank fucking God, another actual feud for Cena. Finally. And finally another one that actually plays on Cena's history in an effective way. Punk opens by pointing out how ironic the role reversal between him and Cena has been, and asks if he's mad because the company always chose him but the people never did. And that Punk had become the voice of the voiceless despite the company always working against him. He criticizes Cena for saying he hasn't faced the best even though he has. He won't kiss the boss's ass like Cena does, because the people are his boss. If they want the truth, they get Ron Killings. And Punk will take the title off Cena, and he finally addresses one of the main conflictions in this Cena heel turn that nobody pointed out, and that's that at Elimination Chamber, when Cena first took an easy win, that he apologized for it, and that Cena knows that what he's doing is wrong, and you can see it all in Cena's facial expression. It's some really excellent stuff here. Punk then says that after he's finished with him, Cena will spend the rest of his tour going around the world apologizing for the man he's become, because the title turned him into a monster, just like it turned Punk into a monster back in 2012. Which Cena knows better than anyone after having faced Punk so much in that time. Before Punk says that he'll become a monster to stop the monster. Before challenging Cena to a match there and then, which Cena says if Punk wants a match they'll fight at Saudi Arabia in Night of Champions. Balls in your court, hero. What do you say? Before Punk agrees and Seth Rollins comes out to end the segment. And this was some good shit, man. Finally dragging Cena's heel turn back to reality and out of fucking clown world was a much needed turn after the fucking slop we've suffered since Backlash. And a feud with Punk is a must-see one, as this one has the most ties to Cena becoming a heel besides Cody thus far. While I'm keeping caution for this match, because let's be honest, it will happen but it's probably gonna get changed, because I'd be extremely surprised if Punk works a Saudi match. Goated reference by Cena here, by the way. Actually one of his best heel moves so far. But as the start of a build of a Punk and Cena feud, this was pretty great. And Seth Rollins being involved does also naturally narratively make sense, since he was the one who opened up the door for Cena to cheat. 8 out of 10 segment overall. Punk definitely hard carried, and I imagine the verbal spars will continue in the weeks to follow, but I'm at least somewhat interested in what's going to happen next. And I don't want to stop watching wrestling as a whole anymore, so that's good. Hopefully Seth doesn't cash in on Cena, because that narratively just kind of fucking sucks. But at this point, who fucking knows? If I have to watch Seth Rollins fail a cash in on John Cena after watching LA Knight get robbed, I will murder.
Balls in your court, hero.
Oh my fucking god, they might actually be turning the heel turn around. Why is it that as soon as I denounce the whole thing as a failure is when they actually start locking the fuck in and start making it interesting again? So the GOAT comes out and names his wrestling Mount Rushmore, which consists of entirely himself. LOL. And goes on to say that while there has been great talkers and wrestlers in the past, and there will be in the future, There's none in the present, and none of them are comparable to him. And then Cena finally addresses some major holes in this heel turn by finally explaining some of his actions. What I said all the way back at the start of this video about how he'll respectfully yet factually explain why he's better than you and deserves everything he's got, has been flipped on its head to Cena explaining why he's better than everyone is because he's outsmarted the opposition at every possible turn. We can't truly see him because he already won this moment over a year ago when he announced his retirement. He scouted out his most likely opponents, entered himself into the Royal Rumble, and knew that if he lost, he could use his backstage power to get himself into the Elimination Chamber. He also knew that because of the Seth and Punk feud, that he'd have an easy win because they'd melt down and focus on each other. He knew that Cody would be too distracted by The Rock, so that Cena could take advantage of his blind sight. He could shock the world, seize the moment, and become an unpredictable opponent all at once. He took advantage of Cody's obsession with the big stage and the spotlight, and the relationship with the fans to get another easy win. He used the fans' nostalgia of the 25-year-long rivalry between him and Orton to his full advantage, to lull Randy into a false sense of security in his hometown and steal another victory. And he put R-Truth in the main event so that fans would care that he was getting fired, and they took the bait. And while the fans were taking the bait, he formed an alliance with Logan Paul to remove him as competition, and bought himself just enough time to size up his next opponent in CM Punk. He used Punk's rebellious nature and sociopathic tendencies to back him into the corner, forcing him, if he really wants a championship match with Cena, to admit that he's a hypocrite. Oh my fucking god, finally the Cena heel turn makes some fucking sense. After so long of whiny "you people" promos and not enough justification for these actions, in less than 5 minutes it's all been retroactively fixed and made better. He even somehow justified that awful match at Money in the Bank with this explanation, and it works to a miracle. John now seems calculating, cunning, condescending, and manipulative. His motivations finally make sense, and he's an intimidating factor again. What are the chances that the minute I denounce the Cena heel turn and declare it as a failure, John only goes and fixes the whole thing so quickly? This is absolutely excellent character work from Cena here, making his character more unpredictable while actually giving us a reason to keep engaged. It is fantastic, because now we want to see how far he has scouted ahead, if he already managed to plan this far ahead with still half of the year left to come. He even explains how he doesn't need to worry about Seth Rollins, because Seth wouldn't want Cena to lose the championship, because if he leaves with it, Seth would be the only world champion in the WWE. Which does make a lot of sense considering the egomaniac that Seth Rollins is, which Cena also seen coming, having faced him so many times in the past.
Do you get it now? I am the greatest of all time for a reason.
You're goddamn right.
Cena then goes on to say while the fans were making up fake storylines in their head about whether he sold his soul or not, Cena's just been doing the math. He wins matches before they even start. He's crunched every number, cracked every code, and thank fuck he doesn't need the fans' appreciation, because they won't realize how good he is until 3 years after he's gone. Which is a goated line, but it really doesn't explain the last 7 years of no singles wins now, does it? And according to the math, there is no one worthy of holding the WWE Championship ever again before Cody Rhodes comes out. It's actually amazing how in 5 minutes Cena has managed to turn around his entire heel run so far and justify even the shittiest moments of it so far. This has been fucking excellent. Cody glazes Cena for a bit and says it's unfortunate how everything he predicted came true, before making the very good point that in Cena's big master plan he never accounted for Cody, pinning him at Money in the Bank. Don't remind me. Cody isn't a part of Cena's plan, but Cena is a part of Cody's, and where does that leave them? Before the funny RKO man makes his grand return since Backlash, Randy then also makes the very good point that had R-Truth not interfered in the match, that Randy had Cena dead to rights and would have kicked his head off his shoulders. Before Randy says it doesn't matter who he has to go through to get number 15, but he will. Even to Cody, who he loves like a brother, he will not hesitate to put him down. I bet you both of my functioning kidneys, liver, heart, brain, and hands that Randy will not win King of the Ring. Getting Cena out of fucking Clown World and actually getting him involved in real feuds again has actually saved his love of the game. Look at this man. We ain't seen him smile like this for a while. Then, as if this wasn't already the best segment in what feels like a lifetime, the GOAT of the current roster comes out as well.
He's got a mic! He's gonna talk to us, Joe Tess!
He just like me for real.
Let me talk to you!
Yes!
LA Knight acknowledges that the We Want LA Knight hashtag is trending, and he knows what we all want, and he knows that no one in the ring wants him to walk down to the ring with a mic in his hand.
So why don't we take a walk?
Jey Uso was world champion before this GOAT, by the way. LA Knight does his usual goated promo on his way down to the ring, saying that he's walking towards the establishment and starts to tear down Cena's plan for not factoring him in, saying he has a shot at everyone in the ring and that he'll take what's rightfully his, and it doesn't matter who he's got to take down to capture it, but he will.
And if I gotta drop a genius, balding bitch John Cena, I will be the WWE champion with everybody saying.
In a dream world, King LA Knight would be facing Cena at SummerSlam, but unfortunately, even in Redemption, we just can't have nice things. After all of this goated interaction, Cena goes to leave before getting jumped by R-Truth to end the segment. And you know what? After my love of professional wrestling had been slowly stripped away from me all year, this shit got me right back on track. 9 out of 10 straight up for this one. Cena managed to justify this heel run and add more depth onto it while keeping in line with some of his few compelling motivations from before. He showed truly how cunning, calculative and manipulative he's really been the whole time. No one could truly see him, and opening up the possibilities for more matches in the future while also still beefing with CM Punk is keeping all the characters involved in this storyline really compelling right now. It is absolutely fantastic. Even the stuff with Ron is interesting with his new character, but as if this couldn't get even better, there's actually even more to this, as John has 2 funny backstage segments and comes out again later in the show. How the fuck did Nick Aldis not laugh at this?
What are you doing to me out there? You're making me look garbage.
So after telling Jimmy Uso to send R-Truth to the ring, the GOAT storms out and demands Truth come to the ring so they can fight, before CM Punk comes out and says that the people are tired of being disrespected, but the level of disrespect the two are capable of hasn't even begun yet. And Punk gives Cena one last chance to give the fans a happy ending, and we do see Cena actually consider it for a second, before he says why would he waste his time when nothing matters. He names some things that people from this crowd give a shit about, but I don't, so I just low-key agree with him. And as if he's going to cave to the people who will wear John Cena top and sing CM Punk's theme. Punk then says that shit is about to get real, before he says that if you tell a strong man a lie, it'll offend him. But if you tell a weak man the truth, it offends him just as much. And that when Punk was at his best, Cena could never beat him, and he's taken it upon himself to save wrestling from Cena. He then defends his sociopathic confidence by saying that it's really a compliment because it's his unwavering confidence in himself and his ability that has brought him to the top level, when people like Cena said that he didn't have it.
But I'm not as a confident man as you are, because I will not walk out into a sold-out arena dressed like a toddler who just struck out at T-ball.
That was cringe, but Punk is that goated on the mic that it was actually intentionally cringe line to mock the direst days of 2010's PG John Cena. And he also says how Cena's saying he's gonna take the belt and leave is making him sound exactly like Punk did back in 2011. And just like back in the day, here comes CM Punk to make John Cena's retirement tour watchable and palatable. And you know what? He ain't wrong. Cena cheesing it so hard to that line as well more than confirms that Cena was not happy with his dogshit program he worked before this. Before Punk says that he would follow Cena to hell to prove that he's better than him. And while Cena may be a GOAT, so is he. And he's the GOAT that he'll spit roast and sacrifice to the gods of wrestling, and he's a joke for even putting himself on wrestling's Mount Rushmore once. Before saying he could always see through Cena, before walking off and Cena gets jumped by Ron Killings again. And this was some absolutely excellent shit right here. Punk cooked the entire time by playing on his history with Cena and attacking and debunking this current heel character in a super effective and engaging way. Punk delivers his promos in such a masterfully worded and crafted manner while also keeping them so real that even in such a short amount of time he can say so much in such a captivating way that it's impossible to not be hooked on almost every word that comes out of his mouth. While Cena didn't get anything really in, again I'd still give this segment a 9 out of 10 for how much investment it's managed to create in a Saudi match that may still be changed up to this point. It's insane how well Punk managed to cook here. Cena's gonna need a Pipebomb level promo to come back at this one. And honestly, after this show, I can't wait to see what he does next. Cena's even wrestling on TV next week. Cena hasn't had a proper TV match in years, man.
I am the greatest of all time for a reason.
Okay, when I said he would need a Pipebomb level promo, I was joking. Well, the match went about as long as most of Cena's recent TV matches have been over the last couple years, but my god, who even gives a shit when what we get after is so unbelievably god tier? Finally showing Cena's comeback to Punk after getting the shit ripped out of him on his last 2 appearances. And who would have ever, in the year of our Lord 2025, thought that Cena would cut a promo like this? So the GOAT comes out for a match with Ron, which basically consists of Cena getting dogged before getting himself disqualified. I didn't see what happened between the commercials because I work on Saturday mornings, and am I fuck staying up until 4 AM when I need to get up at 6. So Punk comes out to save Truth from a further beatdown, and him and Cena start scrapping before Cena low blows Punk and nails him with the championship twice and AAs him through a table. Before we get the most insane role reversal of the Punk and Cena feud imaginable, as Cena starts mocking Punk by doing his own version of the Pipebomb promo when Punk is laid out on the table, just like Cena was when Punk hit his back in the day. And do I dare say that Cena did a lot better than Punk did? He starts off by saying that before he leaves in 6 months with the WWE Championship, there's some stuff he needs to get off his chest. First of all being he doesn't even dislike Punk. He likes him a lot more than anyone he's ever shared a locker room with, which hits on a long history of people who haven't liked sharing a locker room with Punk, which Cena even cheekily refers to later in the promo. But what Cena hates is the idea that Punk is better than him, as Cena is the greatest of all time, and that there's only one thing that Punk is better at than Cena.
You're the best bullshitter in the world.
John then recreates the fourth wall break that Punk did and says he's jealous of how Punk managed to trick the audience into believing he's something that he's not, and that he changes his values as much as Cena changes his t-shirts. Which, if this match goes ahead at Saudi, then that statement is most certainly true. He then says that Punk is just a loudmouth opportunist who will step on the necks of people who actually put in the work, before shouting out Claudio Castagnoli, Nick Nemeth, and Matt Cardona. And while at first they might seem like some random names for Cena to throw out, this is some actually very clever wordplay by John, as Matt and Nick is meant to be a direct dig at Punk's squabble with the Young Bucks, whose real names are Matt and Nick. And Claudio Castagnoli's initials are CC, which is a direct dig to Colt Cabana, who Punk used to glaze the shit out of, and even shouted him out in the original Pipebomb promo. And they had a very recent public falling out. So these were some goated subtle digs by the GOAT. Where has this nuance and intelligence been in Cena's promos, man? Feels like we lost the plot for so long. Cena then boasts about how no one will cut off his mic to save Punk because he's his only friend, and to remember who gave him his platform for his pipe bomb in the first place. And all Punk's ever done with it since is regurgitate the same 5 microphone moves of doom, and that he's promo potato salad, which is also a previous reference to how Punk used to criticize Cena's work rate and say that he wasn't as good of a wrestler as Punk was. He then criticizes Fed-washed Phil by pointing out how he's not the voice of the voiceless anymore, and hasn't been for a long time as he's a millionaire. He's more of a capitalist than a punk, and he's not against TKO, he is Mr. TKO, and they technically knocked his balls off his body. I personally couldn't think of a worse insult to be called, but to be honest, especially since Punk's flippy, floppy, and apologetic nature has only been highlighted so much since he came back to the WWE.
Your tweets are strong. Your actions are weak.
If this match actually happens in Saudi Arabia, Punk is gonna have to apologize and look like the biggest, spineless coward ever just to not get booed. Holy shit. As Cena says that he'll prove once again that day in, day out, no days off for 25 years, he is the greatest of all time.
See, they know.
The best part of this Punk feud so far is that ever so slowly and more over time, we're seeing the return of face John Cena, which while I was originally very opposed to seeing him again, when it's been hinted at to in a way this well, just with those little glimmers of hope that he's still inside there, it makes Cena's character so compelling again. Sauce like this is what's been missing from this heel run since the Randy match, and it's fucking fantastic to be seeing it again. Cena then remarks that Punk was the best in the world. For 7 minutes, 14 years ago. And if after Night of Champions Punk still believes that, then the world is a very small place after all. Before he says "You're welcome, Grand Rapids" to a thunderous ovation, and goes on to say that Punk needs to bring his A game to Night of Champions, as the mood is starting to change. He then says that the USA Network can keep the extra 2.5 minutes, cause he doesn't need a bomb, and Elvis has just left the motherfucking building, before going to walk off, only to come back and drop one last diss on Punk.
Thanks for letting me rip off your promo to make you look even more foolish.
And this was some good fucking shit, man. This, without a shadow of a doubt, has been Cena's best promo since turning heel, hitting on real life events in subtle and not so subtle ways, while delivering some compelling character work and spicing up the feud in a way that hasn't been felt since Cena was ripping down Orton's family legacy and cooking Cody Rhodes, somehow outdoing the original groundbreaking Pipebomb by taking everything that was so great about it and switching it on its head to destroy CM Punk in a way which takes down his wrestling character and even him as a person in some parts, in a way that only John Cena could do? Easy! 9 out of 10 for this segment right here. While the match with Ron was definitely underwhelming, and Punk selling on the table for over 10 minutes was a bit goofy, it doesn't detract from the absolutely masterful promo from John here, really and honestly tearing down Punk in a way that no one has really been able to do since his return to the WWE. His feud with Seth Rollins wishes it ever had this much heat and history to it. Very happy to be saying that it looks like the heel run is finally getting back on track, after spending so long in the clown dimension. Hopefully, if he manages to make it there alive, Punk can deliver a promo just as heated and personal to Cena next week.
I don't need a bomb. Elvis has left the motherfudging building.
I sincerely apologize to you and all of Saudi Arabia.
You know, it really is a shame that despite making it to Saudi Arabia, Punk won't be competing in his match against Cena, as he has to go into surgery to replace his missing backbone. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna be straight up. Before reviewing this segment, I'm all for a bit of fun and goofiness in wrestling occasionally, but fucking hell, man, some of this was so cringe. I haven't been able to find any footage of it, but some of the line delivery in this promo was straight ass, to the point where WWE had to edit the show for the American broadcast to fix some of the flubs. That's really embarrassing, but let's just get on with it. So the GOAT comes down to the ring in this beautiful purple fit and tells the crowd to get used to it, because this is what a winner looks like, and that Punk is a loser. Night of Champions is a formality, and he can do nothing as he's been backed into a corner and is all out of tricks. Before Cena's old basic Thuganomics theme starts playing, and Punk comes out cosplaying OG John Cena with drug-free brass knuckles. And I can't lie, this is hilarious. Punk wearing his knee pads down to his ankles with the ill-fitting shirt, backwards cap, armbands and jersey was a very surreal sight to see, and it was honestly just funny at face value alone. The rap itself is what I really have issues with. While some of the bars themselves aren't actually too bad and some of them are quite funny,
Fish belly white Hulk Hogan, but somehow more problematic.
there's no other way to say this. Unk has absolutely no flow, and the multiple line flubs made some of this just... oh, it was a yikes, it was a yikes. Cena's facial expressions the whole time were really funny, and Punk did get in some really good digs in about how Cena's slow, his ex is back working for the company, he's buried more talent than The Undertaker, Batista is a better actor than him, millions chant that he can't wrestle while people chant Punk's name, and that John makes everything about himself, but man, the delivery on some of this is just straight ass.
He gets good movie roles, that much is a fact.
5 out of 10 for this promo. It wasn't outrageously bad or anything, and is honestly quite entertaining despite some of the cringe in it, but for the final Cena-Punk promo interaction, it wasn't half underwhelming. Considering how serious and personal this feud has been up to this point, including Cena's best promo as a heel so far, literally just the week before this, having the final part of this feud be a comedy segment was just a weird decision. I'm not against having fun in a feud or anything, but this was not the feud for it, man. Hopefully Fed Washed Phil and the greatest of all time can put on a match that lives up to their expectations set by their interaction in the Elimination Chamber.
You still always be the Marine to me.
Well, that was a fucking banger, but man, the Fed needs to stop. They just give up trying to replicate the magic of WrestleMania 40. Every single big title main event match having screwy run-in finishes is getting so boring and repetitive. It just isn't shocking or surprising in the slightest anymore. And it really did put a dampener on this match for me, despite the match itself being of pretty great quality. And we're seeing more and more of babyface Cena's comeback as this feud with Punk concludes, and it's really made for some compelling moments as of late. So let's see how this one holds up. So after cringing us to death the day before, CM Punk comes out and waits for Cena in the ring in the same way he did back at Money in the Bank 2011. Because even at his lowest, he's still a family guy. Before the GOAT comes out and aura farms his way to the ring and the match begins, they lock up for a bit before Cena breaks on the ropes before Punk goes for a headlock, which Cena escapes and does some joint manipulation before going for a cheeky pin, and Punk then side headlock takes down Cena and they mat wrestle for a bit. Cena then gets Punk in the corner before they tie up again and Cena knocks down Punk and does a cunty bow. A very different pace for a Cena match on the retirement tour, but so far so good. Seeing some actual wrestling has been nice and there's an appropriate amount of funny moments in the match as well. Cunty Cena is best Cena. The crowd is also insane this whole match, and they do a great job at accentuating the feeling throughout the whole thing. Cena kicks and then punches Punk before headbutting him, and knocking him out of the ropes multiple times and fisherman suplexes Punk before body slamming him and going for a pin before another locker. Cena goes for the double barge which Punk counters into a GES before Cena escapes to the outside and Punk mocks John. Which works really well for the match as it presents the story of Punk still being Cena's biggest antagonist, as he doesn't sweat him and knows all of his old tricks. Cena gets back in the ring to eat some kicks before Punk attempts a Black Widow, paying homage to his GOAT wife AJ Lee, which he doesn't really pull off well, so Cena counters it into an AA which Punk dodges by going for a pin attempt before knocking down Cena. Punk hits a side Russian leg sweep and fails a pin attempt before working on the arm for a bit, before successfully getting Cena in the Black Widow and Cena throws him off. Cena punches Punk for a bit and big boots the ever-loving shit out of him and aura farms for a bit. Definitely not the pace of match I expected from this match considering their history and their previous encounter, But this has definitely been a great match so far, despite the botched spot. Cena then double barges Punk and side release spin out power bombs him, hits the 5-knuckle shuffle and goes for the AA, before Punk slips out, heel kicks Cena and gives him a swinging neckbreaker followed by a running knee and a clothesline. Cena then moves way too close for the elbow drop and Punk goes for the GTS, which Cena counters into the STFU. Just like at the Chamber, and just like back in the day. This will always be such a goated counter. The STFU stays in for a bit before Punk then counters into the Anaconda Vice, which Cena rolls into a pin attempt and nails Punk with an AA. The match has picked up the pace now and has naturally rolled its way into second gear, and it's definitely been Cena's best match since Backlash. Not that that's saying much, but with this video being made in real time, you have no idea how long it feels since Cena was involved in anything match related that's even been good. Punk escapes the AA and DDTs Cena before locking in the STFU on Cena. He gets to the ropes before Punk hits a running knee and goes for the Bulldog, which Cena blocks and spins out Punk again before going for the 5-knuckle shuffle, which Punk counters with a kick, getting Cena up for the GTS, which he escapes, and pushes Punk into the ropes going for a swinging neckbreaker, which Cena then counters into the AA for the 2. These two have such natural and great chemistry, it's actually insane, you know. As great as the hype moments and aura match at Backlash was, this has undeniably been much better in ring so far. These two were just made to fight forever. Cena goes for his super AA, which Punk escapes and goes for a crossbody, before Cena busts out the fucking roll through Mark Henry spot again and hits another AA on Punk. Seeing John bust out one of his most famous babyface moves is another great indication that Super Cena will be coming back more and more over time. What a fantastic spot. As much as it sucks that AAs are just constantly kicked out of now, the pop for one being hit like this will never be replicated, especially when the build up to one is just so good. We then get some even more interesting character work from Cena as he goes to pick up the belt to put Punk away, just like he has in his last couple matches. The ref isn't even knocked down either, he's just going for a straight DQ to end this one. But as the fans are chanting "No, it's Cena," he looks around in contemplation, thinking about all he's done to get him to this point, maybe starting to reconsider his actions and what he's become. Up until he looks at CM Punk and puts down the belt before he eats a GTS from Punk, which he kicks out of. Fucking phenomenal stuff from Cena here. While the slow build of John turning back to the good side has definitely been sorely missed for a good chunk of this heel run so far, Punk being the one opponent for Cena to not want to cheat against works wonders for his character development, since he's been the first one to speak to John and has a deep-rooted personal history with him and could always see through him and knows what he's made of truly. It works all the better for this match since Punk was the first one to make John fully reconsider his actions since the start of this feud. Good shit, man. They trade blows for a bit before Cena goes for the double barge and knocks down the ref. And it's at this exact moment that this match's quality gets considerably weaker, despite the fact that up to this point it's without doubt been the best match of the tour so far. So Cena eats a GTS and gets pinned clean, but the ref is dead after eating one shoulder barge, because logic. Seth Rollins and his goon squad then come out and jump CM Punk, because apparently this feud still needs to be going on. Punk almost kills himself diving over the top ropes, before the Bronze fuck up a slam onto the announce table, before Seth calls for a ref to cash in on. The current GOAT ref then charges down to help Seth cash in, before Cena fucking murders him and shouts at Rollins, before giving him an AA. Taking a bump like this at 61 is fucking insane, you know. Cena then gets jumped by the Bronze before Penta comes out to take out Bron Breakker for some reason. Imagine telling yourself when Cena announced his retirement that Penta of all people would be involved in one of his matches. So Penta eats shit before Sami comes out as well and they work together to take down Breakker. That definitely was an event that needed to occur on pay-per-view and definitely couldn't have just happened on a random episode of Raw. Big Bronson Reed then goes for a tsunami on Cena before Punk pushes him off the top rope, and despite being in the equivalent of 40 degrees Celsius, Fahrenheit isn't real, get a grip, but despite being in 40 degree heat, having wrestled a great match for almost 20 minutes, and being 48 years old, John Cena, Super Cena, awakens one more time as he gives an AA to the 330-pound Bronson Reed. If anyone in the comments tries to deny that this man is the greatest of all time, I simply will not fucking hear it. Holy shit, man. That was a fucking incredible feat on its own, and only works more at further developing Cena's character, as he does arguably his most famous babyface move in AAing absolute monsters of men, to the shock and disbelief of everyone involved. Cena then looks conflicted once more, as he looks at the crowd and him and Punk have a long stare down, before recreating the iconic handshake spot from the Elimination Chamber, with Cena looking like he's about to do an evil turn again, before Punk sees it coming and goes for the GTS, before he gets nailed with the briefcase and stomped by Rollins, before Cena steals the win. Wow. That ending was fucking shit, but honestly this match was straight up fantastic. Another 8 out of 10 for this one. Best match of the tour so far by a country fucking mile. I really wanted to give the match a 9, but that ending stretch really bogged down the experience quite a lot. These run-in fests are so overdone and played out that they're just boring and predictable at this point. Especially since Sami and Penta have absolutely no connection to Cena right now. It felt like this was just here to set up the next episode of Raw. Not like a climactic, impactful ending to a great story. Just another annoying way to shoehorn in and prolong the already too long Seth Rollins and CM Punk feud. While Cena hitting an AA on Bronson Reed was incredible, and definitely added to his character development, it wasn't worth ruining this match's finish for. But even despite all of those flaws, this was still a great time. Punk and Cena have such effortless chemistry that the match in ring was Cena's best in years. And I'm talking like pre-Hollywood Cena best. The story throughout was brilliant as well, with them knowing each other so well that one had never truly had the upper hand against the other for long. And much like the build of the feud itself, this is the best showcase of Cena's character so far. Slowly, more and more over time, showing us the comeback of face Cena has been done masterfully throughout this entire build, and it's done to perfection in this match. With him still obviously being heel, but showing us glimpses of his old ways coming back, it's fantastic. Absolutely excellent match to end a pretty mid-ass pay-per-view overall. It really is just a shame that Cena won't be appearing for another 3 weeks, and very predictably Cody won King of the Ring, so he'll be facing Cena at SummerSlam, which is a match that I really have no interest in whatsoever seeing again, to be honest. Especially since Cena won't be involved in most of the build, and the time for this story ship has long since sailed. Fingers crossed this good streak keeps up, but with Punk out of the mix, oh, my hopes going once more, but fingers crossed. Now I just want to take a moment to pause the video and take a look back on the tour so far, because we're unfortunately now already halfway done with the year, before the GOAT hangs up his boots forever. And I want to go over some parts of the tour again with hindsight and revise some of the scores I gave out, mostly just for WrestleMania though, I can't lie. And even though I've generally tried to have a very positive outlook on the tour so far, it's hard to call it anything but disappointing. Seriously, from the inconsistent characterization, the poor builds, and some downright baffling decisions this retirement tour has taken us on so far, I seriously have to question why it's been laid out this way, considering they had so much time to plan this far in advance. A lot of the time, it just seems like shit has just been made up on the spot, and Cena has tried his absolute best to compensate with what he's been given. His feuds have been all over the place. The build for the Cody feud started well, but John not addressing Cody for 2 weeks weakened the feud significantly, especially since the 2 promo exchanges they had were so good. But the match itself was a good story presented in a very dull and slow way, and has possibly the worst ending to a WrestleMania main event since The Rock started ranting at a laptop. His feud with Randy was pretty mid considering the many well-built-up rivalries the two have had in the past. It was extremely disjointed and all over the place and was only really carried by one good heel promo from Cena. But then the match they had itself was excellent. The Truth match was just a waste of time even though it had good intentions behind it. And the absolutely disgraceful, disgusting, despicable piece of shit waste of time build for that awful match at Money in the Bank was an absolute joke and honestly just disrespectful that Cena even had to take part in it. Especially since the match itself was, without doubt, the worst thing Cena has ever been involved in a very, very long time. The two are definitely started getting back on track with the CM Punk feud, with undeniably the best build to a match that Cena has had so far, with the match itself being absolutely excellent. But even that feud fell off towards the end with a very out of nowhere and randomly placed comedy Punkanomics segments. And even as great as their match was, the finish to it was so underwhelming and predictable, it just put a dampener on the whole thing. And even as much as Cena has been trying, and it's not like he's had a lot to work with most of the time, it's hard to argue that his heel character hasn't been pretty shit for the most part. Despite the heel turn itself being one of the greatest in history, with his main motivation just being to ruin wrestling to pay back the fans for booing him more than half a decade ago, it's left so much of this run completely uninspired. John's delivery of these promos has been all over the place, ranging from exceptionally good and compelling to downright cartoonish and ridiculous. So many of his promos just feel the same, as good or bad as they've been. There's only so many times you can hear Cena bitch out the fans before it just gets boring and repetitive. The reason that his feud with Punk was so good is because it's the only one where Cena isn't just shitting on fans for the most of it. He's actually addressing his opponent and tearing him down like John is so infamous for doing amazingly well. His feud with Randy missed out on their interesting personal history, which left it as such a drab build to their matchup. Half of the build to the match with Cody Rhodes was just Cena berating the fans and having nothing to do with Cody until 3 weeks into the build. The Jay and Cody feud was just a whole lot of nothing for 3 weeks straight. It was so shit. While it's definitely been on the up lately, considering that this is Cena's first and only heel run in over 20 years, WWE have undeniably failed it. And I honestly highly doubt that the few good parts of it are going to remain consistent, with his face turn being imminent and John only appearing twice before his rematch with Cody. While Cena managed to retroactively fix a lot of the heel run with his amazing promo on June 13th, that doesn't detract from the fact that most of the time he's spent as a heel so far has been an all over the place mess, and it just hasn't been good TV, with his motivations feeling lacking and extremely stretched at points. Do better, you bald fraud. Well, that was weird. So after an impassioned promo from Cody, Cena comes out to sign the contract for their match, and we get such a weird promo from Cena. He basically just admits that he's burned out and tired and that he doesn't want to have the match with Cody at SummerSlam, but isn't fully denying him the rematch. He just doesn't want it right now. And the reason I find this so odd is that so many people think that this was a double turn angle before SummerSlam, which it definitely isn't. While this is undeniably the start of Cena's face turn, which is hilarious, Cody definitely isn't turning heel. The timing just isn't right. But the way this angle was presented was so strange. Like, if you tune out the crowd here, Cena isn't really doing anything wrong. He's honest with Cody and the audience, and isn't even denying Cody's rematch. He's just delaying it because he's filming a movie, and has been emotionally exhausted as of late. But then Cody proceeds to clout the shit out of Cena and forge his signature on the contract and declare it's a street fight. While the stipulation definitely adds a bit more interest onto the match, this wasn't halfway a fucking weird way to get here. 4 out of 10 segment. Not outright bad or anything, just done in a very odd way. This may actually go down as the worst face turn in history if this is how we're getting the GOAT back.
Good night, San Antonio.
Finally, the return of the real John Cena. So the GOAT comes out looking surprisingly nervous and unsure of himself, and does what's probably going to turn out to be the final aura farm to the ring. And before he gets a word in, Cody interrupts him. I'm just getting flashbacks to March. Cena then starts to talk down to Cody in an oddly soft tone of voice for his heel persona, and reminds Cody that he didn't want this match. Cody didn't listen to him, assaulted him, forged his signature, and forced him into one of the most dangerous match stipulations in the WWE. And the only thing that he has to say to him is thank you, as this was just the kick up the ass he needed to remind him of who he is. For 25 years, day in, day out, he's formed a legacy for himself based off hard work, honesty, and respect. But 5 months ago, he flushed it all down the toilet because he bought into someone's idea of making shocking TV. What a way to bury Triple H on a live broadcast, my god. More and more over time, it becomes increasingly apparent that Cena didn't want to turn heel and was just remaining a good trooper by doing what he's told like he always has. Cena then further admits that they did make shocking TV, but as soon as the dust settled and the frauds and clowns went away, they just left him by himself pretending to be something that he's not. We really out here burying The Rock, Triple H, and Travis Scott on WWE television. What a fucking king. While burying everyone involved in this clearly not thought out waste of 5 months of the GOAT's final run in wrestling, Cena admits that when he retires, he doesn't want to take the belt away with him because he wants to ruin wrestling. He wants to take it with him so that the fans will remember him when he's gone.
The reason there isn't a wrestling retirement is because every other wrestler is a scared, insecure loser.
LeMayo. He admits that he was so hung up on how he'll be seen at SummerSlam that he's forgotten how stupid he's been acting today, which is actually a really great line, as it does keep in with Cena's heel character a little bit, since deep down he knew that he couldn't beat Cody, and that does work for keeping this at least feeling somewhat consistent, considering how much of a mess it is.
When I won that Elimination Chamber, I knew it would be impossible to beat you in a match at WrestleMania.
As disjointed as heel Cena was, the few parts of it that remain consistent are what make John Cena character-wise, even at his worst, so compelling and interesting to watch. Cena very impassionately states how everyone, including Cody, tried to tell him, but he didn't listen. But Cody, like a good friend, forced him to face it, forced him into a fight that he'll have to reach deep down inside himself and be the best version of himself to take part in.
Something that if I don't show up for war, I shouldn't show up at all.
Oh my god, it's happening.
August 1st, 2025, Newark, New Jersey, the day that John Cena came back to the WWE.
And just like that, it's over. 153 days and that's the end of heel John Cena. And all I can say is, what an absolute fucking waste of time in Cena's career that was. While I don't have as many negative thoughts on this heel run as some other people do, it was undeniably just a huge mistake to turn him heel this year. Especially since no concrete plan was set in stone, and it was only done with one TikTok pleasing moment in mind. While the heel turn itself was great and had some great psychology behind it, which could have made it work amazingly, his face turn has essentially just been, sorry, my bad, I was tweaking y'all, LeMayo. Triple H is a fucking clown, man. Get him out of the writer's room. Go retire, Unk. That being said, Cena hasn't lost a fucking beat as a face. His comments towards Cody here are excellent, playing to the crowd amazingly well and hyping up the match to a level that I wasn't even expecting since I was so indifferent to them having another match since that shitter at WrestleMania.
Well, if you want some, come!
And just like that, the hope has returned. My passion for wrestling is remaining once more. My god, I've missed this Cena so much, man.
And on Sunday, the only platinum rapper showing up to whip your ass is me.
Guys, you reckon WWE and Travis Scott had a falling out? Well, it's their own dumbass fault for believing that celebrity involvement in the main event of WrestleMania wasn't going to bite them in the ass. But irregardless of that, thank fucking god that the champ is back. Cody and Cena crush a beer together and the segment ends. 6 out of 10 for this segment right here. While the serotonin has been boosted back into my soul finally seeing the hero return, it's undeniable that this was a pretty shit face turn. They basically just had Cena admit in-universe that his heel turn was a mistake and that it was a forced moment just for clicks, with no plan laid out on how it was presented. Absolutely hilarious. I'm only being so lenient with it because the face part of Cena's promo was absolutely superb, as usual, and his ear-deafening pops were magnificent to listen to, but man, it's hard to not feel anything but bitterness and resentment towards the dumb fucks and creative who made all of this bullshit happen in the first place. Hopefully, given that Cena can actually play to his in-ring strengths again, he can put on a performance that matches the quality of the Elimination Chamber.
The day that John Cena came back to the WWE!
It's beautiful. I've looked at this for 5 hours now.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 straight away for this one. I don't even think you need the preamble or context before we go into this one for you to know why it's a 10 out of 10. After so many years of shitty booking, so many years of Cena being unwilling to take hard bumps, so many forced feuds and shit storylines, and possibly one of the most ill-advised, unplanned, stupid heel runs in history, finally, the feeling is back. The hope is back. There is no denying anymore for the naysayers. Unk has still fucking got it! And at 48 years old has just put on one of the greatest SummerSlam main events of all time. Holy fucking shit, let's get this! So after a beast entrance playing tribute to Dusty, the GOAT comes out with the most successful pop bait of all time. When Cena's theme drops, it starts off with the blackout and basic text, like we've been used to for so long now. Only for when the beat drops do we get full confirmation that he's really back. Great decision here for Cena's entrance, which only makes it hit so much harder, especially with so few appearances left. I really hope that he manages to keep this for his remaining appearances. As full serotonin returns to us all seeing the hero entrance once again, finally after so long, we bid adieu to the Aura Farm and return home. As good as the heel entrance was, my god, I didn't realize how much I missed the OG Cena entrance until seeing it again after so long. Especially since we haven't seen this entrance with the championship in 8 years. Your GOAT could never effortlessly get 3 generational pops per entrance, and one of them is for turning the fucking lights on. Cena thankfully keeps the full heel introduction without having to bully the announcer into saying it, and the match begins. We get a sign of respect between Cena and Cody, with Cena effectively apologising for how he treated Cody earlier this year, before they start swinging. Punk might have been relegated to a Saudi match, but his presence is forever. They claw each other for a bit before Cena throws Cody out the ring for Cody to launch Cena into the steps. Cena repays the favour before stealing a crutch from the crowd and start cracking Cody with it. Random forced celebrity involvement aside, this is off to a great start. They've moved more in the last minute than they did the entirety of Wrestlemania, and the feeling of tension and desire to win is also extremely well present, unlike it ever was there as well. Cena brings the steps into the ring to attempt an AA on Cody, only for Cody to slip out and power slam Cena onto the steps. Already given a strong sense of violence for the match, which continues to match the tone set up brilliantly by that opening sequence. There really wasn't much on the build promo-wise, since this match's build was sort of overshadowed by the worst face turn in history. But hey, they're more than making up for it already. Cena then pushes Cody off the top, very awkwardly picks up the bottom stairs, and fucking launches them at Cody. Great callback to the Last Man Standing match with Umaga from Royal Rumble 2007. One of Cena's best no disqualification matches, which we'll get more references to later as well. Rhodes then disaster kicks Cena and gives him a side Russian leg sweep into a pin attempt, which Cena kicks out of. Cody then drops down for a cheap cover again, which Cena kicks out of. Cody gets Cena in a chin lock, which Cena breaks out of, kicks Cody before throwing him into the corner before eating another body slam which he kicks out of, before Cena throws Cody out. It's hilarious how much better this match already is compared to their WrestleMania stinker. The storytelling of Cody and Cena's desperation is already working better than just having Cena fucking with Rhodes the whole match. They both go for chairs and hesitate before Cody gets the upper hand and hits Cena with the chair before trying another quick pin. He sets up the chair in the corner to try and throw Cena into it before Cena reverses and Cody eats CTE before Cena starts the comeback. The double barge and spin release power slam followed by an extremely loud "You Can't See Me" isn't enough for the AA, as Cody slips out and double clotheslines Cena and starts punching him. Cody is greeted by a few boos this match, nowhere near as many as the previous match or even the previous match build, and I think a key reason as to why they aren't as severe is that both men are actually wrestling at 100%. So Cody's offense works a lot better this time in time of the match, and it's not just Cena hitting slow, basic, boring moves, only for Cody to actually wrestle like it's a match. It's comeback for comeback so far, but because this match is actually flowing back and forth naturally, and it actually seems like an equal affair instead of a foregone conclusion, even while Cody's being booed, it still plays to this match's strength since Cody is playing slightly heelish this time, as opposed to full face, versus a heel who no one wants to boo. Cena eats a Cody cutter which he kicks out of before he baits Cody in for the first AA of the match which he kicks out of. Cena goes for the STFU which Cody pushes him off before they swap positions in the corner a bunch before Cody hits a mean moonsault which he kicks out of again, before hitting another which Cena kicks out of again. They're selling Cody's desperation to regain the championship really well in this match, with how often he's trying to go for pins, especially with him repeating moves to different degrees of severity. Further exemplified by Cody going for another Cody cutter from the top rope this time, only for Cena to kick out again. Cody tries to be cocky for a second only to eat an electric chair from Cena which he kicks out of. Cena goes for an AA again only for Cody to escape and hit a fucking pile driver on Cena which he miraculously kicks out of. Selling this match's story to a T by pulling out this move. Not only is this a brilliant callback to the 2013 Cena and Punk clinic, it also again adds on to this match's story, with really selling how desperate Cody is already becoming, and is only going to get more desperate as the match moves on to beat Cena and regain the championship. Pulling out such a kayfabe, deadly and dangerous banned move, not even a year removed from the move almost taking out Randy, and later going on to take out Sami Zayn, both of which personally happened due to involvement with Rhodes, only adds on to how desperate Cody is. That he would pull out such a deadly move in such a vicious way, only to be shocked afterwards that he's even done it, and that Cena yet again was able to kick out of it. Only further exemplified and sold to perfection of how wrong Cody was to do this by how much time they take to sell this moment. Adding onto the deadly reputation the move has, but also the full rebirth of Super Cena, as while he was selling the effects of the move, he was also using his veteran instinct to bait Cody in and nail him with the second AA. Absolutely brilliant stuff here so far. The pacing has been excellent, the storytelling has been engaging and well told, and the in-ring work itself has been extremely compelling and interesting to watch. Best match of the tour so far, without doubt, and that mark has actually got some decent competition from this video being so far into it. Like, I know I keep saying best match of the tour so far, but this time it's like so many leagues above the rest, it's not even funny. As they both slowly get up, they start trading blows again, only for Cody to bust out a fucking pop-up powerbomb on Cena, only for the GOAT to almost immediately counter this into the STFU. This great counter into submission stays in for a solid 30 seconds before Rhodes chokes Cena on the rope so he has to release the hold. Before some outside shots lead to Cena being thrown over the barricade, only for John to hit Cody with the microphone and hits him with a fucking code red on the outside to a thunderous ovation. When the fuck was the last time we seen Cena hit a code red? Amazing seeing the GOAT go so deep in his bag after so long, and only amplifies this match's importance even more, since we know that in-universe, this is Cena's biggest threat since he would pull out a move that he hasn't used in so long. Cena, now thoroughly locked in, clears the Spanish announce table only to climb on the English one and hit a third AA on Cody through the table. I am huffing the strongest hopium as we speak. He eventually gets Cody back in the ring, only for him to kick out of the pin attempt, and sidesteps Cena into a crossroads, which Cena kicks out of. Remember when they spent the entire WrestleMania build telling us that Cena was so weak that he couldn't kick out of one crossroads? LOL. Cody gets Cena on the top ropes to attempt a superplex, only for Cena to overpower Cody and hit him with the fucking diving leg drop into an AA combo, successfully nailing the 4th AA of the match, which Cody kicks out of. Absolute gas seeing Cena pull this one out again after so long. There is absolutely no need for Unk to be going so hard right now. You can even see the pain on his face just from delivering this move, and you can only give props to Cena for bringing this one out so deep into a match at this stage of his career. Fair fucks, man. It added a shit ton to the match anyway, but seeing the pain on Cena's face as he delivers it only further sells how much he's locked in right now. Cena then brings in a dumbass Slim Jim table and attempts another AA on Cody through this table, only for Cody to escape again and DDT Cena after he moves the table out the way. Another pin attempt is failed, only for Cody to prop the table in the corner and try to throw Cena into it. They both successfully dodge going into the table, only to find themselves outside the ring before they start crowd brawling. They clawed the shit out of each other in the crowd for a bit, a personal highlight being when Cena lil bros Cody when he tries to throw a trash can off him, before he starts battering Cody with a steel barricade. He attempts an AA onto the rail, only for Cody to counter and suplex Cena straight into the steel. Cena's booking being so bad over the last few years really exemplifies and adds on so much more whenever he takes big bumps like this. They then fight each other more and make their way underneath the stage, before the ultimate aura farm of the match, when Cena comes out on the fucking Cody Vader carrying Cody on his shoulders, only to AA him down the ramp. What happened in those like 10 seconds that we couldn't see them under the stage, man? Cena then fucking fireman carries Cody all the way down to the ring before Cody locks in, throws Cena through the table and hits him with another crossroads, which the GOAT kicks out of. Seeing Cena really tapping into all of those amazing match quirks and assets that made him the greatest of all time anyway, with the addition of the story that the soldier doesn't have much time left, make everything he's been doing in this match so far so fucking compelling and interesting to watch. This may actually be one of the most fascinating versions of John Cena to watch wrestle live, due to the fact of him winning or losing never being a foregone conclusion. This is a result of mostly bad booking if we're being honest, but even in spite of that, Cena's given it his all here, and has been fucking incredible since turning face again. Imagine how much different this video would be if Cena had just been booked like this all year. Cena trips Cody outside the ring, only for Cody to hit Cena on the face with a chair, and he starts taking off the bottom turnbuckle. You gotta love a post-2008 chair shot to the head. And to really signify that this is the end, just like in the 2007 Royal Rumble match, this is going to be used as a weapon to put out Cena. However, unlike before, Cena doesn't have it in him to counter this with an AA. He eats the hardest part of the ring and just refuses to go down. The hero is truly back, as he refuses to give up, slowly dragging himself back up to continue fighting, only to be nailed with it again by Cody. The match is a foregone conclusion at this point. Cena can't defend himself and is given Cody his best shot, but Cody has the advantage. The GOAT then pulls out the fucking Uno reverse card and gets Cody in an STFU position, again, only to start choking him out with the bottom ropes. Holy fucking aura farm, what a great way to incorporate this spot into a match again. Cody somehow escapes this spot, only to choke Cena with the rope, with Cena overpowering Cody again, only to get outmaneuvered into the triple crossroads to end the match. And you know what? If Cena had to lose the championship, at least he lost it in a way that's believable, as no one has ever kicked out of a triple crossroads yet, especially since the move is only brought out deep into hard-fought matches. Seeing Cena lose this way, you know what? Fair enough.
Cody, a kick out by Cena.
Listen to that fucking ovation, man! Super Cena is finally back in full force, and when he returns during such a compelling match and story, how could you possibly not be invested in this cinema? Remember when we were all dreading this match, thinking that it would be another lame affair? LOL. Cody, completely lost and defeated, truly believing that he won't be able to beat John Cena at his best, tries to go low and bring the championship in to hit Cena with. Except we know that he will not hesitate or back down this time, regardless of what happens. Cena, listening to the people, however, one last time locks the fuck in and hits double AAs on Cody, followed by the 8th and final super attitude adjustment to Cody, which he somehow kicks out of. I know that AA isn't a remotely protected finisher anymore, and Cody has been pretty consistently booked strong since his return, but holy shit man, it reaches a point. Cena, with no ideas left, then sets up another dumbass Slim Jim table to hit Cody with one more super AA, only for Cody to escape one final time and give Cena a cutter through the table face first. Leaving Cena dazed and lost, Cody gives Superman one last salute and nails him with a crossroads for the 3. And that's the match. Wow. Holy fucking shit, that was absolute fucking incredible cinema masterpiece in professional wrestling. Not only is this one of the greatest SummerSlam main events in history, but this match arguably has 2 of the greatest babyface performances of all time in it as well. My strong 10 from before remains unchanged. This match was everything it was expected to be, needed to be, and more. Considering this match had next to no hype around it before Cena turned face, it has more than made up for the absolute shitfest they had at WrestleMania, where that match was slow, dull, and uneventful. Dragged down by its storytelling, this match was fast-paced, action-filled, brutal, and only made better because of its storytelling. While heel Cena was a complete misfire in almost every way possible, it was all worth it for the monster pop Cena has been receiving upon turning good again. And him reaching deep in his bag after basically refusing to do so during his heel run only hits so much harder considering what that character was all about. This was near perfection. While to be completely honest, I'm not happy about Cena dropping the title this early. Also considering that AJ Styles did not beat Dom Mysterio, so despite a very easy quick build up and story of John chasing his Grand Slam championship accolade in one of his best opponents ever, it's hard to even be mad at the title changing hands here, since this match's story was built up in a way that Cena looked fantastic, even in defeat, and has now fully cemented the future and passed the torch to Cody Rhodes. Again. Well, a 3rd time technically. Despite that, Cena handing Cody the championship and them embracing in the ring was a beautiful way to close out SummerSlam, only made even nicer than the cap off of the show, ending beautifully and respectfully with Cena leaving to his much deserved standing ovation from the fans, thanking Cena for everything he's given us over the last quarter of a century, and only has a few more dates to remain as the undisputed greatest of all time, leaving us wondering what could possibly be next for this reinvigorated, locked-in John Cena. What a brilliant way to end his last SummerSlam ever, as opposed to his last WrestleMania. Forever tainted by stupid outside factors that should never have been involved in Cena's retirement run to any extent whatsoever.
John Cena.
No, because it's apparently impossible to have at least one of Cena's matches this year end without some fuck shit or annoying angle being set up. SummerSlam ends with the long-awaited return of Brock Lesnar, who's been gone for over 2 years now, his longest absence from the ring since he returned all the way back in 2012. And man, it's so exciting to see him back in the ring after such a long hiatus, and I can't wait to see what the Beast is going to do, as it's always interesting when Brock comes back, given that he is one of the best in-ring performers of all time, is what I would be saying if the year was not 2020 fucking 5. Yeah, there's no beating around the bush here, but it's seriously impossible not to question how and why Brock Lesnar is here. First and foremost, why on earth on John Cena's retirement tour is he running back a match with Lesnar? Hot take as someone who wasn't there for the worst of Super Cena or even the worst of Brock being on top. These two, despite being from the goated class of OVW 2002, have had 4 pay-per-view matches together, and only one of them I would say is actually great. Wasting time in Cena's last 4 months in professional wrestling with arguably one of his most boring recurring rivals is beyond fucking lazy booking. Especially since Brock isn't even with Heyman anymore, so I can guarantee the build to this match is just going to be the same as Brock's rivalry with Cody back in 23. Lesnar is just a heel now and does what he wants, because he's Brock Lesnar, so he doesn't need a compelling character motivation. I won't give up, and/or I am afraid of the beast but I won't back down. Never seen that before. Doesn't literally anyone and everyone, now that Cena has woke up, want to see Cena lock up with much more interesting opponents? And if he was going to have a repeat rivalry, at least have it be with someone who John actually has good matches with. I'm not trying to say his matches with Lesnar are bad, but when it comes to other recurring rivals, come on. I bet my life there'll be no narrative reason behind this character-wise for Brock. So this will probably just end up being a case of the already part-time Cena building up the entire feud himself. Great. And even in spite of Lesnar being forced into Cena's retirement tour, what the fuck does Brock Lesnar even have to offer the world of professional wrestling anymore? Seriously, even despite the massive elephant in the room, Brock's undeniably a talented performer, and I do like most of his work when he's actually fucking trying. But who does he even face after Cena? What does he even do? There's like one dream match left for Brock, and his role in that match could easily be replaced by so many other much younger and less controversial stars. And you know I like to keep real life events out of my content because first and foremost, I make my videos for entertainment and escapism from the shitty real world that we live in. But Brock Lesnar is named 44 fucking times in Janelle Grant's ongoing sex trafficking lawsuit against Vince McMahon. There is no way to spin this or cite anything other than a lack of care and desperation to maximize profits to excuse this. It doesn't matter which angle you look at this from, Brock should not be here. How do you even build up a match with him without just addressing the elephant in the room? Which they're very obviously not going to do, so you know this shit is just gonna suck. And to then cancel the post-show press conference to avoid questioning. To then go on the post-show and try and shift the blame onto Cena.
Sort of, for me, this is John Cena's wish list, it's him writing the last chapter of his book. And I think people saw a conversation with us where he said we'd have to screw it up pretty badly to ruin his career, but it's not about that for me. It's about John being able to go out the way he wants to go out, to write his chapter. I know what that's like as a performer. I know what that's like for everybody to feel that, and I think for John to be able to do what he wants to do. So it's, you know, one of the very first things I said to him is, who do you want, and you know, how? We're working through that.
With so many... Someone who, with multiple evidences and sources, has never asked for anything in the WWE.
And towards the end of the conversation, I said, you know, what do you think? And he was like, Randy, you know, I've never pitched anything. Like, I always do my best with whatever they give me. And I'm like, man, that's me. I've never had a pitch. I've never like set myself up to be let down. I never like, hey writers, here's a 6-page, you know, storyboard of everything I want to do for the next 6 months. Not once. Not once. They give me what they give me, and I do the best I can with it, and that's kind of what he does.
Yeah, 100%.
So when I brought it up to him, like I felt kind of like a mark, like hey, you want to do one more, you know? And he shut it down right away and said, you know, if creative comes up with it, we'll do it.
Brock Lesnar, how do you feel with this Brock Lesnar thing coming up? Obviously that story, you know, he shows up. I mean, obviously no one was expecting that. I feel like that's building up for, you know, the next big match for you. You know, when you saw him there, what was going through your mind when you saw Brock Lesnar show up?
Yeah, I've been saying the same thing for 25 years. They deal them, I play them, you know.
Only to then go on and change the story 3 days after you originally lied about it, and no one believed you.
So we're thrilled to have the Beast back. You know, we hit him up and said, time to come home. We hit him up.
Is all the proof you need that this lying snake needs to get his tongue out of TKO's arsehole and take some damn responsibility for this scumbag behavior An abhorrently shit booking. You immoral, deceptive fucking rat. Fucking embarrassment. I know I've replayed this clip before, but that was well over an hour ago, so I'd just like to remind you of what I said at the very start of this video. More than 3 hours ago. Though I swear to God, if one of John Cena's last pay-per-view matches ever are wasted on Logan Paul, words will be had. Cena Lil Bro and Logan Paul is kind of funny, but also, who even gives a remnant of a fuck? Cena and Logan Paul actually being a possibility scares me. Triple H deserves the chair, so Cena thankfully keeps the full blackout light up running and goated announcement as standard now, all of which are greeted by generational pops and reactions. Cena, now back in full face form, starts off this promo by glazing the Montreal audience for being one of his favourite crowds, in the captivating, brilliant way that only Cena could, going on to talk about fear, and how he faces all of his fears head on, and embraces and enjoys every second he's in front of such a rowdy crowd. It's some good shit, and it hits different seeing Cena deliver his usual top tier inspirational promo after so long without them. A teary-eyed thank you Cena embrace later, Cena goes on to say how after this he'll only have 11 dates left. It's really starting to hit home just how much time on this tour WWE wasted, man. Fuck's sake. And as the days go by, Cena gets more afraid that no matter how much he can give to us, he's going to let us down and not be enough. Which really hits in the feels, but I can reassure you, Cena, that everything that's gone wrong in this tour so far, you really have the least amount of blame to deal with. Big Nose is the real enemy here. And that once he retires and the WWE moves on, he'll be forgotten about.
The reason there isn't a wrestling retirement is because every other wrestler is a scared, insecure loser.
And he even admits that he's afraid of Brock Lesnar. And then the GOAT buries Triple H on live TV again.
I don't know in what universe me right now would ever actually choose Brock Lesnar as an opponent.
Cena then starts riling up the crowd by saying that he's afraid. He's afraid that Brock Lesnar has got himself a John Cena problem. And so does every other WWE superstar. And if SummerSlam is anything to go by, everyone should know that if Cena's going down, he's going down swinging. When Lesnar wants some, he can come and get some. But in the meantime, anyone else who wants to face the last real champion should know he's going down guns blazing.
The last time is now. So if you want some...
The hope is back in my soul. How could they possibly fuck it up? Yeah, you already know that for some ungodly reason, fucking Logan Paul is coming out. Yeah, fucking God only knows why triple terrorists thought that wasting not 1, not 2, not 3, but fucking 4 of John Cena's last ever matches in professional wrestling with goddamn motherfucking loser ass Logan Paul was a good idea. But hey, at least Logan Paul delivers a good promo to Cena. No, he doesn't. We get yet another bog standard, boring, heatless, mindless, pointless, charisma-less promo from Logan Paul, where he challenges Cena for a match at Clash in Paris, which Cena unfortunately accepts because he never backs down from a fight.
I'd also like to say that Logan Paul is the biggest dumbass I've ever seen in my life.
I like that Cena in a character way is able to backtrack what he said about Logan Paul by not denying his talent and potential but just reinforcing that he's a fucking idiot. It's a nice subtle thing that retroactively makes Cena's heel persona at least a little bit feel consistent. Logan proceeds to drone on about nothing for a bit more before Drew McIntyre comes out to jump Cena, because for some reason these two are actually still teaming together. Hey, if this is what it takes for Drew to finally get a championship match, then I'll accept it. Though that being said, why not just have had Drew dethrone Cena? If you were just going to put it on Cody to just drop to Drew, but I digress. Cody comes out to save Cena, so Cena then challenges them to a tag match in the main event. I mean, Hell yeah, Cena match on free TV announced on the day. I ain't complaining. Let's ignore the fact that this will now be the fifth match that Logan Paul is involved with in Cena in his final year. So later on in the night, Cena is backstage before the match and has a comedic segment with R-Truth, where he claims that because Cena is back, so is R-Truth. Glad that a good chunk of this tour was wasted on making sure Ron wasn't fired, only to have him show up as his interesting new character a handful of times before immediately folding back into the generic and quite frankly tired and played out R-Truth character. Because fuck doing anything interesting after being featured on the greatest of all time's retirement tour. Even if it wasn't the second worst match of the whole thing, but you get the point.
You started acting really weird for like 5 months. You know, you changed your hair, you were really mean to people, were beating people up. Remember you made that kid in Brussels cry? And then you said you wanted to ruin wrestling. I mean, come on, did you really think that would work? What?
There is no bigger sign that this heel run was a mistake than having John publicly and on television basically say that it came out of nowhere, made no sense, and just buried the whole thing as ridiculous. It's a hilarious way to have the Cena character backtrack all of his wrongdoings, but it's only going to end up all the worse in the long run when people look back on this run and realize that almost half of it was publicly buried and basically self-admittedly stupid and shit. This clown company is a fucking joke, man. The match is a standard fair Cena tag match for TV, which is why I didn't really bother reviewing it separately. Heatless to then good tag action on Cody Rhodes for about 5 minutes, not including the ad break, and Cena gets the hot tag. Does the 5 moves of doom on Logan Paul, only for Drew to break up the pin, and the match gets thrown out because Logan low blows Cena, and they fight to the back until Drew murders Cody Rhodes to end the show. 6 out of 10 overall for this appearance on Smackdown. There's nothing outright awful about this appearance and match, and Cena's full first face promo since January was brilliant, but setting up to what's undoubtedly going to be an awful match, and Cena's heel run being publicly buried, do bring this one down a significant amount. Face Cena will forever and always be a timeless promo, but it's such bullshit that he's gonna have to waste what few of these he has left on fucking Logan Paul, man. The game is so gone.
You might have just made the biggest mistake of your life.
The GOAT has more than still got it on the stick, but my god. I've played these games before!
I said I played these games before!
So the GOAT comes out only to be immediately interrupted by Logan Paul. Pogan Lol proceeds to do his usual nothing, boring promo, while the Irish crowd rips him a new one and doesn't let him talk. Truly doing God's work here, as everything they do is way more interesting than anything fucking Pogan Lol can possibly offer. Mogan Mall, with no self-awareness whatsoever, complains about still being labelled as an outsider even though he's been doing this for 4 years, and every match that he has is allegedly great. Alright man, and over the last 3 hours I've suddenly gained the powers of John Cena. Also, just saying, that match at Saturday night's main event is arguably still the worst match I've ever seen live. Also, as if the obvious problem with Kogan Call isn't that he's an outsider, it's the fact that he's shit and clearly doesn't care enough to put the work in to improve, and when you find out that all of his matches are pre-planned spot for spot, he's possibly the most uncompelling wrestler on earth to watch. Think that might have a bit more to do with it. Credit where credit is due, before 2025, I actually did somewhat enjoy most of Paul's WWE work. Sure, his US title reign was horrific and he was still a spot monkey, but he did actually have an entertaining presence, and his heel persona, while basic, could lead to funny moments. But ever since he came back this year, I don't know what it is, he's just lost any and all potential entertainment factor that he did have. He's useless in every regard on the mic, and his in-ring work lacks the character or entertainment factor that it did before, because this insecure gimp clearly can't handle the fact that nobody with an IQ above Antarctica actually fucking wants him! Sorry, I got distracted. Logan could have actually made a good argument to Cena when he brought up him being a corporate pawn, but he didn't follow through on it far enough because he's a pussy. Then he goes on to say that he does what he wants, when he wants, because he can, and a whole bunch of other nothing while Cena low-key tries not to laugh before the crowd start calling him a wanker. Cena then starts burying Zogan by listing a bunch of possible major achievements that he may gain in the WWE, and how disappointed it is that they may happen.
For years, you have been calling him everything, but you've stuck on this one term for Logan Paul. I guess Dublin chooses wanker, but...
And Cena calls Hogan something somehow even more brutal than being an outsider. A disappointment. Cena then completely buries Hogan Hall's involvement in the WWE, about how he clearly only uses it for promotion, everyone was excited when he arrived, he doesn't respect the house that others built, he brags about putting his life on the line for 23 matches while Cena has done it for 23 years. I'd also just like to point out that up to this point, Cena has had more matches this year than Hogan has. LOL. The burial continues as Cena makes the jab that Logan only works televised events and pay-per-views, and that he doesn't care enough to work for house shows for the real fans. Speaking of which, while editing this segment, I went to a live event recently, and I've seen CM Punk wrestle live again, and it gave my life meaning. I also met the bird lady, and she said she fucked with the fit. Put the belt on her for 3 years for the love of the game. Cena continually buries Logan Paul by saying it doesn't matter how many moves he has. He asks himself the question on what he can give to this business and its fans. He flipped off Zogan here, but they cut it out because this company is ran by pussies. But everyone gives Jogan a hard time because everyone knows he's a sellout looking for what more he can take from the business.
It does not matter, my man. I'm dropping some wisdom on you. Shut your mouth.
He then goes on to say that Hogan is a parasite who has taken time away from Cena in his final run. Holy shit, the gloves are really gonna come off in the next couple months on how unhappy Cena has been this year. Everyone who he lists as potential opponents who aren't Samoans are all great shouts, by the way. Also, just saying, it is fucking criminal that AJ isn't even on the Clash card, by the way. He's basically God in Paris. I know I said I wanted a Jacob match at the start of the video, but that was before he completely lost all of his momentum in the Bloodline Vortex. He's a completely flanderized version of himself now, and I couldn't tell you the last time he had a good match.
And they think I am wasting my time with you.
You're goddamn right.
Cena then starts the part of the last few years of Cena promos before he builds up a match where it is, you know, this is the most important match of your life. You need to prove yourself or it's over. Bring your A game. I've played these games before! And as a result of this year being so shit for WWE, on the whole, it seriously starts putting the doubt in my mind that this bald moron could actually have Tongan Tall beat John Cena at Clash. I swear to fucking God.
I learned the hard way. This is their world.
Once again highlighting how the fuck you people route was the worst route they could have taken with Cena's heel run, since his relationship with the fans was so nuanced and complex, and was always so much more than just boos and cheers. The GOAT then mocks Gogan's constant legal troubles, then labels himself as the greatest of all time, and says he won't let him waltz into Paris as some backflipping YouTuber selling salt water, and he will understand what it takes to give everything to the business he loves, or he'll beat the ever-loving shit out of him. Logan then somehow fucks up getting into position for the AA before Cena drops him to end the segment. 8 out of 10 for this segment overall. Cena's part of the promo was generational, and I really have missed this Cena on the mic, and if it was rated on him alone it would be a 10 out of 10. But Logan Paul just cannot deliver a good promo to save his life. He's actually impressively bad, especially since he keeps getting such a push and is consistently working against top tier talent. It's like he's actively trying to not improve at this rate.
Gonna let you waltz into Paris with your drone behind you, just some backflipping YouTuber selling salt water. You in for a long night.
After another horrendously bland promo from Hogan Lol, the GOAT comes out and immediately starts burying him again by calling him stupid. in saying that if they don't have the fans, they don't have a show. And once again highlighting his amazing potential but reinforcing that he won't put a shred of effort into learning the craft properly. By the way, if up until this point you have no idea what I mean by saying that Logan Paul has no in-ring psychology and is just a boring spot monkey, look at his facial expression during this stupid TikTok view from Money in the Bank. No expression, no selling of desperation or attempt to get out of the move, just blank-faced, waiting for the spot to be over, going into the next spot. And it's stuff like this that's in every Logan Paul match that make that line hit so hard. He then further buries Logan by pointing out that he isn't a disruptor like he claims to be. He's just a wannabe. He's standing against the GOAT who managed to make wearing jorts fashionable for 2 decades, wore sneakers, changed championships, rapped his way to Wrestlemania, and used brass knuckles in a much cooler manner.
Logan Paul, that is your first lesson in basic thugonomics.
He then goes on to bury Pogan exponentially, as earlier during his drab he claimed to have brought the WWE to Netflix and ESPN due to his influence, and Cena points out how his influence is shrinking and isn't what it used to be. He points out that on the list of top 25 influencers, he was nowhere to be found, and the only reason he ever makes the front page these days is for the wrong reasons. He didn't come to wrestling to save it, he came to save his own ass, because his influence is basically already gone. And the French crowd wonderfully goes on to point out that Logan Paul can't wrestle as well. Also, thank you France for erupting when Cena speaks French and booing when Logan does. Honestly just based. Cena continues the burial by pointing out how everyone knows that Pogan is just a fake, phony gimmick, and even despite his many opportunities, he gives the business no respect. Cena then does the best face move ever by somehow finding the kid he ripped in Brussels and apologizes to him for being mean. This poor kid's phone camera would not open. Seriously, amazing moment from Cena here, which of course, Logan has no retort to because he sucks. So Cena hits him with the easiest line to wrap it up.
Professional pretender, wrap it up.
Wrap it up, no problem. You asked for this match, head.
He then reinforces the usual of, you better bring your A game and polish your shit up, before dropping the absolute bar of, you will not save wrestling, you won't even ruin it, wrestling will ruin you, before he walks out to a thunderous ovation. Another 8 out of 10 for this segment, for basically the same reasons as the last one. Cena's part of the promo and the continual burial of Logan Paul is fucking exceptionally brilliant, but again, Pogan lol just fucking sucks, man. Even if he does somehow have a good performance tomorrow, nothing will really change on the mic, because he is just so awful! It really is a massive insult to the viewer's intelligence that we were ever supposed to believe that even a heel version of John Cena would ever tolerate Logan, let alone team up with them. Fingers crossed the GOAT somehow manages to drag a good match out of this fucking loser.
Hell, you won't even ruin wrestling. Wrestling will ruin you.
Cena somehow managed to drag a good match out of this fucking loser. I seriously have no idea what kind of hopium Cena's been sniffing lately, and it really is telling of how much he didn't want to be a heel, and didn't know how to wrestle as one due to the fact that he somehow managed to have a better match with Logan Paul this year. Fucking Logan Paul over both Randy Orton or CM Punk. Fuck triple terrorist, bro, but my god, Unk had truly never lost it. Somehow, he's managed to make a 2025 Logan Paul match watchable. Can we bear in mind who hasn't been able to do that this year? I'm just as mind blown as you are, but let's get this shit. So the GOAT comes out to a generational crowd ovation from Paris and the match begins. Very, very slowly with a long feeling out process between the two. I'd analyse this normally and fully, but even as good as this match can be, I can't overanalyze a Logan Paul match for mental health reasons. Hogan somehow gets the upper hand and hits shitty looking soft jabs in the corner, and proceeds to show off how unfunny he is. Cena reverses him into the corner, splashes him and gets a quick 10, then goes for the monkey flip which Hogan lands. You will never be him. Hogan boots Cena and does nothing for 50 seconds before uppercutting Cena and emoting for another 25 before Cena clotheslines him. You really notice how shitty of a storyteller Hogan is when there's literally nothing between the moves to talk about. No selling, no character work, no interesting crowd bait, nothing but cheap heat which anyone could cheaply attempt to get. It's all the more embarrassing when he's in the ring with the master of crowd work. Cena starts punching Logan in the corner before eating a boot and a blockbuster for the 2. Almost 40 seconds later, Logan hits a standing suplex on Cena for the 2. A move that really isn't as impressive when you can see the struggle to keep him up. And as if Logan couldn't spend any more time wasting time, he puts a chin lock on Cena. This match is already off to a worse start than I remember from last night, and the main issue, unsurprisingly to anyone with any comprehension of what wrestling is Logan Paul. I don't doubt that this match gets better again when Cena's on top, or even when it's an even affair, but when Logan is dominating, it's just so boring. John Cena is good, but when Logan has just no character to speak of, that he can't even get heat from one of the most insane and notoriously loud crowds in the world, he's just the human embodiment of the indifferent emoji. He can't tell a story to save his life, so there's nothing to be engaged in. You're just watching him perform moves, which aren't even bad moves, and I think he hits a good blockbuster for what it's worth, but there's no build up to the moves. He's just hitting them and then continuing to try and aura farm pins. But nothing is gained, as no one at this juncture could believe that Cena would lose here. There's no desperation of trying to prove himself, no cocky heel antics of this being unbelievably beneath him, to the point where it isn't even a sweat to beat Cena, no attempts at a quick pin, and the culmination of all of that just leave any moments in this match where Hogan's on top as such a drab and so uninteresting to watch. And this is something that applies to all of his matches, but when he's in the ring with Cena, it's all the more noticeable and shitty, as Cena is the master of crowd work, even when he has a shit opponent. Cena gets the crowd behind him effortlessly, escaping the hold only to eat a gut-wrench suplex for the 2. The charismaless Gimp proceeds to hit 2 of the worst uppercuts I've seen in my life, which Michael Cole somehow compares to Cesaro. Come on, man. And Cena murks Hogan before he can get another. They eventually get back up and Cena starts the comeback. Logan escapes the AA for a shoulder block and a spring shot lariat for the 2. You know, the appeal of this move is the continued motion and that it doesn't look impactful when you pause before hitting it. He used to be really good at these, what happened? Hogan goes for a splash, but Cena gets the knees up and nails the AA for a quick pin, but Hogan kicks out. He goes for another, which Lol counters into a weak looking octopus. Cena escapes and gets him in an AA position, which is countered into a pin, then countered into the STFU. Hogan makes the ropes and pushes Cena off before eating a beautiful tornado DDT from Cena for the 2. The crowd goes insane for Cena before he tries another AA, which Hogan counters into the overbomb for the 2. They lie around for 45 seconds before Logan goes for his shitty finisher and Cena starts the comeback again. Hogan fucks up escaping the spin release before hitting a zigzag on Cena, which he kicks out of. Great spot, even though Hogan's botch was laughable. He goes for another springboard with a hilariously long pause before Cena hits him with a fucking end of days for the 2. Great to see the GOAT pay a little tribute to one of his opponents ever, even though Logan really obviously telegraphed the move. Hogan looks lost for a bit more before hitting another really shitty looking uppercut. Cena dodges a second only to nail a fucking Christopher Daniels Angel's Wings on Lol for the 2. An actual goated reference from Cena here, and I am in no way complaining. Always really interested in watching the GOAT go so deep in his bag. Imagine telling yourself at the start of this year that we'd see Cena hitting an Angel's Wings. And it really does help the GOAT going so deep in his bag, especially since Hogan has been so uncompelling this match. They trade blows for a bit before Hogan hits the worst uppercut I've ever seen for the 2. Remember how they were trying to compare this motherfucker to Cesaro? Hogan wipes the blood from his nose across his face in an embarrassing attempt to look cool before he tries to do the 5 moves of doom on Cena. Cena smells it, however, and stops the 5-knuckle shuffle with an AA counter for the 2. The Cena hope spots in this match are all really good, but this match isn't working nearly as well as I remember it doing because of just how bad Logan Paul is, man. It seriously can't be understated how much better this match would be if 1. He actually knew how to wrestle, 2. Was capable of telling his story, B. Could actually sell properly, and 7. Had a convincing character to bat. Imagine how much better this match would be if it was against someone like Carmelo Hayes or someone with a similar level of hooping, who actually understands the fundamentals of wrestling. They start trading blows again before the GOAT locks in and hits a fucking Hurricane Rana followed by a Code Red which Hogan kicks out of. Beautiful grab seeing Cena bust out this one again, and it definitely added onto his overarching story set by SummerSlam, of the last real champion pulling out all the stops and going down swinging. Cena goes for another AA which Logan escapes before hitting his finisher, which Cena kicks out of. Charismaless Lol kips up to nail 2 splashes which Cena kicks out of. He kips up again and hits the 5-knuckle shuffle and goes for the AA, which Cena counters into a Styles Clash for the 2. Absolutely huge seeing the GOAT pay tribute to AJ, since Triple K won't book the match because he'd rather waste time with 2025 Brock Lesnar. The crowd naturally erupt into phenomenal chants for AJ as well, which was beautiful. Cena goes for a super AA which Hogan pushes him off, only for Cena to go for the roll through and nail an AA, only to go for another which Hogan escapes and hits his finisher, only for a Super Cena lock-in to nail another AA for the 3. And that's the match. Strong 7 out of 10 for this one overall. While I was extremely harsh on this match, as Logan Paul is honest to God one of the most uncompelling, boring, annoying, piece of shit, loser ass, washed up wrestlers to face the earth, and he didn't carry a moment of this match and proceeded to botch and hit terrible looking moves multiple times. Even as shit as he is, it can't detract from how well Cena does this match, and actually carries Logan to a decent match. This only slightly outdoes the Punk match, as Cena is wrestling as God intended, as the greatest babyface of all time, and it doesn't have any annoying screwy finishes like all of his heel matches did. But this is a match that in all honesty and good faith I can't say should ever be watched again. While the serotonin is through the roof seeing Cena this locked in and reinvigorated in the ring again, this match does not hold up on multiple viewings due to how truly dreadful Hogan is in the ring. It's commendable how much Cena goes out of his way this match to put him over even in defeat, but it doesn't half leave a bitter taste in your mouth with the multiple different wrestlers who could have much more benefited, and truth be told, much more deserved to be in this spot over Hogan. He added nothing to this match and only detracted from it overall. Impressive moves can only get you so far if you can't make anyone give a shit about watching you. This little dude is the luckiest kid on earth, man. Jelly Roll is the luckiest dude on earth, man. Post Malone is the luckiest dude on earth. John Cena is the luckiest. So an emotional GOAT comes out for his final Smackdown and thanks the crowd for their kindness. It admits that he's prioritized doing great work and leaving it all in the ring, because he's coming off a lot of bad years, ain't that the truth? And says that tonight he wants to have fun. He has no plans in place and once again thanks the fans for sticking with him despite all of the roadblocks and pivots the journey has taken us on. Yeah man, you don't need to remind me of how much in this video about the greatest of all time I've spent talking about fucking Logan Paul. Cena gives some nice stories about his history at Chicago and what makes it so special to him and to the WWE, pointing out how important this building is, especially to his career, with him starting here, and pointing out how the crowd are so unafraid to make their voices heard that they can bring people back. The promo continues for a while with the usual Cena brilliance before Sami Zayn comes out to a shocking amount of boos and asks Cena if he can continue his US Open challenge, since this building was also where Cena gave Sami his initial first shot on the main roster, which Cena happily obliges to before Sami challenges him to an impromptu match to start his US Open challenge, which Cena also obliges to happily. First of all, Sami Zayn US Open challenge, fucking quality. Brings some prestige back to this title that was so massively lost since LA Knight dropped it. Second, Cena graps for free with one of the best babyfaces today? Say less. The match begins after an ad break with the two trading some chin locks and arm drags. Cena's out of position for the jump over, but Zayn recovers nicely with a clothesline. Snap suplex from Zayn for the 2. Cena returns the favour only to get dodged in the corner before Sami whips him into the other 2. He tries it a final time, but Cena reverses and yeets Sami. Back from the ad break, we get a double down. When they get back up, Cena goes for the AA only to eat a DDT for the 2. Sami knocks Cena down again, twice, and hits a double axe handle for the 2. Zayn drags Cena up only for him to start the comeback. He nails all the moves only for Zayn to counter the AA into a blue thunder bomb for the 2. Cena tries another AA which Sami slips out of, going for the tornado DDT, which is caught into an AA for the 2. Zayn goes for the exploder which Cena blocks and nails Sami with a pop-up powerbomb for the 2. Lovely homage to Kevin Owens, who undoubtedly has had so many bangers with both Cena and Sami, and it sucks that he was robbed out of being involved in the tour due to his injury. But given what Triple K has been sniffing all year, I doubt he would have had one anyway. Sami dodges Cena in the corner and sets him up for the haluva, which Cena dodges into an angle slam for the 2. Lovely little tribute from Cena, which Michael Cole completely fucks up calling. There's not even any Pat McAfee to blame at this point, Cole's just washed. They start trading blows for another double down before the ad break. During the ad break, which I could actually find footage for this time, Cena pays more tribute to his first opponent by applying the ankle lock. Zayn tries to escape, but Cena locks on the STFU, before Sami eventually escapes and hits Cena with an attitude adjustment, but it's just a 2. Zayn goes for a haluva kick, but Cena catches him with an AA for the 2. Back from the ad break, the cameras miss Sami catching Cena with an exploder, and nails the haluva kick for a cheeky 2. Zayn sets up Cena for a splash, but Cena resurrects and nails Sami with a fucking GTS for the 2. It's really great seeing Cena pay homage to some of his greatest opponents, or rivals that have been robbed during this tour, or who weren't able to be featured on it. It played wonderfully into that match with Pogan as well, and I hope he keeps it up. Speaking of which, he then hits his best ever rival spear, with full setup as well, but it's just a 2. Cole also completely fucks up calling this, by the way, by saying that it was a Roman spear. Don't even compare the legend to Roman, even in jest or as a mistake. I beg, just... ugh, don't do that. The crowd chants for an RKO, but Sami blocks it before eating what I'm pretty sure is supposed to be a clothesline from hell. If this is what Cena has been paying homage to the entire time, I'll let it all slide. But also, if that's the case, he needs to get that full setup for the move to look half as good as when JBL does it. Cena nails the Super AA and effectively has the match won, but because we simply can't have nice things, the match gets thrown out because Brock Bungner F5s both of them. 8 out of 10 for Cena's last Smackdown ever. The promo was brilliant and the match was Cena's best TV match since he was a full-time performer, probably. I'm loving seeing him pay tribute to so many people who got him to where he is today, and it adds a lot to the matches as Cena's time is slowly running out. Honestly, would have been a 9, but that Lesnar ending was just annoying. Cena has one promo to hype up this match before it happens, and I mean, I don't doubt that Cena will give a great promo to this build, but it's nothing that we haven't seen him do before, and him do with Lesnar plenty of times before as well. This, however, top 5 match of the tour so far, without doubt. It's the Randy match, the Punk match, the Logan match, this, and SummerSlam is still undefeated as of yet.
What the hell, you're on.
Yeah, I don't know what else anyone really expected, to be honest. So the GOAT comes out to a generational ovation and chants before hyping up his return to Raw and glazing the crowd for a bit and giving his history with The Simpsons. He eventually gets on to praising Alicia Taylor's announcement, and says that being called the last real champion means a lot to him. But Brock Lesnar wants to end the last real champion at Wrestlepalooza. What an awful name, by the way.
Hey John, I'll see you at Wrestlepalooza, bitch.
I'll see you at Wrestlepalooza, bitch.
Brock Lesnar, no doubt, is controversial.
It's so dystopian seeing the WWE acknowledge this shit with Lesnar but still give him a job, and keep him as one of their top-tier talents, even when he's not competing for over 2 years. Just keep information like that in mind when they cut talent due to budget cuts. Cena starts talking to Lesnar and asks the question as to why he won't just say no to a match with him, despite them being some of his most hard-fought battles. And saying no would be the logical, safe and easy choice, but as the crowd chants "Thank you, Cena," he explains that this is the exact reason that he still says yes. He is the last real champion. He never does his fighting backstage, he does it all in the ring. Well... He says that being the last real champion means he leaves the place better than he found it. He'll never take his ball and go home, and they use hustle, loyalty, and respect to give it their all to make that magic happen.
Am I afraid of Brock Lesnar? Yes, I am. Will I back down? Will I give up? Hell no!
He goes on to say he doesn't care what Lesnar has. He's taken the best shot he's had and founded Suplex City, and he's still standing. If you want some,
go get some!
6 out of 10 for this promo. It's obviously very good, with Cena playing into and hyping up the crowd like only he knows how to, while dropping some great lines about not giving up and the importance of his current role in the WWE, but it's nothing that we haven't already seen before, and nothing this good that should be wasted on Brock Lesnar in 2020 fucking 5. Hopefully this locked in Cena can actually drag a good match out of Bork, and hopefully the gimps running this creative aren't actually stupid enough to have him lose this match. Hey, and say what you want about this segment, but it was a billion times better than Brock's embarrassment segment with R-Truth.
You've been disrespecting John Cena, my childhood hero.
How old are you? And what is your name?
R-Truth.
Do you know where John Cena is tonight?
Oh, no, I don't.
Why are you in my ring right now?
Because I'm here to defend my older brother.
So John Cena's your brother?
My older brother. My name is Ron Cena.
So you don't know where John is?
No, I don't.
And so why are you here right now?
I'm here to stop the disrespect, Brock.
And you're his brother. And you're R-Truth.
The gimps running this creative were actually stupid enough to have him lose this match. I can't be fucked! 1 out of 10 for this shit right off the bat for that dumbass decision. But the match itself isn't any better, and leaves us at the annoying standstill yet again of what do we even do after this. So the piss merchant adds some white into his entrance for some reason before the GOAT comes out with some kids. You know as soon as Cena does a Make-A-Wish entrance that it's over and you're in for a stinker. Also, as if this match even existing as is wasn't enough of a slap in the dick, then having Pat McAfee make his grand return to the commentary desk at this pay-per-view is a guarantee way to make you want to stop watching the Fed forever.
So this place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So Cena gets his usual goated introduction before piss for some reason, because of course Payman managed to weasel his way into this shit, and the match begins. So the match starts exactly how you'd expect it to, and in the selling it almost immediately highlights an unfortunate issue that this match was going to have, regardless of whether it was any fucking good or not anyway. And the issue is that we know Cena can't really take a beating like he used to. He's 11 years older since his last one-on-one with Brock, and there's no way that Cena at this stage of his career is going to let anyone rough him around like Brock usually does. I'm not saying Brock's reckless, because regardless of anyone's opinions on him, he's not an unprofessional, but he's definitely a lot more physically demanding in the ring than most are. And we know that Cena ain't taking it. And the early stages of this match really highlight that, as Brock does his usual shove and beat down in the corner, only for Cena to very obviously try and step away, and it makes the whole thing look awkward. So the beatdown continues until Cena eats a clothesline, and we get to what most of this match is. Brock walking around trying to aura farm because that's really interesting, and definitely needs to be established by someone who has more than my entire life's worth of experience wrestling, and building up the reputation that he already fucking has. Brock clotheslines Cena and throws him into the corner twice before hitting him with a power slam and hits the first German of the match. Respect to Brock for being more careful than usual with this one, but Unk ain't taking this shit anymore, man. Look at him! Who put him in this position? It's also at this point that it becomes extremely apparent that Brock's already gassed. Ignoring his already quicker than usual beetroot skin colour and dripping sweat, when was the last time you seen Brock Lesnar fucking put a sleeper hold on less than 5 minutes into a match? Cena stays in the hold for 20 seconds and tries to power out but fails, only to stay in for another 30 before going for a hope spot AA, only to eat another clothesline. Really riveting stuff here, I must say. Brock tries to hide how out of breath he is while standing over Cena, and gives Cena another German. He very, very slowly picks up Cena for another kick, and Cena counters a power slam into the buckle, and tries to knock him down twice. He eventually knocks him on his ass and hits 3 consecutive AAs on Brock, but it's just the 2, and he then immediately gets back up and spams F5s on Cena to end the match. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, no, I'm not joking, that's literally it. Lesnar destroys Cena and the ref, and Cena walks out dejected. No build to his next match, and he won't appear for another 3 weeks. What in the actual fuck are we doing, man? Why on earth? Why on earth, in one of Cena's last matches, is he jobbing out to Brock Lesnar? Cena only has 5 appearances left. Why have so many of them been wasted on re-establishing someone who's been a household name in the world of sports, not just wrestling, fucking sports as a whole, for over 2 fucking decades? What is even the point? My only guess would be that they both be involved in War Games this year. But to be honest, I don't see Cena working that show since it's very unlikely he'll get a chance to be in the build, and if they aren't in War Games, this becomes the worst match of the tour, just saying. I'm not even gonna say so far, because there is no fucking way, not a chance in hell as long as there is blood in this body, will any match be worse after this. As pointless as those R-Truth matches were, the Smackdown one led to the Pipebomb at least. Seriously, it is 2020. Fucking 5! Who wanted to see this shit? Sure as shit, not me! Where do we even go from here? How have we found ourselves in the position, again, that we don't even know where Cena's tour is taking us from here? Not in an interesting, ambiguous way, but in the way of, what the fuck would you even do that for? Seriously, did Cena drop the title purely to put over Lesnar? Because I'm also yet to see the point of Cody getting the title back since he's actually done fuck all with it since winning, except further bury the man who carried the Fed in 2024. Even if you needed to re-establish Lesnar, for whatever reason, you could have had Cena just win after those 3 AAs and then just have Brock do the beatdown at the end of the match. It can make it appear as though Cena only got lucky in beating him, and it keeps Lesnar strong. Not that Lesnar even needs to be kept strong. And I think when every tangent on how this match could have been better just always ends up with, well, actually we didn't even need to do this in the first place, and from a moral standpoint, this shouldn't even exist. It really just begs the question as to how the fuck we ended up here in the first place. Counter-programming AEW isn't beneficial to anybody, and just highlights that Triple Gimp is an insecure, petty moron. Piss Lesnar is washed up, and didn't need put over in what will end up being one of Cena's last matches ever. And if we're being honest, it'll be one of his as well. Getting gassed 5 minutes into your big return match when you're against a reinvigorated, locked-in John Cena, who just managed to drag a good match out of fucking Logan Paul, just really shows how tired and played out Lesnar's gimmick is. Seeing him in this role still is boring as fuck. There's so many other more talented and less controversial stars who are 20 years younger than Lesnar who could have much more benefited from being in this position, but nah man, fuck it man. Let's further ruin the retirement tour. We haven't spent enough of the year doing that. Fingers crossed the next match can actually get us back on track, but since it has no build-up whatsoever, I don't think it's unreasonable to have doubts at this stage.
Cena's got it! And the third time in this match! The attitude! 4 AAs! Fair. Cena. Hey! Look at this! John Cena, third time! Oh, Cena! Has to get back to his feet! Cena with a second! A third AA! You're kidding! No! Steps ace! And Cena trying to do the...
I'm about to... Well, to my surprise, after a strange yet funny but probably fake build-up of Cena basically calling the shots on who he wanted to face at Clash, to our relief, thank fucking God, Cena's on track to have another great match in arguably one of, if not one of his greatest opponents ever, in AJ Styles. It was a blessed day when this hit the timeline, especially after that Brock match was universally nuked, and he hasn't even shown up since, by the way. But that's besides the point. Mr. TNA and Mr. WWE face off one final time. And to be honest, as much as I absolutely adore both of these performers, and do honestly believe they're both top 10 GOAT ever, I couldn't help but be a tiny bit cautious for the match. Not for the action itself, but purely for the fact that Triple H is a fucking idiot, and has been booking Cena's tour so poorly as of late, that the biggest company draw all year isn't even main eventing shows anymore. But also because their last match was 7 years ago, and even that random TV match was exceptionally good, and I'd be surprised if Unks still got it in the bag. Unks don't just have it in the bag. They've basically reinvented the fucking ball. As soon as AJ Styles comes out in the fucking OG TNA tights, you know you're in for some beautiful graps. And look at this crowd, man. Was anyone in attendance not just here to see Cena? Your GOAT don't got motion like the greatest white boy who ever lived. Peak entrance later, Cena also drops a surprise special introduction for AJ Styles, truly highlighting how this chapter on this generation of wrestlers will be coming to an end very soon. How much you willing to bet that this little tribute from Cena is better than anything Triple Terrorist will book for Styles' retirement next year? So two of the greatest to ever do it show respects and immediately lock up, with Styles getting the headlock. Cena gets him to the ropes with AJ doing the first outwit of the match, seeing Cena's arm drag coming. And that's an element of this match that I do really like, considering that Triple Gimp has had AJ booked so horribly that one of the greatest to ever do it doubts his own importance in the world of wrestling anymore. I like that Cena and Styles don't shy away from their history in this match. And even after all this time, they still know each other so well in the ring. It also adds a lot onto the fresh, multiple new moves we see from the two later as the match goes on, but we'll get to that. This is awesome chant already later, and they lock up again with Cena getting the headlock, and when Styles makes the ropes, he gets the upper hand on Cena again with some vintage Styles, as Michael Cole would say. Some TNA and Fight Forever chants later, they break up in the corner twice with Cena taunting Styles before trying to sneak an AA before eating some Styles forearms. He gets him in the corner and down on the mat thrice, before Cena intercepts with a clothesline. Even in the early stages of this match, you can tell it's slowly becoming something special. As if the amazing crowd atmosphere and chants wasn't enough to get you invested, seeing Cena and Styles more and more as the match goes on start to build to different offenses is so captivating to watch. Even at this early of a stage into the match, the storytelling of the two trying to outwork and outsmart each other really works to its advantage and keeps you engaged to see which Unk still has it the most. Cena hits the double barge only for Styles to see the spin release coming and start hitting the beast combo on Cena, before Cena counters that into the spin release. AJ tries to counter only for Cena to catch it, and AJ hits a Pele kick before missing Cena in the corner only to eat yet another spin release, and eventually the 5-knuckle shuffle, and shockingly an AA this early into the match, but it's only a 2. Considering that's the first finisher of the match, and that's how much build up they had to it, with counters on top of counters, reversals and dodging, you know that this is going to be one of the best ever. Holy fuck, man. AJ dodges an AA and hits a Yoshi-Goroshi on Cena, but he can't make the cover. They get back up and AJ goes for a Styles Clash before Cena counters with a skull-crushing finale on AJ for the 2. Nice nod to The Miz, who Cena has had countless matches with, including 2 matches at WrestleMania. Yes, 2. And one of them was the main event, and it sucked.
Please don't have The Miz face Cena again.
They meet at the top rope with AJ catching Cena for a torture rack and UFO slam for the 2. They get back up again only for AJ to hit a Stinger Splash and Scorpion Death Drop on Cena for the 2. Lovely tribute to one of AJ's old opponents in Sting, who Cena also has a bit of history with as well. AJ goes for the Styles Clash again, with Cena then countering this into the STF, only for AJ to slip out and lock in what Wade Barrett calls a crossface, but I'm seeing as the label lock. Bryan Danielson, of course, being one of the best wrestlers for either AJ or Cena to face, having absolute clinics with both, especially since Cena had his gammy elbow at the time. Cena rolls through to apply Rusev's accolade, with Rusev of course being the one to help Cena kick off the greatest US title reign of all time, and had a few other encounters with Cena over the years as well, only for Styles to slip out and get Cena in the Coquina clutch. Samoa Joe obviously being one of AJ's best opponents with their many matches and rivalries in TNA, and he even trained with Cena way back in the day. We were robbed of this match at Mania 35, but we got it on a house show. Cena powers up Styles only for AJ to attempt a roll through to the calf crusher before Cena counters him by putting him in the walls of Jericho. The first pay-per-view win of Cena's career and AJ Styles' first WrestleMania opponent, and during a certain time could very easily be seen as one of the greatest to ever do it. Let's hope that all of the smoke and mirrors somehow manages to make his 2026 return watchable. Styles eventually does reverse into the calf crusher before Cena eventually also reverses that into an STF. Styles makes the ropes and pushes Cena off before eventually nailing him with a Styles Clash for the 2. What an absolutely beautiful sequence, with so many callbacks to some of the most important figures in professional wrestling, and many of the men who helped elevate Cena and Styles to the level that they're at now. Truly wonderful stuff here, and paying tribute this way only adds on to the finality feeling that this match has, for the huge chapter of both men's lives that are ending soon, and just this generation of wrestlers as a whole. Arguably 2 of the biggest faces to represent this generation. And it only gets better as the match goes on, just you wait. The 2 eventually get back up to fight forever chance, with AJ going for a phenomenal forearm which Cena masterfully counters into a Sister Abigail for the 2. Absolutely amazing to see Cena pay tribute to Bray this way, and when I was watching this live, my friends choked up when the Fireflies came out. I am very surprised that AJ let Cena kiss him on the forehead though, considering his massive following in the gay community.
The gay community.
After Cena gets choked up by the Fireflies, he goes for another AA, only for Styles to escape and counter with Angel's Wings on Cena, but it's just a 2. Gotta say, we love shouting out Christopher Daniels, but man, AJ does the move so much better than Cena does. They get back to their feet and trade blows for a bit before Cena tries an AA, which AJ escapes, for him to try the Styles Clash with Cena counters by tossing AJ, and goes for what looks like a pedigree. Definitely a homage to Stephanie and not Hunter, by the way, before AJ counters with Frankie Kazarian's Fade to Black, but the pin's made really late, so it's just a 2. Again, more excellent callbacks and compelling action here, as they've faced each other counter for counter, pulling moves deep out of the bag. AJ goes for another Styles Clash, only for Cena to counter into the Randy Orton draping DDT, which the crowd naturally goes insane for and start chanting for the RKO, before this time Cena manages to successfully nail it, but it is just a 2. Obviously this is absolute cinema, but it also hits a nice bell for AJ as well, since he also has decent history in matches with Orton. Cena builds up and does the whole taunt for hitting the punt, but AJ dodges and hits an AA on Cena, but it's just a 2. A nice payoff for Cena initially calling out Styles by using his move in Paris. Hey, that's just me doing the WWE's job for them here. Seeing AJ and Edge hit the AA also really highlights how the way Cena does it is so special. It almost just doesn't look right when almost anyone else does it. Styles makes it to his feet first and mocks that he's going to go for the "You Can't See Me," before Super Cena wakes up and hits a fucking Big Show chokeslam on AJ, but it's also just a 2. Also, obviously, yet another great callback from Cena, as Big Show played a massive part in Cena's career, and out of all of the opponents, Big Show has faced Cena almost more than anybody. The only people who face him more are Orton, Edge, and The Miz. Cena trips Styles on the ropes and really baits the crowd into thinking he's bringing back Juan Cena and hitting a 619, but AJ counters with a clothesline, before he escapes an AA to the outside and nails a 450 splash. Insane! That Unk still hits this so clean, pushing 50 by the way. And even better is, as Cena is getting up, AJ starts tuning up the band and nails a fucking sweet chin music on Cena, but it's just a 2. Cleanest I've ever seen anyone else hit a super click, and another glorious tribute as one of Cena's most important opponents ever, and also arguably one of, if not the biggest dream match of the last 20 years that we were robbed of. Styles finally nails a phenomenal forearm on Cena, but it's just a 2. As AJ is almost out of options on what to do with Cena, he goes for another Styles clash, before Cena powers him up for the AA, only for Styles to bash Cena with harsh elbows to bring him back down. JK lol, Superman lock-in, surprise AA, but it is also just a 2. Also running out of options on how to put AJ away, Cena gets him up to the top rope and goes for a super AA to put him away, only for the elbows to work this time and he shoves Cena off. Styles goes for a crossbody, only for Cena to roll through and do the single greatest thing that I have ever seen in professional wrestling in my life, as he rolls through only to power Styles up for a fucking tombstone pile driver followed by an AA to Styles for the 3. Holy fucking shit, that was the greatest finish to a match I've ever seen in my entire existence. And honestly, this is one of my favourite wrestling matches of all time. I'm being taken back to watching that live, just reliving it again. Remember me implying at the start of this video that the only reason I got into wrestling was because of The Undertaker? Imagine how gassed I was seeing the GOAT pay tribute to my favourite wrestler ever. While I think their Rumble 2017 match is slightly better, and even from this year, technically the Cody match does outdo this one storytelling wise, since it was the return of face Cena. But honestly, this match is up there with my favourites ever. The storytelling was fantastic, with Cena and Styles constantly trying to one-up each other and outmaneuver each other, while also paying tribute to many rivals and opponents that have played massive parts in getting these two to where they are today, and some of the most important figures in wrestling ever. Couldn't think of a better match for Cena's 100th pay-per-view win. There isn't really much more I can add other than just wow. What a fucking masterpiece. With opponents this good and a storyline so simple and effective that it basically could have been established in the match, which it basically was from Cena's side, it really makes you question why so much more of the tour just couldn't have been booked this way. While objectively not the best match of the tour so far, without doubt this is my favourite. As not only is it one of my favourite matches for each opponent, it just acts as such a beautiful way for the two to tie up one last time and pay their respects not only to each other, but to give a masterful tribute to professional wrestling as a whole. Imagine we could have got this for Orton and Punk as well. Ugh, Triple Gimp's regular failings aside, this Clash in Paris match is obviously a 10 out of 10, which feels very nice to say after so long. Hopefully these last 4 appearances and hopefully at least last 3 matches can live up to this one. So Triple I Hate the Spotlight terrorist introduces Cena to his last time in his hometown because he still just can't fucking let it go, so the GOAT gets a hero's welcome and addresses how everyone wants to know who his final opponent is. The crowd naturally start thanking Cena for just being there as Triple H stands there jealous. And Cena says that the only thing he wanted to do with the retirement tour was leave the business better than he found it. So the one request he had was the Last Time Is Now tournament, announced at this month's Saturday night's main event, which is just I don't know how this show is consistently just worse than the last every time. I'd like to hope after Saturday night's main event, this Jey Uso singles run cancer can finally be put to an end. That's completely unrelated, I just wanted to put that out there. Anyway, the Last Time Is Now tournament he wanted to have on the show to pay back the opportunities he's been given in his career. To be completely honest, this tournament was a great idea, but the execution just ain't it. Going back to this after all the opponents were revealed shows the issue of, out of all of these opponents, 10 of those I don't doubt would have an amazing match with Cena, but when it comes to retiring him and being his last opponent, there's pretty obviously only one option. If they wanted this tournament to feel impactful and not like a foregone conclusion, then they should have been running this idea from the start of the year. I know it's a lot, but a year-long tournament to face the greatest of all time, on top of whatever else they're doing anyway, that would be really interesting. And it's not like they don't have a talent roster deep enough to run a tournament long enough for a whole year. Especially considering they're taking opponents from NXT, which also then links to TNA and AAA. I don't even know why I bother thinking of good ideas when the bald moron in charge just doesn't. Anyway, Cena says that on his last show, which somehow isn't its own pay-per-view, there will be exhibition matches showing off the future stars from NXT to face off against the best of the main roster. Actually a really good idea, and definitely a call from Cena. He goes on to say how one of his only other requests was that he wanted to come home to Boston just one more time. And he then goes on to do the usual history lesson and why it means so much to him, and it's standard, like usual, it's a great time. Until Dirty Dom interrupts Cena to berate Triple K. Valid, to be honest, as Dom starts doing his usual heel shtick to try and shut down Cena, and at this point, it's a foregone conclusion.
Fine speech.
Shame on the crowd for not getting the reference.
Fine speech. Fine speech. Fine speech.
Fine speech.
Fine speech. Damn fine speech.
A naturally riled up Cena destroys Dom and says that he thinks he's forgotten who he is, where he is, and who he is. And any other night he'd let it slide. But here?
I am invincible. Wrong time, wrong place. Wrong guy.
So Dom starts to belittle Cena again, so Triple K makes the match for the IC title right here, right now. And we all know where this is going. Honestly, the match isn't worth much of note. It's mostly just Cena really going out of his way to put Dom over. Some of the only notable things is that they had this rough botch between the ads. I haven't seen the Bulldog in a minute.
Hold on.
Didn't think we'd get an Eddie tribute, but considering how much of a part he played in Cena's early career, it shouldn't be surprising. If this was the actual match finish, I probably would have crashed out. But the actual finish is amazing. Despite this match basically just being Cena putting over Dom for 15 minutes, he hits the 619 splash combo for Cena to just roll through and no-sell it for an AA and an Intercontinental Championship win to start the show. Fucking peak. 7 out of 10 for Cena's last time home. The match itself was almost commendably bare bones and basic, which really just goes to show how much you can get away with not doing when you're over. I mean, Roman's been coasting doing this for the last 3 years at this point. But the promo naturally was really, really good, and the serotonin from seeing Cena finally become a Grand Slam champion was high. And it would probably be a 5 or a 6 without that, so I won't be too harsh on this show. That being said, if Cena doesn't drop it before Saturday night's main event, that'll be such a step down for Gunther. Also, Triple K, please stop burying LA Knight.
What you gotta find out is your time is up, my time.
What did Bro do other than just be a great wrestler?
The champ is here!
John Cena's final appearance on Monday Night Raw ever. Did it live up to the expectations of those set by his last Smackdown? Well... So the GOAT comes out with the IC Championship to a thunderous ovation. Cena with any title just looks so right, man.
The champ is here!
The absolute ovation for Cena is truly something different on this show, man. It's so long before he can even get a word in because of the cheering and the thank yous. It's really starting to hit now how little time we've got left. So Cena thanks New York and gives a nice message about his history at Madison Square Garden, and expresses his gratitude in being able to talk to the crowd directly one final time. Pain. As soon as Cena is getting to the nice part of the promo, Dom cuts him off again. Dom gets drowned out by boos while he does his usual whiny heel promo and wants his rematch with Cena. Cena accepts, but Dom wants the match at Survivor Series so he has his hometown advantage this time, and so he can get the jump on Cena before taking him on again. Because, you know, it's 2025. The Judgment Day definitely isn't a tired out and boring faction by now. This faction started with Vince McMahon still in charge and Edge as the leader, just saying. Also, just saying, while writing this, I noticed how bad of a job WWE do at censoring crowd chants. Just look at this clip real quick.
Netflix are saying Choco Fun Cup.
Now that line from Cena probably made no sense, right? Look at the crowd real quick. Is that or is that not clear as day a man chanting shut the fuck up? Clown company. Anyway, yeah. Cena challenges Dom to a non-title match, but Dom's a pussy, so he brings out the Judgment Day to jump Cena before Rey Mysterio and Sheamus make the save and Cena challenges them to a 6-man tag. Extremely surprised that Pitt and Balor technically managed to get a match with Cena on this tour, but this match is exactly what you'd expect for a TV tag match in 2025, especially from Cena. Decent tag action with Mysterio and Sheamus until Cena eventually gets the hot tag, hits the 5 moves of doom on JD McDonough only for him to escape the AA. Everyone knocks each other down only for the Judgment Day to isolate Cena with a moonsault, coup de grace and splash for a triple pin, which the GOAT kicks out of, but the pin is also broken anyway. We then get a very satisfying moment as the 3 faces hit 10 beats of the Balarin on the Judgment Day. Look at little Rey climbing up, man. Before setting them up for the 5-knuckle shuffle. Very classy from Sheamus to make sure Cena's in the middle. So they hit the 15-knuckle shuffle and all hit their finishers, with Cena finishing with an AA for the 3 to win his last Raw ever. 5 out of 10 for Cena's last Raw. Again, much like the previous Raw, it's not like there's anything downright bad on the show. The little promo we got was fine, and so was the match. But seriously, for Cena's final night on Monday Night Raw ever, the final time as an active competitor that Cena will be able to address the fans, and this is all we got. I'm happy for Cena that he got to work with some of his friends again, but Judgment Day slop is the last thing this retirement tour needs this late into the game. And having these last couple of appearances basically just be throwing the IC on Cena for the Grand Slam accolade, the equivalent of a house show match with Cena not doing much except the standard hot tag, and a cut short promo was seriously a waste of this potentially massive show. And this is the last time we see Cena before he undoubtedly loses the IC title back to Dom anyway. Hopefully even Cena can manage to make Judgment Day slop watchable in Big 25. Hey, at least he got the tan on though.
That's all she wrote.
Well, I mean, at least he still has a tan on. So Cena naturally gets a hero's welcome as he deserves, and the match begins. We get off to a slow start with Dom trying to dodge Cena before he takes him down to the mat for a chinlock. Dom gets Cena off and distracts the ref so Cena can be interrupted by Mother. And Dom gets his heat while hitting Cena. He mounts a brief comeback, but Dom gets Cena in the eye and stomps him in the corner before clobbers Cena as well. Dom gets a 2 on Cena and hits the 3 amigos for another 2 and gets more heat. I'm sure as you may be noticing so far that this match isn't off to the strongest start ever. Coming after the match with Styles, it was going to be hard to live up to anything after that match anyway, but this match so far has just been very dull. Dom getting his heat in is okay since he's actually a compelling heel unlike some, but I don't know, man. After watching Cena do some of this shit, it becomes a little bit harder to believe that Dom Mysterio would have this much of an upper hand on him. Cena finally starts to mount a comeback, only for Dom to roll out and hide behind his hose. I can't say I blame Cena here, I wouldn't know what to do either. Before Dom cheap attacks him and they fight around the ring for a cartoonish amount of time, before Dom manages to justify all of this heat building with this one move. I can't lie, this is some of the funniest, fucked up, best heat I've seen a wrestler get in a while. So if you don't know, literally just 5 days ago, one of the few good wrestlers in the Last Time Is Now tournament, Penta, got injured for real doing this exact same spot. And this dickhead then recreates that spot with Cena, fakes the injury for 2 minutes straight with the doctors and the Judgment Day seeing him enough, so that the ref was distracted enough for Roxanne Perez and Raquel Rodriguez to hit their finishers on Cena. And Dom suddenly gets better, 619 and splashes him for what would have actually been the 3 if the ref for some reason just doesn't count because he's pissed off at Dom. Yeah, that's definitely what a ref would do. In any context. Honestly, even despite that dumbass ref, this was such a goated spot, and it was such a good way to get heat. Honestly, if this match had been like a good 20-minute affair, and it ended like that, I would honestly respect it so much. But Triple K doesn't have balls and refuses to strap the racket to Dom. Strap the racket? Yeah, sure, whatever, man. The way Cena takes a Pop Rocks is so funny, man. So the ref sends the baddies to the back for the sake of my mental health, and Cena starts the comeback. It's 2025. How on earth do some crowds still not know the You Can't See Me? I think my mum knows what the taunt is. So Dom tries to counter the AA, but Cena traps him in the STFU. Dom makes the ropes and undoes his shoe in an attempt to imitate his real dad, and nails Cena with the 619 and splash again, but it's just a 2. Dom puts his shoe back on and Cena sneaks in an AA, but it's also just a 2. They start trading blows before Cena starts the comeback again, but then there's a ref bump. And Cena locks in the STFU. Ref bump in a Triple Gimp era faction match? You know what that means. So naturally Finn and JD spawn in and beat down Cena before he counters JD's moonsault and dodges the coup de grace and has them both lined up in the corner. And you know what that means. Oh yeah. Super Cena strength one final time as he lifts both men on his shoulders and nails a fucking double AA to get rid of them. Most interesting thing that's happened in this match so far, to be honest. It's seriously impressive that at 48 Cena is still capable of lifting 2 people at once. Let alone just walk around with them and throw them. Fucking hell, man. Dom tries to nail Cena with the title, but Cena dodges and nails another AA. But of course there's no ref. Surprisingly, Liv Morgan then returns and Judgment Day law ensues while Cena looks confused. Liv then hugs Cena and recreates the blank face from the heel turn, and she low blows him before Dom hits the 619. Cena gets nailed with the championship and splashed while Liv drags the ref back in the ring for the 3. And that's the match, and Cena's IC title reign over at 19 days. 5 out of 10 for this one as well, for basically the same reasons as the last 2 episodes of Raw. The match was fine, but it really was nothing special for Cena's last pay-per-view match ever. Did we seriously need to waste his time with Judgment Day slop? While it's commendable that Cena basically put over 6 people just by having them involved in this match, the action was seriously lacking. Just as this match finally felt like it was about to start going, it ends at only around 2 minutes longer than either of those TV matches were. And after seeing Cena go 20 plus minutes in most of these face matches besides the Lesnar one, and even dragging a good match out of fucking Logan Paul, this is without doubt one of the weakest matches of the tour as a whole. Again, it's not outright terrible or anything, there's definitely a lot worse, but it was basically a foregone conclusion that Cena would lose, and they didn't even really bother trying to trick you into thinking anything different. And considering how shit the men's War Games match was anyway, I don't see why they couldn't have just shaved some time off that to give more to this one. Oh well. Fuck you, I guess. Fuck me, I guess. I'll see you at Saturday night's main event for what's arguably going to be the worst day of the whole year. And hey, Survivor Series might have sucked ass, but at least we got the Snow Bunny back. Well. Here we are. The final in-ring performance and final time that the greatest of all time John Cena will ever wrestle. And did this match live up to its extremely high expectations? Let's just say I have a lot of thoughts about this match and there is a lot to discuss. So let's just get right to it. And before you ask, yes, I did cry. Twice in fact. And fair warning, I have to play a lot of crowd noise from this match as it seriously needs to be heard to be understood, as they play majorly into this match. Arguably more than they ever have before for a Cena match, which is saying a lot considering his track record this year alone. So, after a mostly great show with many a beautiful tribute videos and edits for Cena played throughout the night, we finally get to the main event. As soon as Gunther came back with his old theme, I knew it was raps. So Cena comes out to the entrance befitting of the greatest of all time. Props to the production team for even in this current era of WWE's blandness, they gave Cena a lovely tribute Titantron, with all of the fits from this year. The Last Timers now with the golden text makes this feel grander than any WrestleMania, and naturally the crowd is ridiculously explosive for Cena. One thing I won't give the production team, however, is cutting away when Cena grabs the camera to swap roles with Stu for a change. A beautiful heartfelt moment between the two that they fucking cut from. Nice. So as the entrance goes on, Cena gets to greet some familiar faces and legends, and we get lucky enough to get the emote twice. Every single one of these pops for Cena hit differently, knowing that it will be the last time we'll ever see him come out like this. At this point my mate was already crying, and the match hadn't even begun yet, and I wasn't far off myself. So we get the absolute delight of Lillian Garcia announcing Cena one more time, and the match begins. There's already monster heat on Gunther before any action has happened, so imagine how loud this match is gonna end up being.
From Vienna, Austria, weighing in, and his opponent, the greatest of all time, the last real champion, John Cena!
I am in emotional pain. They tie up to begin with Cena immediately getting "Let's Go Cena" chants before Gunther gets his first bit of major heat for just stepping out of the ring. So Gunther slowly dismantles Cena by knocking him over a bunch and getting his chops in, while generating the most heat I've ever seen anyone get.
Building who feels zero emotion or sympathy.
He body slams and throws Cena into the corner before we get the first glimpse of Super Cena when he catches the chop and starts punching Gunther. Dodges the clothesline only to start the comeback and hits one of the final. But Gunther escapes the AA and hits a German on John and clotheslines him. It really is a highlight of how dead Brock Lesnar's career is that one of these from Gunther does so much more than Lesnar continually spamming them out. Gunther goes for the first sleeper of the match, but Cena throws him off and locks in the STFU, which Michael Cole also correctly calls one last time. So as much as I've slewed him in this video, I will give him props for that. Gunther gets Cena off and hits a mean dropkick and powerbomb combo on Cena and just walks around him mockingly, which naturally also gets him monster heat. Gunther's objective with this match is to tap out Cena, and that story is played out masterfully. The full match with Gunther really brutalizing Cena and not even trying the pin at points, just trying to beat him down and force him to give in. This mastery goes on longer with Cena suffering 5 brutal clotheslines before dodging a 6 and mounting the comeback again after the crowd chanted for Super Cena.
Center of the ring.
And Cena manages to lock down the AA, but it's just a 2. This match has been played out wonderfully so far. Gunther taking his time and slowly beating down and dissecting Cena, as he doesn't see him as a threat and has made it his mission to tap him out. It seems relentless, but the Super Cena hope spots make this such a compelling watch, as this is truly the last time we'll ever see, if the GOAT has still got it. And every time so far that we think he does, there's an escape or a counter. It's some really compelling stuff. Cena goes for another AA only to eat a nasty back chop, and Gunther gets him in the sleeper hold successfully this time. Cena's locked in for just under 30 seconds, but the crowd chanting for him gives him the power to escape and apply his own.
Eyes of John as he made it back to an 8. It was a pleading look to this crowd.
Cena only starting to move more and more as the crowd gets louder really is some masterful work here, at keeping you engaged and wanting you to believe in Cena. There really is never gonna be another. Gunther makes the ropes and rolls out to chop Cena again, drop him on the apron and throw him into the stairs. Never in my days did I think I'd see old man Super Cena take an apron bump. Gunther sets the stairs by the announcer's table and gets more heat. Shockingly, the only heel in this video to successfully get heat the proper way. Yeah, like people boo Logan Paul because he sucks and he's boring. And Dom got some heat as well, but come on man, there is levels to this game. Naturally, as this is wrestling, the one who sets it up must go through, so Cena counters a powerbomb into a brilliant AA through the table, but it's only a 2. Cena basks in the crowd noise for a bit before busting out his most painful regular move. Even bro knows if it's his last time he might as well. And he fucking nails another diving leg drop, a lot cleaner than he did at SummerSlam as well by the way, but again it is just a 2.
Enough to put away Gunther.
Maturin is realizing that he never lost it. The Bookers did. So Cena really builds up to the final "you can't see me" taunt of his career to a generational pop. And as much serotonin has just been injected in my veins again, this actually played to Cena's disadvantage, as he gave Gunther way too long to recover and he wakes up, boots, suplexes and powerbombs Cena and tries to get the win, but Superman kicks out. Gunther's sudden desperation after realizing that Cena isn't an easy kill like Goldberg plays into that sequence really well and really ups the stakes of the match. Only further cemented by him immediately trying for a frog splash, but Cena intercepts and hits the last super AA of his career, but unfortunately that is just a 2. They start trading blows to one of the loudest yay boo exchanges I've ever heard, only for Gunther to counter an AA into a powerbomb, immediately followed by a splash in a desperate attempt to put away Cena, but it's just a 2. Gunther, now livid that he hasn't been able to easily put away Cena, demands him to get up while the crowd cheer Cena on, with Super Cena chants and screams. But after all this build-up, Gunther finally has the sleeper clinched in, with Cena slowly starting to fade. But he keeps on fighting, and he goes to break out, but he can't do it. Gunther starts to whittle him down, but as the crowd starts to get louder and louder, we get one more Hope AA, but he can't hit it and he's trapped once more. Cena's down to his feet again, but he keeps fighting, powering up to escape again, but Gunther gets on his back, applying all of the weight to an already battered, bruised and beat up John Cena. He starts to collapse, the end truly feeling in sight, but he uses the crowd to his advantage one more time as he powers up and drives Gunther into the corner, but it's not enough, and Gunther's back on the attack. His mission is clear, and he's going to succeed at it no matter what the cost will be, as he takes Cena down to the mat again. The crowd once more manages to power Cena up, and he gets Gunther to break by smashing him into the turnbuckle again. But always learning from his mistakes, this time he nails an AA on Gunther. He's finally managed to escape the impossible, and he's slain one more beast.
Cena and a kick out by Gunther!
It still wasn't enough. And before you've even got time to think of what Cena could possibly do next to escape this, Gunther has the sleeper on again, and this time the tension is at an all-time high. Cena's at an all-time low. He's escaped the beatdown and fought back so many times, and it's just never been enough. Is it even possible for him to beat Gunther at this stage?
Just like you have.
John, listening to the crowd and giving it his all, manages to at least sit up, but he can't drag himself back up anymore. It truly looks like the last real champion is gonna fade and pass out. But not like this. He hasn't given up yet, and he manages to barely fight his way back up to take the fight to Gunther and put him away. But what little he had left wasn't enough, as Gunther elbows Cena in the neck and puts him in the sleeper again. The tension has never been higher. There's not an ass in their seat. Cena is refusing to give up, and one last time it seems like he's going to pull it off. After so many trials and tribulations and a fight to the death, it's not unfair to say that everything in this match up to this point has been beyond incredible, with genuinely some of the best hope spots I've ever seen in a match, and it's lived up to its impossibly high standards, and it's all been so amazing. Until it happens.
John Cena has tapped out.
As the crowd sat there in stunned silence, I was too overcome with emotion to process what I'd even seen, let alone comment on it. And it's safe to say that even a day after this match, this ending is highly contested against, and not many people are happy with the outcome, and it isn't hard to see why. But is it actually any good, and was this the right call? Short answer, yes. Long answer, well, yes, but actually no. First and foremost, I don't have an issue with Gunther winning this match. Truth be told, as much as I was invested in this match, and trust me when I say this, no match, no entertainment, no piece of fiction, and no other sports has managed to make me feel as invested in something as this match's hope spots had me. I honestly could feel a heart attack coming. Seriously, that entire sleeper portion of the match was only 5 minutes. When I watched it live, it felt like it went on for at least 15. Gunther undoubtedly is the future of the WWE, and he really is the top heel in the company right now. And as much as people will try to denounce him because they're mad, he is excellent in every regard practically. But with that being said, the major issue with this ending is Cena tapping out. Now, if Cena had just eventually passed out in the sleeper after a bit longer of a fight, hell, or even just this match as is, if it ended there and Cena had passed out, it would have been fine. But it is complete and utter character assassination to have John Cena tap out to end a match. And seriously, before you start, trust me, I get it. I seriously do. Cena tapping out here isn't him giving up. It's him moving on. He said that once his body couldn't physically keep up anymore, he would move on. And this is him doing that. He isn't able to physically keep up anymore, so he let go while he still had his health. Now, I'm sure if you've thought about this for more than 5 seconds, you'd realize the problem that, even in letting go, that in a sense, you are just giving up. Tapping out, regardless of context or implications, is you forfeiting a match and giving the victory to another person. To get to the point of purposefully doing an action to give somebody else a win in a competition because you feel like you physically can't keep up anymore. It doesn't matter how you fucking word it, that is giving up. But it was Cena's call. Cena wanted to make the call. I don't care. It's still the wrong call. And at this point, by the end of the match, I hadn't actually even started crying yet. What had got me to tear up was when Cena was sat in the ring and the crowd chanted bullshit at him. Now really take into consideration everything that Cena has done for this year. Everything that he has sacrificed for one last full-time run in the company. Undoubtedly sacrificing many TV and movie deals and countless other shit that he's got going on these days to give us this one final run. He's made it no secret over the past 5 years that the end was closer than the beginning, and he was in physical pain and he was hurt. But regardless of any of that, he still sacrificed so much to give us one more final run. And this is how it ends. The terrorist actually managed to fuck it up to the point that the most over wrestler and over person arguably ever to walk in between those ropes gets greeted by bullshit chants on his final ever match. And irregardless of anyone's thoughts on the match ending, another issue that arises from it is the fact that Cena lost. Now, it's kind of tradition for wrestlers to lose their retirement matches, unless you're Sting or The Undertaker, and I would honestly be fine with Cena doing the job for his last match, if this entire year hadn't been booked like complete and utter shit. Seriously, Cena losing by this point doesn't even have the desired effect, because of how poorly he's been booked all year. Literally 5 appearances ago, he jobbed to Brock Lesnar for no reason. It's 2025, mind you, and Lesnar is washed. He wasted his last pay-per-view ever with Judgment Day slop in another match that he lost. He was pinned by Cody Rhodes twice, had 2 stinkers with R-Truth, that he had to cheat to win one of them, by the way, and got DQ'd in the other, by the way, was made to look like a fucking moron more times than I care to count, and lost the Rumble in the most embarrassing way imaginable. And it's at this point that we directly have to address and question Triple Gimp one more time. Now, I hate to do this, as the very few of you who've made it this far who are familiar with my work on Doctor Who will know that I hate to put bad intentions on anybody who I don't know in person. It can lead to negative outcomes and is usually done to spread false information to push an agenda. But with all of that being said, it is really hard to not look at this run on the whole and not think it's been booked this shit on purpose. It's no secret that Triple K has always been jealous of Cena, and just look at the way that he books to counter-program constantly to know that he's a petty gimp. And just think, what's 2 of the most important messages and things that Cena has done throughout his entire career? He never turned his back on us, and he never gave up. And what's 2 of the biggest takeaways from this year for Cena as a whole? He turned his back on us, for self-admittedly, in-universe, no reason, and he gave up in his last match. What the fuck? It does put a smile on my face seeing some wrestlers so openly laughing at Triple K getting booed. Look at this fucking pathetic gimp's face. He seriously had the easiest job on earth. How hard would it have been to book a retirement run for John Cena? I don't doubt that fucking I, a massive moron, you, probably also a massive moron, could have booked a better run for Cena. And knowing that he could have worked so many more dates as well is all the more damning evidence against that point.
The plan originally was to do like a full year. This is just goes to show my ignorance of the business. I wanted to do 220 dates. Just take a year off of everything, hop on a bus, do a full WWE calendar, and like totally say goodbye. Thank goodness that the business isn't like that anymore, because I would be, if you took a gingerbread man, just broke him, I'd be done. They only needed me for 36.
It's not like you even need to have him wrestling every week. You could just be cutting promos and building to feuds. But nah, let's give him 36 dates, not have him be the priority of the show. Job him out so many times that by the time he's lost his last match, he's already lost 6 other times. Absolute fucking joke. And another major issue, don't worry, we're still going, a company-wide one as to why this ending fucking sucks, is the push itself that Gunther's gonna get. Now, I've made it no secret that I love Gunther, but this year, outside of retiring Cena and Oldberg, has been the worst year of his career as well. Seriously, you've got to consider, as much as I think, if anyone was gonna have Cena pass out, or God forbid, tap out, to end a match, the accolade should have been given to him. But due to the terrorists' goddamn, motherfucking, awful booking of the ring general all year, it's not unreasonable to think that he still won't get the push he deserves after such a huge accolade. Imagine how much more impactful it would have been to see Gunther do this if I hadn't watched him repeatedly and consistently be bitched out by fucking Jey Uso tap out to his own submission move at WrestleMania. This is one of the best wrestlers in the world, by the way, and he tapped out to his own move from a borderline non-wrestling gimp in like 5 seconds. Have an actual 14-minute match with, and then show respect to the parasite that is Pat McAfee. And even looking before this year, it's not like Gunther's previous world title reign was anything good either. He didn't get to work with anyone his level besides Randy and Cody. And he fucking lost to Cody. They booked it so poorly that Damian Priest actually seemed like a threat to him. It's Damian Priest. Come on, man. TLDR. Do you seriously think, even if you like this decision, do you really think that the infamously massive pussy of a booker who's refused to strap the rocket to so many stars over the past couple years, everyone that's gotten over in this era pretty much, Do you seriously think that he's gonna strap the rocket to him like he fucking deserves after doing something so major? The answer to that question is fucking no! Fuck you! You stupid pacemaker old fuck! How are you gonna stand there and smile as if you have ever done anything worthwhile? And also, right, I'm just gonna put this out there. Think how much better of a guarantee it would be that he would strap the rocket to Gunther if Cena hadn't lost the belt. We seriously need to think at this point, what has Cody done since winning the belt back? Literally, if you want a certified push Gunther, have him beat Cena for the WWE Championship after he's held it for, how many months would that be? 8 months. It would be 8 months. It would be an 8-month reign that he would end, and it's still the, oh my god, it's so fucking easy, and he fucked it up this badly. He is such a fucking mong. So Cody and Punk put the belts on Cena, and Triple K plays a lovely tribute video for Cena. Before he gets to walk off to the back one final time, bowing and saluting his way out. And that is the end of the greatest of all time's career. Oh boy! So, that was the John Cena retirement tour experience, and holy shit, this definitely went a lot differently than I was expecting. Considering I made this video to be something positive that I had the chance to go back to and work on throughout all of 2025, it's slowly transformed into the slow and brutal dissection of almost everything that's wrong with the WWE as a whole in current day. Seriously, if you told me when I started writing this video back in 2024 that I would spend most of the year watching the greatest of all time get fucked over by constant pivots and incompetence by all of the out-of-touch morons who are running this hopefully sinking ship, I honestly wouldn't have believed you. As much as the second half of the tour was infinitely better than the first, Cena got to actually work as God intended, the greatest babyface to walk the earth, and we got many brilliant promos and segments from having John properly back, and even a Grand Slam championship accolade. Even as good as some of it was, it still can't save his retirement tour from, on the whole, being a massive, undeniable failure. While I don't have as many negative thoughts on heel Cena as others do, it was undoubtedly a huge mistake to turn him if they had no plan in mind, especially since what little plan they did have hinged on the bald sellout corporate husk of what's left of Dwayne Johnson and fucking shoe-faced Travis Mothman Gimp Scott. The heel turn did lead to some funny moments here and there, and it's not like the quality of the in-ring work itself was the issue, well, besides these two, but ultimately it just acted as wasting half of Cena's year on crap. Like I've reiterated so many times in this video, it could have so easily been just have Cena come out as champ and hold an open challenge, or have someone come out and say they want to challenge him, because it's the last chance that they'll ever get. It seriously could have been so simple, but this is what we got instead. 5, I repeat, 5 matches with fucking Logan Paul, 2 with R-Truth, one of which ended in a DQ, and the other one that he had to cheat to win. 3 wasted on Judgment Day slop, jobbed out to a washed up piss merchant, which also led to a DQ on the only good TV match that we got, and way too many promos that don't live up to John's standard. I am actually fucking actually no, before we get to that, let's quickly go over what I got right and wrong about this tour, considering I made this wish list when WWE was still watchable. I doubt I got anything right, but let's see. Because apparently booking the wins lol man is impossible, I got 6 of my 15 wishlist matches on here. But I'm taking 7 because technically Bronson Reed and Bron Breakker did get involved in a match. And maybe I'm cheating with Drew, but I've also literally spent the year on this video, And at this point, I'm taking what I can get. What would really be cheating would be to count 8 since we got a Sami match instead of a match with KO, which I'm not complaining about at all. I do honestly think we would have got a match with Kevin as well if he didn't get injured, but that's just a shame. Cena thankfully did become the first 17-time world champion, but at what cost? And did even get a brief IC title reign, but he didn't win the Royal Rumble in arguably the worst way ever. Seriously, would it not have been better to have a heel take him out so at least someone gets over by this? And the wish of that 3 separate decade Rumble winner is practically dead in the water again because there's no way Triple K is all of a sudden gonna start booking Randy well. Thankfully, we didn't get the GOAT's time wasted in the Bloodline Vortex. That would have actually been truly catastrophic since they killed any interest that I had in Jacob Fatu as a performer. And my last wish was to see Cena cook in the ring more than he has in his last couple of years. And did I get my wish? Abso-fucking-lutely. As much shit as this retirement tour has gotten and will continue to get because quite frankly, it was shit and it deserves it, I will forever and always be grateful that we got to see John Cena have one final run in the WWE. As bad of a year this year has been for WWE as a whole, not even just for Cena. Like, seriously, after this video, I am done. I ain't watching this shit anymore. I'm just gonna watch AEW, mate. It seriously cannot be understated how well Cena has done this year. Despite pushing 50, despite the years of injuries having caught up, and despite basically having to indirectly fight the booker at almost every turn for most of the year. I think the biggest takeaway from this video should be that there will never be another John Cena. There's always stars in wrestling where you can see who's going to be the next version of someone. The next Randy, the next Rey Mysterio, the next Shawn Michaels. But there will never be another John Cena. There has never in the history of wrestling been another performer who has genuinely made me this invested and care this much in their well-being and wanting to root for them as a person. Not just as a performer, as a person. And honest to God, makes me want to be a better person day to day. As much as it definitely could have been better, I am forever thankful that we got this one last run from the greatest of all time. Thank you, John Cena, for everything. Hey, fuck Triple H though.
Wrestlemania 20 game. It's again high impact. The game out. Looking for the arc and may turn